red and damaged. Whoever had done this had indeed attacked both sides, though whether that was on purpose or not. Julian soon moved on to the next ironsmith body, and the next, carefully avoiding the pockets of greenish haze, though their spirits were so weak they'd be unlikely to give him a head cold, never mind death rot. It was clear he wasn't paying respects or taking in the sad sight. He was looking for something. Or someone. "Julian," Wren said, following him into the wreckage. She saw flashes of bone armor and broken bone swords, but didn't stop to investigate. Julian didn't respond to his name, but when he stood to make for the next body, Wren grabbed his arm. He looked at her, but his gaze was distant, and his expression lacked its usual sharpness. His brows were high, not lowered in a scowl, and his mouth was a thin line, his lips trembling ever so slightly. "We need to get moving," Wren said, as gently as she could. "We don't have time for this." He blinked, as if coming back to himself. "I thought," he began, his voice slightly hoarse. "I hoped." He looked over his shoulder at the seemingly endless mass of bodies. He was obviously searching for his father, for answers, but he would not find any he liked here. "You could look for years, and you might never find him," Wren said. "Even if you did, you wouldn't know him. He's dead, Julian. Your father is dead." Some people, in their grief, didn't hire bonesmiths for death rites. They wanted their dead loved ones to rise again, unable to say goodbye and hoping, maybe, that the ones they lost could remain in their lives in some way. It never ended well. While ghosts might remember something of their former lives, they could never truly reclaim them. They suffered in their half state, not alive, not dead, and eventually they lashed out, hurting the very people they'd once loved. Their melancholy was able to infect the living almost as surely as death rot. That was why people often described ghosts as cold. It was the effect the presence of the undead had on the living spirit. Besides, ghosts made for poor company. They couldn't talk, think, or communicate. But even as Wren thought it, she amended the statement. Normally, they couldn't talk, think, or communicate. But like everything else so far, that had been different here in the Breachlands. "No," Julian said, his voice hard once more. "He's undead. Doomed to wander, to exist here in this hell forever. If we don't get out of here soon, you'll be joining him. I need to know." "You can't," Wren snapped, her patience fraying. The clouds were moving in their direction, bringing early night with them, and the bridge was a long walk away. "That's death. You can't always know. You think I don't wish, that I don't wonder—" She cut herself off. She had a dead parent of her own, after all. But now wasn't the time. He gave her a curious look before clenching his hands and turning away. She sighed, the frustration leaving her as swiftly as it had come. "We can make a marker, if you'd like." He kept his back to her, but his head turned, the only sign he'd heard her. "I know marble is the preferred material," she said, casting her gaze wide. "But I think granite will do nicely. It's what the Southern Kings used." Still he didn't move. So Wren took the task upon herself. She found a good-sized stone, turning it on its side so it jutted from the earth. She considered her weapons, wondering if she could spare a blade to leave here, embedded into the ground in front of the marker. But then Julian was there, offering one of his own. It was short and simple, withdrawn from one of several sheaths on his belt. Wren wondered if it was a family heirloom. If it was, Julian would surely never gamble it like she had with Ghostbane. Once the blade was deep in the earth, Wren knelt before it. Julian, meanwhile, stood next to her, hovering uncertainly. He didn't seem to know what to do with his hands. First, he wiped them on his legs, as if trying to remove non-existent dirt. Then he fidgeted with his armour, before clenching them into fists at his sides. With an impatient but not wholly unaffectionate eye-roll, Wren reached up and took hold of his right hand, yanking him down onto his knees next to her. He stumbled and shuffled into position, but when he tried to pull his hand back, Wren gripped it tighter, meeting his gaze. Sometimes people did this, held hands as they attended burials and funeral rites. She could only assume it was a way to feel less alone, and being here on the edge of such a brutal battlefield, Wren figured he could use it. Maybe they both could. He looked down at their joined hands, surprise quickly shifting into desperate, aching gratitude, and suddenly Wren had to look away. She took a deep breath, then spoke the ritual words. She'd never performed death rites herself before, but she'd borne witness countless times. Death is as certain as the dawn, and just as a new day will come, so too will the new dead rise, and we will be there, to find, to fight, to free, so the living may thrive. She glanced at Julian, and he joined her in the last few, which would be more familiar to him. And the dead may rest in peace. Chapter 22. Despite Julian's stance on the matter, Wren had taken some bone dust from several of the Bonesmith corpses before they left. She had not relished it, but she needed to replenish. Besides, the House of Bone didn't have the same conventions as the Ironsmiths did. Wren would welcome any bonesmith who needed to loot her corpse should she happen to die on this mission. It was only pragmatic, like Julian had said. The bridge loomed in the distance as they left the battlefield behind, tantalizingly close, but also too far. They had at least an hour until they reached the crossing, and glancing up at the sky, Wren thought they had even less time until darkness fell. The clouds above hung heavy and low in the sky, bringing early night and threatening rain, stealing what little protection sunlight might have given them. They were just making their final approach when her senses started to prickle. Squinting into the growing darkness, she came to an abrupt halt, throwing out an arm to stop Julian as well. Revenants blocked their path. There were 3 of them, in varying states of decay, maybe 20 paces from where Wren and Julian stood. Beyond, just visible over the rise, was the bridge. Wren's hands went for her swords. "Go," they said, all 3 of them in unison, just like those from the forest, speaking without lips or lungs, and making the same simple request. Fear lanced through her, quickly followed by anger. Her hands, resting idly on the hilts of her swords, tightened. This was the world of the living, and she was a bonesmith, a valkyr, here to protect the living from the undead. She would not allow herself to be afraid of them, and she'd be damned if she started taking orders from them. "No," she replied firmly. Julian's head whipped around, as if he thought she'd been talking to him. "Go, now." "No," Wren said again, grip tightening on her swords. "Why should we?" "Go. Because she wills it, and he commands it." She wills it. Maybe that meant the Corpse Queen, but then, who was this he they were referring to? "What are you doing?" Julian asked, expression bewildered. "I'm talking to them," she said, assuming that answer was obvious. But no, Julian was wide-eyed with confusion. "And they're talking back?" he asked. Did he not hear it? She said breathlessly, they're telling us to go, like last night. He shook his head, uncomprehending, and Wren swallowed thickly. She looked away from him, staring down the revenants instead. 3 she could handle. 3 she could deal with. But then she remembered what Julian had said. It didn't matter that she could take them. What mattered was that she shouldn't. They had a better shot of getting away if she didn't engage them. So as much as she wanted to fight, she dropped her hands from her weapons and reached for him instead. Come on, she said, diving between a cluster of rocks along the side of the road. If they moved quickly, they might be able to lose them, or lure them into following behind, opening a path to the bridge. Here, she said, tossing Julian one of her swords. Her senses were ratcheted up, and she had the feeling there might be more undead to worry about. He caught it, deftly, but stared down at it like it was some strange foreign object. He began uneasily. A sword is a sword, she said shortly. Aim for the heart, the soul's most likely hiding place, but any contact with the ghost will cause them pain and buy you time. Julian's eyes were wide as he adjusted his grip. He nodded. Come on, she urged, continuing a path between boulders and scrub brush, away from the road but still heading in the direction of the bridge. She didn't know if the revenants had pursued, but they had to keep moving forward regardless. They were rounding a large thrust of rock when Wren's magic flared up in warning. A soft green mist preceded the arrival of a ghost, so subtle that Wren almost missed it, and Julian absolutely did, nearly running headlong into it. Wren cried out, swiping for his shoulder and missing. Then she remembered he carried one of her swords. She pulled on it, the feel as familiar as her own hands, and it thumped into his chest with enough force to halt his progress. The rest of the ghost exploded from the stone to their left, appearing exactly where Julian had been, its bones either near enough to provide easy movement or its tether weak enough that it did not matter. The ghost solidified, and Wren could see the impression of its face, its features, its rage. It was more a sensation than a visual marker, a feeling, the way the spirit bunched and gathered, preparing for a sudden strike. Get down! She bellowed, the instant before it happened. Julian dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes, leaving Wren alone to face it. The ghost streaked toward her, and she had only one choice, one maneuver that would work, though she'd never dared it outside lessons, which was saying something, as Wren would dare a great many things. It involved holding her sword out, blade forward to meet the coming attack. The idea was to split the ghost in two, to cut through the spirit like the prow of a ship through waves. The problem wasn't in the initial strike, but in the runoff. If the ghost was moving too slowly when the blade cut through, the scraps of the spirit that were meant to slip to either side of her might in fact come to a stop, ebb and flow, and swirl against her flesh. It worked only if the attack was fast and strong, the ghost's momentum taking it clean past her and ensuring there could be no sudden redirections. Wren, who always fought with 2 swords when she could help it, preferred to hack and slash her opponents, but with the ghost barreling down upon her, this maneuver was the only thing that would save her. She raised her sword with 2 hands, narrowed her stance, and braced for impact. The ghost slammed into her blade, the flare of light causing her eyes to water and Julian to throw up an arm against the glare. But Wren could afford no such reaction. Eyes streaming, muscles straining, she held her ground as the ghost split in two, streaking past on either side of her in an explosion of sickly green light. A rush of cold threatened to sear her skin, but never made contact. The ghost dissolved, reduced to wisps of icy vapour. Then nothing. Julian stared up at her in the sudden darkness, awe etched into his features. You are. He swallowed, shook his head. Amazing. Wren was panting, as if she'd run a mile, but it was his words that momentarily robbed her of breath. Had he just called her amazing? Heart hammering against her ribs, she finally lowered her blade, glancing down at her arm to make sure she hadn't been harmed, but she was safe. Julian got to his feet, looking to her for direction. She gathered her wits. Let's keep moving. They encountered no further undead, and when they circled back toward the bridge, they came at it from the side. Unfortunately, the undead that had blocked their path had not pursued. Worse, they had been joined by at least 10 more. They were clustered there, unmoving, waiting, working together like those revenants in the forest. Again, the wrongness of it hit Wren in the chest. The undead should be wandering after them, drawn as always by the flame of the living. Instead, they patiently awaited their foe, as if they knew where Wren and Julian intended to go. They were thinking, problem-solving, and taking orders, if what they had said to her before was true. As if a land overrun by the undead wasn't bad enough, these undead were unlike anything Wren had ever seen. Now that they were nearer, it became evident that the bridge was damaged, bent and rusted in places, while in others the iron had given way entirely. The structure had been built in a rush, meant for a hasty crossing, and did not represent the ironsmith's best or most enduring work. Beyond it, beneath it, was the wide chasm of the breach itself. It glowed brightly now, colouring the landscape and revealing swirling tendrils of mist. Could those be ghosts, floating so high in the air? It shouldn't be possible, but Wren wouldn't take anything for granted. Her mouth went dry. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. Julian sidled nearer to the bridge, which was about 20 feet away, his movement drawing the attention of the revenants standing on the road. They turned to face them in a single, unnatural movement, but did not pursue. Yet. "Do you trust me?" Julian asked. Wren turned to him. "Seriously?" she asked, waiting for him to elaborate. "I'm all you've got," he said, parroting the same words she'd given him inside the watchtower. She blew out a breath. "I guess so," he shrugged. "Good enough." He looped an arm around her back, pulling her to his chest. Wren staggered against him, suddenly awash in the scent of worn leather and cold iron. "Hang on," he said, drawing his sword and flicking it downward, transforming it back into a whip with a snap. He cocked his arm and tossed it out across the abyss and toward the struts that rose over the bridge's deck. It was an impossible throw, by anyone other than an ironsmith. In his hands, it landed exactly where he intended, wrapping easily around a joint, the segments of blade interlocking securely. Wren's heart stuttered when she realised what he was about to do. "You've got to be fucking she began, but she never finished. Her breath leaving her lungs in a rush as Julian leapt from the edge and they went plummeting to their deaths. Or at least, that's what Wren expected to happen. Instead, they dropped several stomach-tightening feet before the whip took their weight. There was a lurch. Wren clung to Julian with every ounce of strength she had, and an abrupt change in trajectory. Then they were no longer dropping, but swinging across the open space, soaring toward the bridge. They collided against the outer railing, clinging to one of the vertical beams as the metal shook with their impact. They remained motionless, ensuring their perch was steady before Wren dared to open her eyes. Unfortunately, she was looking down when she did, and could see nothing but swirling green mist in the seemingly bottomless chasm below. How deep was it? And were there countless undead staring back at her? "Eyes up here," Julian said sharply. Wren's attention snapped to him. "Do not look down." "Got it," she croaked. But looking up meant looking back at the bridge, and while they had landed safely, they were not actually safe. The railing they clung to rattled loosely, and the undead hadn't missed their little trick. They turned together, starting their slow, staggering plod toward the bridge. At least they insisted on bringing their bodies with them. If they left their corpses behind, their ghosts could cover the distance between them in seconds. "Up and over," Julian said, as the two of them climbed the railing and landed with a clatter on the wide deck of the bridge. Wren took a moment to rest her hands on her knees and revel in the somewhat stable ground beneath her feet, before gathering herself once more and facing their approaching enemy. They were starting to cross, causing the entire bridge to shake, but with her and Julian's head start, she was confident they could win a foot race. Until she looked the other way. While the western side of the bridge appeared relatively stable, the eastern side was barely standing upright. Whole beams of metal were gone, or rusted through, or dangling from missing bolts and damaged struts. They couldn't run across this bridge. They'd be lucky if they could crawl, slowly. "Shit," Wren said, reaching for a pouch of bone dust. Crouching along the walkway, she poured a thick stream from one side of the bridge to the other. "Genius," Julian said, and Wren refused to be flattered by that. "It should buy us time, I hope," she said, returning to the problem that lay before them. "Can you swing us across?" Julian glanced down at his whip, which he had tugged free from the strut. "I can try." He whipped it through the air again, securing it to an upper beam and tugging to make sure it was secure. Wren stepped against him, and he wrapped an arm around her once more. 1, 2, 3, Wren said, and they jumped, swinging smoothly along the bridge. At this rate, they'd cross it in no time. They were just extending their feet to land when the beam above them snapped, shrieking loudly and dropping them in midair. They landed hard, skittering across the pocked and unsteady deck, the broken metal swinging dangerously above. The iron plank beneath them groaned ominously, and Julian hurried them both off of it and onto one of the crossbeams. "Well, this bridge was clearly not built to code," he said somewhat indignantly. Wren laughed despite herself. "No shit." He recoiled his whip and sheathed his remade sword before kicking at the plank beneath him, then craned his neck to look at the broken beam above. "This iron was never properly treated, and obviously no one's been maintaining it. I don't think we should try that again." The steady rumble of the approaching revenants came to a sudden halt. They had reached the bone dust. Wren held her breath, then expelled it in a gust as the revenants recoiled, angry, hissing noises emanating from their mouths, though no flesh moved to make the sound. A surge of triumph rose in her chest, only to be quickly stifled. A fat raindrop landed on her nose, then her forehead. More followed, pattering against the metal and creating a tinny, echoing song. Never mind the soon-to-be slippery bridge planks. Never mind the diminishing visibility as the drizzle slowly turned into a downpour. The bone dust, any minute now, their only defense against the encroaching undead, would be washed away. "Do you have any other ideas?" Julian asked. "Keep moving." They darted from plank to plank, leaping over gaps and holes or sidling along the railing to cross when whole pieces were missing. Julian used his whip to carefully tie them together, and every time his foot slipped or balance wavered, Wren's own body felt the jolt. The reverse was also true, of course, and when her boot went clean through a rusted plank, Wren's descent was halted by the tether. They constantly looked over their shoulders, watching as the undead pushed against the bone dust barrier, which was growing flimsier by the second, until, with a triumphant screech, one of the undead broke through. Julian tried to make a barrier of his own, reaching for the iron behind them with his magic, bending and warping where he could, making the surface uneven and causing the bars and beams to snap loose. It worked, causing several pursuing bodies to fall, but the undead were fearless, and when their way was blocked, they simply found another, or plunged into the misty nothingness below, their descent followed by a distant, echoing sound of impact. With a growl of frustration, Julian stopped moving and turned, planting both hands against the deck. He wrenched up the entire plank, tossing it roughly aside and leaving the revenants no way to cross. Wren gaped, temporarily distracted by his sudden, ferocious strength. But after 2 more revenants dropped, the remaining half-dozen undead finally did the one thing Wren feared. They left their bodies behind. The process took time. First, they released their corpse, drifting into the air like steam in the hot sun. In this case, the rain actually worked in Wren and Julian's favour, making it more difficult for the ghost to coalesce and reform. Difficult, but not impossible. Julian turned, fear flashing in his eyes, but then his face went as white as bone. Wren, who had paused in her progress to watch him work, whipped around to find a revenant crossing the bridge from the other side. She had been so distracted by their pursuers that she'd forgotten to be on guard for what lay ahead. She cursed. Bone dust would be useless in the rain, and knuckle bones wouldn't do much against a revenant with its rotting body for protection. Raising her single sword, Julian had her other one currently tucked into his belt. She took her battle stance. This revenant was fresher than the others. It looked almost alive, save for the pallor of its skin and the way a sickly green glow emanated from the wound in its chest. But while its remaining flesh and muscle made it stronger, it also made it heavier. As it took a step toward Wren, the iron plank beneath it bowed slightly under its weight. Another step, and then the plank gave way. It would have been a lucky break if Wren had not been standing on the same plank. Her breath caught, and once again she expected to plummet to her death. But then her body came to an abrupt, painful stop. The wind knocked out of her as the iron whip dug into her stomach. Distantly, she heard Julian shout in surprise as he slammed onto the ground, her body dragging him down with her. He managed to cling on to something because Wren stopped falling. She dangled, gasping for air. But the panic was not entirely for herself. The bridge was crawling with revenants, and rather than being his defender or his shield, Wren was now a dead weight, pinning Julian to the bridge and making it impossible for him to fight. They were both trapped, unable to help themselves or each other. There was only one thing to do. She twisted in midair. "Julian!" she cried, swaying back and forth as she tried to look up and see his face blinking through the rain. His head was visible in the space where the plank had once been, but the board he balanced on shrieked and groaned in protest. He slid forward a bit, arms scrambling, trying to find the strength, the leverage to haul her back up again. "You have to let me go." "What?" he said, gritting his teeth and straining against the pull of gravity. Wren felt the whip around her middle tug, raising her slightly before she slumped down again. She could try to climb it, to swing it toward the bridge supports below, but every pull in her direction, every movement to save her life, could cost Julian his. He still had her bone sword. He could defend himself if he let her go. Wren looked down into the nothingness of the strange green mist. "There's water," she said. She had heard it before, when the other revenants fell, and again when the one who'd broken their shared plank plummeted from the bridge. She'd been too distracted to truly register the sound until now. It was hard to gauge the drop, to know how wide or deep the water, but there was only one way to find out. She was reckless, after all, foolhardy. And for all her family's accusations of selfishness and arrogant pride, Wren was no coward, and she wasn't about to start being one now. Julian had called her brave, and she would prove it. "You have to drop me, or we both go down. There's water, I'll be okay." He stared at her, shaking his head, even as the ghosts continued to detach from their bodies, preparing to strike, and the metal plank he was pressed against creaked. All he had to do was let go. Wren had told him to, so he could do so free of guilt or shame, but the stubborn arsehole did no such thing. "I won't," he said, focusing on her with renewed determination. His hands, which had been bracing against something she couldn't see, released their grip and sought the whip instead. His body slid forward precariously, and Wren cried out in alarm. The whip was tied around his waist, the same as Wren's, but rather than try to draw his whole body back from the brink, he decided to only pull hers. His hands took hold of the cable, gloves slipping, and muscles straining as he pulled. With each slide of his hand, Wren's body lifted. She grasped the whip, climbing with him. If she could just get high enough, if she could reach his hand. With so little iron to pull on, Wren suspected Julian's arms and back were doing the brunt of the work. The whip around her midsection slipped and slid, the knot keeping it secure made mostly of magic, and Julian's magic was failing him. She was close now, barely an arm span away from him, and she could see the strain now, the sweat across his brow, the way his hands shook. One more pull. One more. A ripple went through the whip. It was so subtle that Wren would never have noticed the difference between that and the other swings and jostles that had been happening, except for Julian's reaction. Her gaze had been fixed on him, on his lowered brow and fierce, determined movements. But at the flash of true, visceral fear that coloured his features, Wren followed his line of sight. The knot at her stomach was unravelling. Wren's weight pulling the whip one way, while Julian pulled it the other. "Julian!" Wren gasped, knowing it was too late. The whip gave way, and she dropped, down into the darkness. Chapter 23. Leo had kept his chatter up throughout the journey. He already knew the careful balance required after a lifetime of practice. It was important to talk about nothing as much as you talked about something, so that people stopped being able to tell the difference. He continued to question Greybeard, whose name was Ivan, and Jacob, who were his constant companions, but it didn't stop there. He talked to the other kidnappers, to the villagers and town garrisons and travelling merchants. They told him to shut up at first, sometimes cuffing him on the back of the head or demanding he replace his head bag. Unfortunately for them, he talked just as easily with it on as without, and they couldn't do any real damage to him because he belonged to someone else, the regent. And so Leo talked, and before long they stopped trying to shut him up. They stopped trying to listen. They stopped paying attention, which was exactly what Leo intended. Now he could ask the real questions and spread the real rumours. Yes, Leo was feeling quite pleased with himself. He'd learned more about the Corpse Queen, though the stories the townsfolk told him held less appeal than the reaction of his kidnappers did whenever she was mentioned. He'd have expected worldly, battle-hardened travellers such as them to be a bit more circumspect, a bit more sceptical, but they seemed more certain than anyone that she existed. What if it wasn't the stuff of children's nightmares, but a mantle, a persona adopted by someone wanting to make themselves feared and respected? What if it was both? When he wasn't stirring that particular pot, Leo was trying to learn more about his kidnapping. It had taken longer than it should have, but when they'd left Southbridge that second morning, Leo had registered for the first time that they had 2 riderless horses with them. One, surely, had belonged to the ironsmith, but what of the other? He'd heard nothing of any additional casualties, and while it wasn't uncommon for travelling parties to switch out their horses for maximum speed, one would hardly be enough to accommodate such a large group, and besides, they were stopping daily, with plenty of opportunity for rest. It didn't add up. "Did we forget somebody?" Leo asked Ivan and Jacob, nodding in the direction of the 2 additional horses that rode at the back of their party. "The bag," came Ivan's blunt reply. Leo released a long, suffering sigh. He'd known that speaking would be a risk, since it would draw attention to himself. He said goodbye to the fresh air and rocky countryside, and withdrew the smelly sack, pulling it on again and breathing through his mouth to avoid the stench. "I was only trying to help," Leo explained, his voice nasally. "I'd absolutely hate to leave one of our companions behind." There was soft laughter. Was that Jacob? Leo found the hole in the fabric and turned in his direction. But if it had been him, he was too late. The boy's face was impassive. "Calm yourself, Your Highness," said Jacob's quiet voice, though Leo thought he could sense lingering amusement there. "We haven't forgotten anyone." Which suggested, "Oh dear, now you've gone and made me self-conscious, Jacob," Leo said. The boy craned his neck, confused. "It seems I was not meant to be your only guest of honour on this trip." To that, Jacob had no response. Leo chewed on that for the rest of the day, coming to the conclusion that this wasn't an average run-of-the-mill kidnapping and hostage exchange as he'd initially thought. It had not only been used as an opportunity to stage an assassination, but apparently Prince Leopold Valorian had not been the only person of value to be found at the breach fort. The question was, who was the second? Despite circumstances, Leo felt he had everything in hand, or he had, until they'd set out the morning of the 3rd day. Prior to that point, all was as it should have been. Kidnapping aside, he was using his charm and his wit to collect seeds of information, to spread rumours, true or false, and was generally doing the best he could with what he had. He was certain that any day now he'd get to the bottom of this plot, ideally before they reached the Iron Citadel. But then, after taking the coastal road ever since they'd left Southbridge, it seemed their party was poised to diverge. They had passed various crossroads and offshoots throughout the journey, but had always stayed the course. Until now. "Doesn't the coastal road lead to the Iron Citadel?" he'd asked, looking right, while the riders in front of him steered their horses left. Ivan turned his way. I know, the bag." Leo put it on but still waited with hope that his question might be answered. "It does," replied Jacob. Good, reliable Jacob. Except they were turning left, west, away from the coastal road. The realization hit Leo like an arrow from someone who was supposed to be on his side. They weren't going to the Iron Citadel. And if they weren't going to the Iron Citadel, maybe everything he thought he knew, everything he was certain he discovered, maybe he wasn't as smart as he'd thought. Above, rain clouds rumbled, dark and ominous. A storm, which they were riding directly into. And if his bearings were correct, he was headed for more trouble than his mouth could talk him out of. But he would damn well try all the same. Chapter 24. Wren was accustomed to the dark. Death was her trade, and ghosts were her bread and butter. She thought she had known what it felt like to blink into the shadows, to gasp for breath, to not know what horror might lurk around the next corner. She thought she knew fear. But this was beyond anything she had ever felt before. Falling endlessly into the unknown. Julian's terrified face receding from view and the nothing below rushing up to meet her. Green mist whipped past, tugging at her clothes and hair. Were they ghosts? Was she already dead? The sudden impact robbed the breath from her lungs and hit her body like a brick wall. But it wasn't a wall at all, or anything solid. Wren attempted to suck in a breath and took in a mouthful of water instead. The delayed sensation of plunging into wetness hit her, and she flailed, completely disoriented. The undead had fallen down here. They could be anywhere below, sinking in the deep, unable to swim or leave their watery graves. She kicked, sending her to the surface, and her head shot out into open air. Coughing and spluttering, she struggled to properly draw breaths. Her entire body ached, her legs kicking and hands working on instinct alone. She started to sink again, the water too deep to stand, and panic seized her. The shore. She needed to find the shore. The straps from her satchel dug into her shoulders, the weight of her supplies dragging her down. After a moment's struggle, she managed to remove one strap, then the other. That weight gone, her chin cleared the water again, but she had no idea which direction to swim or where the shoreline was. Miraculously, she still held her bone sword. She cocked her arm back and tossed it as far as she could. It clattered against something, either a rock in the middle of this body of water or, if she was lucky, the shoreline. But it didn't matter. Focusing with all her might, Wren reached for the sword and pulled. She was more likely to drag it to her than her to it, but all she needed was a sense of where it was, so it gave her a firm direction to swim. Energy failing fast, Wren pumped her legs and paddled, fighting to keep her head above water. The bone drew nearer and nearer in her mind's eye, and when her foot kicked out and met with solid ground, she wanted to weep with relief. She did cry, and laugh, and hiccup as she stumbled out of the water and threw herself onto the shore. Her breath came ragged, her lungs aching, but she was alive. Somehow, she was alive. Blinking into the darkness, she tried to discern her surroundings. She squinted up toward the bridge, but the eerie mist obscured her view. She hoped Julian made it safely across the rest of the way. Though it pained her to have lost a sword, she was relieved that he had some manner of proper protection. She supposed they'd be on their own from here on out. Maybe that was better. It saved her from having to ditch him or fight him later when it came to getting Leo to safety. They might have been working together, but they both wanted different things in the end. They were on opposite sides in more ways than one. Yes, this was definitely better. Wren was, however, a little worse for wear. She had lost her satchel of supplies, as well as her only remaining sword, had scraped her hands on the shoreline, and her head pounded from the initial impact. She was just picking gravel from her bleeding palms when she noticed the steam. Her entire body was releasing it, and her foggy brain remembered that the water she'd plunged into wasn't icy and frigid, as it should have been, but warm. Now, meeting with the cooler air, her damp clothes and skin were steaming. This must be a hot spring. They were all over the Dominions, but Wren had never been to one. She'd spent so much of her life focusing on her valkyr training, she'd never done a lot of things. It explained the mist, though it didn't explain the colour. The water, the rocky shoreline, everything was tinged with that same sickly green, very clearly ghostlight, though she couldn't detect a source. She'd also fallen through it without death rot, so it couldn't be made of undead spirits. Could it? Then again, this was the breach. Maybe some of the undead here were so old, so ancient, they were no harm to the living. Like those poor souls on that battlefield, or like the centre of the bonewood, which had had its own soft green haze. Leaning forward, she swirled a hand into the water, marvelling at the warmth it brought to her already cold fingers. If it had been a regular river or lake, even if Wren did manage to combat the lung-restricting cold and make it to the shoreline, she'd probably die here of hypothermia. As it was, she knew she needed to get out of her wet clothes, but she had nothing dry to wear, and she was tired. Keeping her feet partially submerged, Wren lay there for a while, catching her breath, a leaden exhaustion settling into her body. She couldn't sleep here like this, no matter how tempting, but her eyes drifted closed all the same. A shiver slipped over her. Everything was dark and wet and cold. Her eyes flew open, and a skull loomed before her. Her heart seized in her chest. It was a revenant, bent over her prone form, barely inches from her face. Wren gasped and scrambled back into the water with a splash. The undead, little more than a skeleton, stared with sightless eyes and smiled with a lipless mouth. Ghost light spilled between its ribs and seemed to wrap itself around its every bone, creating a glowing head-to-toe apparition. Her sword. Where was her sword? But the revenant didn't pursue her. That was when her senses caught up with her, and she remembered that she was in the water. It protected her. Her thundering pulse steadied somewhat, but it continued at an unnatural rhythm as the revenant remained there, barely 3 feet away, head tilted. Wren knew it was going to happen before it did. A premonition deep in her stomach. "Alive," it said. The voice was raspy like the others, and the way it echoed off the cavern walls sent chills across Wren's skin. "Shouldn't be here. Alive. So alive." Wren was fully shaking now. Even though the revenant wasn't threatening or ordering her to go, it sounded more like advice. or a warning. Another revenant lumbered toward them. This one was even more skeletal, its bones dark and thin and broken in places, but the ghost was solid and strong, keeping it all standing upright. "So alive," it said, repeating the last words of the other revenant. "For now." More undead sprang to life all around, winking into existence like fireflies, drawn to the presence of the living. They lined the shore in both directions, while behind her, ghost-light danced across the water, reflecting more undead spectres from across the spring. They were in various states of decay, the glow of their souls alternating from pure, brilliant light to flickering and dim. Would all of them speak, like some sort of haunted chorus? Or, Wren thought as she pushed herself to her feet and waded along the shore, would they follow? As long as she stayed in the water, she should be safe, she knew that. But it didn't stop her from splashing and stumbling through the knee-high current, going as deep as she could while still being able to move. She cast her senses in all directions, looking over her shoulder again and again, expecting one of them to lunge and drag her to the shore or pull her under. Thanks to their light, she could see that the soaring cliffs on either side were pocked with caves and crevices. If she could find one, if she could get herself inside and ride out the night. There was a soft, scraping sound behind her, then a splash. Wren spun around, only to find herself face to face with Julian. His gloved hands were raised, weaponless, and Wren's thoughts stuttered. In fact, her whole body started to shake and tremble, shock and cold and exhaustion seizing every limb. "What the fuck?" she said, legs giving out beneath her. Julian leapt forward to catch her. He was warm and drier than her, above the knees anyway, which were currently submerged. His upper body speckled with rain but otherwise untouched by the spring, until Wren dripped all over him. He didn't seem to mind. Remembering that the undead were ranged all around, she threw a wary look over her shoulder. "They didn't follow," Julian said softly, gaze roving the shoreline. "They can't." He said the words as if he needed to hear them himself, as if he needed the reminder. There were so many now, lining both sides of the hot spring, like 100 flickering candles. But you did. Wren didn't mean to sound accusatory, but it seemed every conversation between them brought out that challenging tone in her. Yes. You didn't fall. It was a statement, not a question. She pulled back to give him a proper once-over. His hair was still perfectly combed back from his forehead, and as she'd already noted, his armour and clothes were mostly dry. "No," Julian said. "I swung myself across as fast as I dared and found an old mining shaft. It got me down here in a hurry." Laughter bubbled out of Wren's throat as she imagined the state of the mining shaft and the dark, sightless descent he must have taken. "I bet it did." Rather than coaxing a smile out of him, as she'd hoped, Wren's words caused Julian's expression to become troubled. Was she talking nonsense? She didn't think so. Then again, he didn't know her that well. Wren often talked nonsense. Another shiver racked her body, and her teeth chattered. "Did you hit your head?" he asked, reaching a tentative hand to her temple. Wren closed her eyes, and when she opened them, there was blood glistening on his gloved fingertips. It brought her back to the last time she had fallen, in the crevasse near the wall. He had accused her of thinking herself perfect, then presented the blood as proof that was untrue. Why did she think of the memory with fondness? She had followed him that time, but it had not been on purpose. But here, now, he had come back for her. Chosen to, when he could have kept walking. Why? "Come on," he murmured, slipping an arm around her shoulders, the other drawing her bone sword from his belt and holding it out before them. Wren recalled she had yet to recover her own and tried to look back for it, but Julian urged her forward. The farther they moved through the water, the more the world around them began to change. The spring narrowed, bringing the shore nearer on both sides, but it was no longer rocky beaches backed by soaring cliffs. There were buildings, or the wreckage of them, anyway, and other signs of civilization, like crumbling staircases and broken pieces of pottery. The structures rose from the spring on high foundations, as if designed around the flow of the water, though some were almost entirely submerged, suggesting the water levels had changed over time. These weren't Dominion ruins, towns that had succumbed to the breach. No, these were much, much older. Their style like nothing Wren had ever seen before, and she knew immediately what they must be. Ghostsmith ruins. This was the lost necropolis, the source of all the revenants roaming their lands, the source of the deep-rooted magic that reanimated them. Magic that apparently continued to spill forth to this day, reanimating fresh corpses and potentially giving them the new abilities Wren had witnessed, like speech. Potentially giving Locke new abilities. To actually lay eyes upon the city, to see it before her, Wren was overwhelmed and confused. She recalled the view from the watchtower when Julian had pointed out the mines. The Oriton mine had looked so close to the breach, it had seemed obvious that mining there had caused the problem, but now, from within the breach itself, she could see no evidence of it. She looked back the way they had come. You said you came down here through the mine. Not exactly. Orton is on the eastern side of the breach, and since it was supposed to have caused all this, I assumed there'd be a way down and through. There was. But it was a path that splintered off the main shaft, heading in this direction. It was narrow and steep, meandering almost. He trailed off, frowned. It looked stonesmith made, like most mining shafts, but this definitely wasn't for mining. It was like someone was trying to find a way here. To this. You think someone was looking for this lost city? That they meant to disturb all these undead and cause the breach? I don't know. Surely whoever did died with everyone else, so what would be the point? Still, he looked troubled. Wren couldn't blame him. It was shocking to consider that the breach hadn't been an accident, that it might not have been from overmining at all, that it might have happened on purpose. But who would do that? And why? As they continued toward the ruined buildings, the undead that clustered around its edges petered off, unable to cross the water. Despite this, the ever-present mist lingered. Some of it was green, or tinged that colour when the undead were around, but most of it was not. Without them, it was as pale as moonlight, growing brighter the closer they got to the ruins. Was it? Could it be magic? Visible when they were so deep underground and close to the source? She thought of Odil's words, but nothing about it seemed evil or sinister. Wren passed a hand through it, but felt no different. Julian released her to approach a mostly intact structure. It was made of native stone, like all the others, seemingly carved directly from the ground. This wasn't stonesmith work, however. It had undoubtedly been chiselled and carved by hand. Undead hands? That's what the ironsmith historians had believed, according to Julian. She examined the soaring buildings and darkened tunnels, disappearing in all directions like an ant colony. She tried to imagine revenant builders, revenant servants and guards. She'd always been taught that the undead didn't create. They didn't use weapons or instruments or tools. But maybe they could, if someone ordered them to. Before coming to the haunted territory, she'd never have thought such a thing was possible. But after the past few days, it seemed not only possible, but entirely likely. Julian glanced over his shoulder, waiting for her to give him the go-ahead. Despite her mind being a bit foggy, her senses felt sharp. "It's clear," she told him, and he nodded, accepting her words as he ducked beneath the low doorway. The entrance was deeply submerged, causing the water to rise to Julian's chest as he passed through. He lifted his satchel to keep it dry, and Wren thought longingly of her own, somewhere deep in the spring. She followed, finding that only half the room beyond was filled with water. There was a second-floor garret open to them and high enough to be untouched by the spring, with a set of steps emerging from the water, giving them fairly easy access. The walls were solid, the roof intact, and with water lapping on all sides, they'd be safe from the undead. Julian mounted the stairs, then turned to help Wren. Her shaky legs were evident again as she climbed from the water, but she forced them to cooperate. She would be damned if he had to carry her. Once she reached the top, Wren slumped against the wall, her head pounding again and making it hard to keep her balance. Julian, meanwhile, was digging around inside his satchel. He withdrew some of the dry firewood they'd been carrying, as well as the flint. It was so damp in here, even above the touch of the water, that Wren worried it was a lost cause. But the sounds of him stacking the wood, muttering to himself, and striking the flint were almost as soothing as the flames would be. "Wren," Julian said sharply, drawing her back to herself. Her eyes were closed, though she didn't remember shutting them. "Stay awake, okay? Can you stay awake a little longer?" She nodded, lifting her head and straightening her posture. The scent of smoke reached her, and she looked to see a fledgling fire started in the corner, bits of broken stones ranged in a makeshift pit. There was a small window set high in the wall above, providing ventilation. "We'll need more before the night is through," he murmured mostly to himself, before shifting and adjusting the logs. He reached with his gloved hands, apparently unconcerned about the heat. That was one benefit to the fact that he never seemed to take them off, though Wren was dying to know the real reason. "Not sure we'll find any down here," Wren said, struggling to get the words out through her chattering teeth. Maybe she should get back into the water, which was warm, even if it was wet. "Come here," he said, reaching for her hand. "Closer to the fire. It'll help warm you up." He turned to stare at the struggling flames. "Eventually." Wren released his hand in favor of crawling rather than attempting to stand again. But when she reached the edge of the fire, the cold stayed with her. It was her clothes. She needed to get them off. Deciding there was nothing else for it, Wren stood. Julian, who had been poking at the flames, watched her warily, perhaps afraid she might keel over. She fumbled with her belt, then her bandolier, and the straps for her back sheaths. She dropped the items carelessly, but Julian stooped to gather them one by one and place them by his pack. Wren felt strangely exposed as her armor gave way, her last protections. Against the undead, of course, but also against him. She was a bonesmith, he an ironsmith. It was how they related to and understood each other. Without their separate identities between them, they were just two people, alone, in the dark. Julian took his time stacking her armor, as if delaying on purpose, or giving Wren time. She looked at her drenched clothes, heavy with water and clinging to her skin. Her muscles like jelly. Defeat slumped her shoulders. "I can help, if you want." Julian said stiffly, standing before her. I'll close my eyes. Wren rolled hers. That won't make you much use to me, she said, clenching her muscles against the trembling. Can you just hurry up, please? He nodded, closing the distance between them. He undid the buttons on her jacket, peeling it down her arms and tossing it to the ground. While he'd treated her weapons and armour with the utmost care, it was clear he was going for speed now, determined to get this task done as quickly as possible. In another time, with another kind of boy, Wren might have thought he was in a rush to see her naked, fumbling with clumsy hands out of eagerness. But with Julian, she suspected the opposite was true, that he dreaded every moment of this. He pushed on out of necessity, for Wren's sake, and to complete the task at hand, not out of any desire or lust. That was its own kind of disappointment, though it made things easier. The entire thing became clinical and detached as he peeled back layer after layer. When his gloved knuckles skimmed across her bare chest as he undid the shirt buttons, Wren settled a hand on his wrist. He froze, and his gaze, until then focused intently on his hands and his hands alone, rose hesitantly to meet hers. His face was inches away, his usually smoothed back hair coming undone, a single forelock dangling across his brow. She met his eyes and nodded. He understood. He withdrew with almost comical speed, though Wren didn't feel much like laughing. She pulled off her shirt and tugged down her pants, all while Julian's back faced her. He was bent over, messing with the fire again. Surely he was doing more harm than good at this point. And he stayed that way until the sound of Wren's sodden pants slapping onto the ground announced that she was fully naked. He straightened, turning his head a fraction of an inch. Finished, Wren said, stepping toward him, barefoot after kicking off her boots, and putting a hand on his shoulder. As usual, he tensed under her touch. Here, he said, barely above a whisper, and without turning around, he held up one of the blankets from his pack, rough but dry and large enough to wrap her from head to toe. She flung it around her shoulders and relished the wave of warmth that enveloped her. She just stood there, swaying on her feet, her eyes drifting closed again. Can you eat? Julian said, his voice very far away. We have... Wren? She jolted awake to find him watching her with an expression she would have described as fond if it weren't on him. As it was, she thought maybe he was amused at her falling asleep standing, like a horse. She decided to blow out her lips in imitation of one, and it seemed to alarm him more than her giddy laughter had out in the cavern. He pulled a scrap of cloth from somewhere and dabbed at the spot near her temple where he'd found blood before. Not too deep, he muttered. Come, sit. Here, on this other blanket, so I can see to it. Wren obeyed, sitting patiently as he dipped the rag in the spring water and proceeded to clean the cut. It was unnerving to have Julian's complete and total focus. His face was so close, his eyes so bright and intent, that it made her stomach clench. It seemed the cut had stopped bleeding, and once he dabbed away the worst of it, he left the wound uncovered. They talk to me, you know, she said. He met her gaze, brow furrowed in confusion. The revenants, they talk to me. They've been talking to me, ever since we got here. He turned away, squeezing out the blood-soaked rag. I didn't know that was possible. Neither did I, she admitted. It made her think uneasily of the battlefield, of the graven heir story Julian had told her. Nothing made sense anymore, and it seemed the rules no longer applied to Bonesmiths or to the undead. Or maybe Wren wasn't as well informed as she'd always believed. There was magic here, more magic than in the world above. It made things that shouldn't be possible, possible. She thought she'd been sitting, but the next thing she knew, she was on her side, face pressed into the cold stone floor of the cave, and Julian was shaking her gently. She attempted to lurch upright, forgetting for a moment where she was, her brain scrambling through the bridge, the fall, the revenants, but Julian pushed her back down. "Easy," he said. "You're safe." Wren blinked at him for several frantic moments, then nodded. Strange to think that being alone with him, an ironsmith, in the breach was as safe as Wren had been in days. But it was true. The fire was crackling merrily now, bathing the room in a warm, welcoming glow. Her clothes were laid out, her boots propped up next to the flames, drying under its steady heat. Julian's armour was also removed and leaning against the wall. "I just wanted to make sure you were okay," he explained, pointing at her head, and she realised that he feared she was badly concussed. That, if she slept too long, she might never wake up. Wren really looked at him then, and saw that despite removing his iron plate, he still wore his damp clothes and had been sitting on the ground. Wren had stolen all their blankets, at least those that weren't currently sitting soggy and submerged at the bottom of the spring. His boots were off, though, piled next to hers, and Wren caught a glimpse of his bare feet. They were pale, well-formed, ordinary. But the sight of them sent an illicit thrill down her spine, especially extended as they were toward the fire, his posture more casual than usual. Maybe it was the lowering of his guard she found so appealing, but whatever it was, she wanted more of it. She carefully stood, waving away Julian's offer of help, then gathered the blanket from beneath her and held it out. "It's a little wet, but drier than what you're wearing," she said. "I'm fine," he insisted, and Wren glared at him. "Humour me," she said, tossing the blanket at him. He caught it, then after a pointed look, wrapped it around himself, even his feet. Satisfied, Wren settled down next to him again. A log cracked in the fire some time later, and she blinked awake. She was close to the warmth of the flames, and Julian was beside her, wrapped tightly in his blanket. Across the floor, his jacket was lying out to dry, along with his pants. She smirked at him, then closed her eyes once more. Chapter 25. Julian stared at Wren. He had been doing that a lot. She was something to look at, in his defence. More so when she was awake, of course. Those eyes, that armour. After spending his entire life hating Bonesmiths, it was utterly surreal to walk around with one, to fight alongside one, to laugh with one even. And just when he thought he'd had her figured out, she had shown a level of kindness on that battlefield he hadn't believed her capable of. Finding a way to honour the fallen when he could not, when all he could do was stumble around, searching and terrified to find what he was looking for. But she had taken control and taken his hand, and everything had been a little easier. Placing that marker and walking away had been a soul-deep relief, though his search remained incomplete. Maybe he would never know, like Wren had said. Maybe the question of what had happened to his father would haunt him, literally, forever. Wren shifted in her sleep, drawing his attention without his consent, like a moth pulled inescapably to a flame. He wouldn't soon forget the look on her face as she'd fallen from that bridge. expression entirely devoid of its usual brazen sarcasm and arrogance. Her fear had been plain, her defences stripped away, but somehow it was Julian who felt raw. Even now, knowing she was safe, seeing the proof of it before his eyes, was not enough to banish the feeling. There had been no question of going on without her, no question of leaving her behind. He knew, distantly, that there should have been. Maybe if he'd given himself a second to think, he'd have reconsidered chasing after her, or realised what he was risking by doing so. But all he'd been able to focus on was that look on her face, and the way he'd feel every day for the rest of his life if he didn't at least try. How he'd always wonder, how she'd become one more search he couldn't complete. How she might die with his name on her lips, thinking that he had done it on purpose, that he had killed her. Or worse, that she'd survive and carry that conviction with her, seeing him as a coward and would-be murderer. Of course, what she thought of him shouldn't matter. But it did. Wren was everything that was wrong with his world, but she was also the only thing that was right, the only thing that made sense. Which was why it was so dangerous. He had to stop staring at her, stop thinking about her. He couldn't afford to get caught up, to weaken himself with feelings he couldn't control, with a wanting he couldn't shake, with a trust that might be misplaced. He pressed a hand against his chest where Captain Royce's arrow had landed. His iron had protected his body, but his mind... It was a betrayal he still couldn't wrap his brain around. The lines that had defined his life were now irrevocably blurred. The border wall demarcated more than just the barrier between his home and the rest of the dominions. It separated friend from foe, or so he'd thought. Now his supposed enemy was his only friend, and his supposed friends were the ones who had tried to kill him. Wren rolled over, her spill of pale hair gleaming in the flickering firelight. The flames added warmth to her otherwise ghostly complexion, turning her ivory skin flush, her icy hair warm and golden. With her eye black mostly gone, thanks to the spring, it all served to make her look more human, more normal. Strange, then, that he found it so off-putting, that it unsettled him worse than her bone armour and colourless eyes ever had. He'd actually come to find those attributes a welcome sight, a comforting one. He wanted her fierceness, not this softness on display right now, but he kept staring all the same. It was either that, or let his mind wander in less pleasant directions. He rubbed at his chest again. The soreness had receded to a dull ache, but he couldn't allow himself to forget. He pressed harder, awakening the nerves and causing pain to radiate outward. It was sobering. And after that wave of clarity came the question, the one he hadn't been able to answer. Why? Everything he'd said to Wren could easily be true. Jealousy was common where Julian was concerned. He was one of only a few remaining ironsmiths alive, powerful and important. To someone ambitious and wanting to climb the ranks like Captain Royce, Julian could definitely be seen as in the way. The kidnapping mission itself was a perfect example. Julian was sent to ensure things went smoothly, undercutting the man's competence and insinuating he needed the help. So yes, it made sense that Captain Royce might seize the opportunity to get rid of Julian. And yet it felt a bit too simple, a bit too neat. But the alternative? Impossible. Julian wasn't in the Regent's way. He'd done everything the man had asked him to do, everything all his life. Things he hated. things he regretted every waking moment. He fidgeted with his glove, his skin damp and clammy underneath, but he refused to remove it, despite Wren being asleep. It was an unwelcome sight, even to his own eyes. At least she had touched his good hand, his right hand, on that battlefield. Otherwise he'd have pulled away and ruined the moment. He sighed, securing his glove and dropping his hand. No, it couldn't be the Regent. Because if it were, the threads that held Julian's life together would start to come undone, and he was already wound too tight. One loose strand, and everything would fall apart. So he did what he had always done. He straightened his spine and tightened his resolve. He found his strength. But then he looked at Wren, and suddenly he didn't want to be strong. He wanted to surrender, to let go, to unravel, even just for a moment, which was exactly why he couldn't. Chapter 26. When Wren awoke again, the fire was sputtering and tendrils of misty moisture filled the small space. A chill slipped in with it, making her shiver. Julian loomed before her, fully dressed once more. "I'm going to look for more firewood." "Where?" she rasped as she sat up. She felt like death, though her headache had receded to a distant, dull pain, and she no longer felt woozy. He hesitated. "I saw some old driftwood on our way here. I could easily break it down and—" "You're not going that far without me." "Wren, you're wounded." "Excuse me, but you took an arrow to the chest and were up and moving again hours later. We can't afford to waste any time." "Actually, we can. It's raining pretty heavily out there." She sat up, adjusting her blanket before picking her way to the edge of the water. She crouched, peering out the door, where a relentless downpour turned the world beyond into a curtain of silver. "It's been going all night," Julian said, watching her. "A lucky break." "How so?" Wren asked. As far as she could tell, it meant a miserable day of travel. "They won't ride in this," he said, and she knew he meant the kidnappers who had Leo. "They can't risk any harm coming to their prize, and the roads are less than ideal in good weather, never mind torrential rain. Plus, there'll be flooding." "So we're stuck here?" Julian shrugged. "Could be worse. That water is warm, and it protects us from the revenants. We also have shelter from the rain. Besides, you need to rest." "I'm fine." "Humour me," he said dryly. Wren's eyes narrowed. Smiling, he turned to go. "Okay," she said, halting him before he could walk past her. "We rest here for another day, but I'm coming with you now. We'll need more wood than you can carry on your own, plus I left my sword and my satchel out there." He opened his mouth to argue, but seeing her stubborn expression, he faltered, sighed. "Fine. Let's go." Another good thing about the rain was that the undead apparently did not care for it. Either that, or it obscured their senses, because Wren and Julian walked through the shallow waters in near darkness, their passing unmarked by the sight of glowing revenants. However, the cover was so good, the downpour so relentless, that it became clear fairly quickly that their own senses were equally obscured. They tried, but couldn't seem to find their way back to the mining shaft passage, or the place Wren fell from the bridge. She reached with her magic, but couldn't feel her sword at all, and they were soon forced to give up. They did find the driftwood, though, a definite necessity given how soaked they had gotten in the pursuit, and luckily it had stayed mostly dry thanks to the rock outcrop above it. Keeping it dry would be the real challenge, but they found some partially sunken canoes tethered along the shore near a cluster of buildings, one of them undamaged. The boat looked too new to be from the same era as the Ghostsmiths, and Wren wondered if other people had come and gone in recent years. The craftsmanship was crude, which either meant it was constructed in haste or by people lacking skill. Julian ran a hand along the side of the boat, his expression dark. "I wonder, who made them?" Wren asked, and he nodded. "Do you think—" she began, but cut herself off. "What?" She swallowed. "They're capable of following orders, at least according to what they said to me, the undead. And your anvils seem to think revenants built this city. Making boats isn't too far a stretch." "Yes, but they built this city centuries ago on Ghostsmith orders. These boats can't be more than a few years old." "Which means they've gotten new orders recently." Julian tossed his head in a half shake, like he wanted to argue but didn't. Maybe he just didn't want it to be true, despite the evidence. There was more going on in the haunted territory than either of them knew. But with a kidnapped prince and an assassination plot, they had enough to be worrying about already. They bailed out what water they could, then loaded the boat with the driftwood before covering it with one of the blankets they'd brought with them and pulling it back to their temporary camp. The pair of them were drenched by the time they returned, and while they had managed to keep the wood drier than themselves, it would take a while to get the damp kindling to burn. "Maybe we should have stayed dry and cold instead of wet and cold," Wren mused as they attempted to rebuild their fire. Julian gave her a flat look, as if to suggest her comments were not helpful, which she supposed they weren't, and returned his attention to the flickering flames. He had already removed his armour and jacket, but even his undershirt was soaked through and clinging to his back. They were both filthy, their hands covered in mud and muck, and while most of Wren's eye black had been washed away in the spring, she still had old blood in her hair. The fire caught, and though the damp wood smoked, the old embers smouldered hotly, and Wren knew the rest would burn. Julian sat back on his heels, pleased, and looked at her. "Why did you come back?" she asked abruptly. "That fall, those revenants, I was a goner." "But you weren't, were you?" She looked at him, brows raised, and he turned away. "I had to know." She thought of his father, of the hundreds of other people he might have known and loved and lost to the breach, never completely dead, never fully at peace. If he had found her dead body, what would he have done? "It was an accident," he said, and Wren frowned in confusion. "The whip." His expression was strained, and she realised he'd been dying to say this, probably since the moment he'd found her. "I know," she said, somewhat incredulously, though she supposed if something similar had happened at the start of their journey, she might have wondered. The fact was, the idea had never crossed her mind. Whatever she might think about the House of Iron and their plans east of the Wall, she didn't believe Julian capable of looking her straight in the eye and dropping her deliberately to her death. But his words caused something heavy to settle in Wren's chest. "Is that why you're here? To prove you didn't try to kill me? To clear the air?" "No," he said, carefully not meeting her eye. "Not entirely." "Then why?" Wren wasn't certain what she was hoping for, But as the seconds passed without a response, she decided she didn't want whatever evasion he was contriving. "I'm going to clean up," she announced, standing, "and I need to dry my clothes again." Understanding dawned, and Julian glanced down at himself, at his sodden clothes and grimy gloves. There was a smear of dirt on his face that Wren had been staring at since they'd returned, the filth marring his otherwise perfect pale skin. "I'll take my time so you can clean up too, if you want." Wren didn't know why she offered him that kindness, not when he was currently annoying her for reasons she couldn't explain. But while his reaction, or lack thereof, to her nakedness was one thing, his reaction to his own was something else. He never removed his gloves or his shirt, not even when threatened with death rot, so there was something going on, though she couldn't imagine what it was. Wren had plastered herself against him on several occasions now, and he definitely had no cause for concern regarding his physique. Whatever his issues, he wasn't adverse to bathing, so Wren would give him the privacy he needed. "Right," he said, standing too. Then Wren started undoing her shirt and he turned away. "Right." She tugged down her pants and kicked off her boots, willing him to look at her like he had the night before when he'd turned all his attention and focus on cleaning her wound. But he didn't. She struggled less with the heavy, wet fabric than before, and did her best to lay them out rather than leave them in a sodden heap. All the while, Julian stared fixedly at the far wall, as distant and untouchable as ever. Wren waded into the water, walking down the slippery steps until she was covered to her chest. She turned, but Julian hadn't moved. Disappointed, she was about to fully submerge herself when he spoke. "I need you." Wren startled at the words, unable to help a suspicious furrow of her brow. He watched her from the corner of his eye. Seeing that she was covered by the water, he fully faced her. "You have my sword, and you've faced more revenants than any Bonesmith born in the last 2 decades, Wren argued. "You don't need me." He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at her, really looked at her, like he had the night before, staring first at her eyes and her lips, and then lower down into the water. The spring was milky and translucent, thanks to the rich mineral content and the darkness which meant he couldn't see much. But he was looking. His eyes were hooded, irises as black as his pupils, the expression in them making her stomach tighten. "Want, then," he said, softly. Wren's lips parted, but she had no response. He walked toward her, gaze never wavering. When his boots reached the edge, he crouched, his gloved hand planting between them for balance. He took a breath. "I don't want to finish this crossing without you," he continued, voice low. You and I, we're good together." Wren swallowed. He was saying things Wren never expected anyone to say to her, to be honest, and least of all him. It seemed to be costing him something to say it, and as much as Wren wanted to gloat or throw it in his face to embarrass him, what she really wanted was for it to be true. She had never been chosen before, and certainly not by someone who had seen all her faults and shortcomings firsthand. Leo had pegged her as a good time, which she absolutely was, and had wanted to associate with her based on that factor alone. In truth, she and Leo were similar, like reflections of each other. But Julian, He and Wren were more like opposites. She was rash and bold, where he was thoughtful and strategic. She liked to laugh, to find the humour in situations, no matter how dark. He took things seriously, treating even those who meant him harm with respect. They didn't reflect one another, but rather seemed to round each other out, like puzzle pieces fitting together. Julian's expression was shuttering, his emotions closing off, and Wren realised she had yet to respond. He had bared something to her, bared himself and his desires, and she had not reciprocated. She was naked, but it was not the same thing. He was so close, she could see the way his pulse jumped in his throat, and she would bet Ghostbane twice over that he was desperate to unsay his words, to take it all back. It's what she would have wanted to do. But he didn't. He stood by them, even if it was killing him to do so. "Can you swim?" she whispered. "What?" he asked, taken aback. "Yes." Before she could think better of it, she took hold of his wrist and pulled. His eyes bugged out before he came diving head first into the water. Wren shoved herself backward, waiting until he emerged, shocked and spluttering. He tossed his head to get his hair out of his eyes, turning in place until he located her. The surprise on his face shifted, not into anger, but into something fierce and competitive. He lunged for her, and Wren cried out, kicking off the side to push herself out of reach and diving under. She made for the open door, swimming out into the wider spring. She came up for air, Julian surfacing behind her a second later. The rain was still coming down in sheets, trickling off the rocks above and dousing them like they were under a waterfall. He shook away his hair again and pushed forward to cut off her retreat. Wren shrieked, spinning around, but she was trapped against the rocky shore. He approached slowly now, knowing he had her, smiling triumphantly. The sight of it made her already tight stomach constrict even further. "You're going to pay for that," he said, planting his hands on either side of her, caging her in. It was hard to swim without kicking him, and Wren struggled with warring emotions. She wanted to fight, to laugh, to demand that he make her in one breath, then beg him if he didn't in the next. They were close now. So close, and the intense, mischievous glint in Julian's eye turned wary, uncertain. "I don't want to finish this without you either," Wren said quietly, feeling like she was flayed open. His expression softened at her words, and his attention fell to Wren's mouth again. His gaze was heated, intense, and then he reached out with a tentative hand. His thumb landed on the edge of her bottom lip, dragging against the skin. Did some of the eye black remain, or had he wanted to touch her skin, bared to him at last? She wondered if she looked more appealing to him this way, without the obvious markings of a Bonesmith, or less. Was the draw between them the thrill of the enemy, of the unknown? Or was it something else? Something more? In response to his touch, Wren's tongue shot out, following the path his thumb had traced. He watched it, his expression hungry, and she couldn't hold back any longer. She pushed off the rock behind her, crashing into him, legs wrapping around his middle, and fingers raking through his hair. Her lips met his, soft and smooth and the tiniest bit salty with spring water. Though she had made the first move, he met her with enthusiasm, and when their mouths opened, it was his tongue sliding into her mouth, deepening the kiss. Warmth suffused her skin, spreading from the point of contact making her face flush. His hands splayed on her back, unmoving at first, then with a soft growl, sliding lower. He clutched her, dragged her against him, resisting the ebb and flow of the water and creating a rhythm entirely their own. Wren's lips burned, glittering heat sweeping her body, and his mouth. Wren wanted to devour him. She dove into the kiss, biting and teasing and drawing him closer, closer, closer. Though she had wanted to touch Julian's hair ever since she'd first met him, to thoroughly mess it up, which she did, her hands began to stray. Down his neck and across his shoulders, his heart thudding beneath her fingertips as she slid her palms against his chest. She was careful to avoid the place where the arrow had almost killed him, assuming there was a painful bruise, and instead trailed her fingers down his arms. Through the dampened fabric of his shirt, she felt a raised ridge, like a scar. Julian jerked away from her, removing his hands from her body and using them to push against the rocky shore, putting space between them. His pupils were blown wide, his hair standing on end, his chest rising and falling rapidly. I'm sorry, Wren managed, though her brain was foggy and she couldn't quite put her finger on what she was apologizing for. Everything, most likely. She was usually at fault when things went awry. No, He looked away, throat working as he swallowed. The rain was still falling, though it was more of a mist now, collecting in droplets on his skin and sticking his eyelashes together. This was a bad idea. Wren nodded. Though it seemed she'd been naked more often than not in the past 12 hours, she felt exposed for the first time. Vulnerable. Rejected. She allowed herself to sink into the warmth of the spring, submerging her chin and letting the water lap against her lips as she spoke. I'm going to stay out here a little longer. Julian stared at her mouth again, then nodded before turning and swimming back, through the doorway and out of sight. Chapter 27. Wren floated there for a while, mind oddly blank in the swirling steam. The rain had finally let up, allowing her to better see her surroundings. Maybe she should go looking for her sword and satchel again. Her eyes had adjusted to the strange, hazy light of the breach, and besides, Julian clearly wouldn't object to being alone for a while. This was a bad idea. Dipping low again and blowing some exasperated bubbles, Wren glanced at the door where the warm glow of the fire was visible through the darkened frame. Yes, she would go searching, but she should probably get dressed first. She was about to dive under when another flash of light caught her eye. Not a warm glow, but a cool, green shimmer. Ghost light. Now that the rain was little more than a drizzle, Wren suspected more undead would make an appearance on the banks of the spring. Likely they'd just retreated into the caves or some of the ruined structures that remained untouched by the water. Squinting, Wren saw that indeed the undead that had drawn her attention was emerging from a massive arched doorway across the spring, deeper into the ruins than she and Julian had dared to venture. But strangely, the glow seemed to come from behind the revenant rather than the revenant itself. It was silhouetted against the light, and it looked full-bodied, almost alive, except for... What was that on its head? Was it a crown? Her mind jumped to the rumours of that corpse queen again. But then the figure shifted, and she realised it wasn't a crown. It was horns. Part of some helmet or headdress, maybe. More undead appeared, emerging from their hiding places and dotting the far shore, heading toward the horned figure. The longer Wren watched, the more certain she became that whatever it wasn't actually undead. The ghost light of the approaching revenants illuminated the figure, rather than emanated from it. She thought it might actually be a boy, something in its musculature, slim and lanky but not emaciated, not decomposing. The figure turned their head, and Wren saw vivid green eyes staring out from the darkened face. Ghost green eyes, visible even at this distance. Hadn't those revenants also mentioned a he? Because she wills it, and he commands it. Wren was desperate to see more, but she didn't dare swim closer. The breach was unnaturally silent save for the gentle pitter-patter of the rain and the soft, shuffling sound of the revenant corpses. She didn't want to disturb whatever was happening or draw attention to herself, naked and unarmed as she was. In fact, it was so quiet that when the boy spoke, Wren heard it as clearly as if she were 5 feet away, not 50. "Come," he said softly. His voice was scratchy, as if from the lack of use, and surprisingly deep. The undead stood before him, 5 in total, and he seemed to be surveying them closely. "You." He indicated the least decomposed of the figures, though Wren could see its ribs' powerful ghost light shining through. "With me. The rest of you, go." And they listened. "Go," they echoed, over and over as they wandered away. Then the boy and his chosen revenant turned and walked through the archway. "Julian!" Wren spluttered when she burst from the water inside their camp. He whirled at the sound of his name, but turned away at once when Wren began to climb from the water. Things were awkward between them. They had just kissed, and he had called it a bad idea, but frankly, Wren didn't have time for that. She found her abandoned blanket on the ground and snatched it up, using it as a towel and a buffer so Julian would face her again. "Get your gear on," she ordered, moving around the fire to gather her own clothes. They were dry-ish, which was the best she could do. "What? Why?" he asked, looking at her now that she was covered, though his expression was wary. His clothes, on the other hand, were still very wet and still on his body, though it was clear he'd been standing near the fire, so they didn't drip, at any rate. Not that it mattered. They'd be heading back into the water shortly. "I saw something," she said, pausing. She'd been tugging on her pants, or trying to, anyway, with the blanket about her shoulders and the fabric sticking to her damp skin. "You'll have to do better than that." When Wren failed to elaborate as she struggled to get dressed, he rolled his eyes and approached. "Here, let me," he said, prying Wren's fingers from the edges of the blanket. Surprised into obedience, she released her grip. He spread the fabric wide, holding it away from his body and turning his head, creating a small changing screen for her to hide behind. She was oddly touched by the gesture, though it was more for his benefit than hers. She'd gladly have dressed right in front of him, but at least this helped to move things along. "I think we should talk," he began, his tone apologetic, and Wren knew he was going to discuss the kiss, to tell her why it was a bad idea, as if she didn't already know, and say a bunch of other boring, responsible, placating shit that she did not want to hear. "There's something else down here," she cut in, finishing with her pants and adjusting her shirt. "Someone alive. I think he was a ghostsmith." He reared back. throwing a startled look in her direction before he remembered that he wasn't supposed to be looking and turned away again. She was mostly covered anyway, except for the open buttons on her shirt, so she tugged the blanket down and turned her back to him to fasten them. "What makes you say that?" "He had eyes, the colour of a ghost for a start," she said. "Plus, he was talking to them, the undead. There were 5 of them, and they didn't attack him. He actually called them to his side, and when he spoke, they listened." "Wren," Julian said uneasily. "I'm not sure—" "Come on!" Wren said forcefully, pulling on her boots and coming to stand before him. "This could be where those corpse queen rumours came from. These revenants have been acting strange ever since we arrived, moving in packs, working together, guarding. And they talk to you too." Wren's gaze darted away. Yes, that was definitely a large part of her curiosity, but it went beyond that. "I know you think I just go blundering into things, but if there are people here, inside the breach, controlling the undead, it's relevant to everyone, no matter what side of the wall you live on." And maybe they could find something to explain what Locke had done, what Wren was doing. "Please," she whispered. He lifted his chin, considering. "Okay." They took the boat. They had only 1 oar, so Julian used it to paddle them deeper into the ruins, while Wren remained on high alert. Her single-bone sword across her back, and the rest of the artillery she had left tucked in her belt and bandolier. She had taken a moment to hastily reapply her eye black, aware of Julian's attention on her. But it had felt empowering to rebuild that smallest of barriers between them. Her lips cold, dark, and untouched, her eyes shadowed and unreadable. As they moved through the cavern, she kept her senses stretched wide, and was certain the only undead nearby were those few that had rematerialized along the shore, and the solitary figure that had joined the boy inside the distant building. This was the breach, however, and she knew better than to assume. Dozens could be lurking just out of her range, so they had to be extremely cautious. They'd sneak into the building and peek around, but stealth and safety were their top priority, and the water gave them an easy escape route. What she'd seen, she couldn't just forget it. The boy must be a ghostsmith. There was no other explanation. But they had long since been considered extinct. All of them buried along with their undead city. Suddenly, the impossible was possible, all thanks apparently to the breach. She thought of her Uncle Locke, of the crushed bodies, of all the things she didn't understand. Beyond her curiosity, if Wren could return with Leo and information that could save the Dominions, she'd be even more valuable to her father and her family. But she needed something concrete, not snatches of words and wild claims that her father probably wouldn't believe. This boy could be useful to them. And if he didn't want to be useful, then he was an enemy they had to keep track of. Their boat bumped against the shore of the building Wren had seen, the structure bigger and more impressive than it had appeared at a distance, and more disturbing. It was little more than a facade, a portico, while the rest of the building went deep into the rock behind it, carved from the natural stone. The columns on either side of the arched entryway, easily twice Wren's height, if not more, were revealed to be carved figures with their hands raised, as if they held the roof upright. Only they weren't like the other sculptures Wren had seen in her lifetime, beautiful and idealized, with perfect musculature and faces frozen in eternal dignity. These were unmistakably meant to be undead. Their texture mottled and uneven, sculpted bones protruding from rotted flesh, and their faces fixed in expressions of pain and agony. There were other examples of similar embellishments, including a frieze atop the entryway, depicting ghost-like figures, their shapeless bodies writhing, and their mouths forever opened in silent screams. These were monuments, not to the undead, but to the ghostsmith power over them. Everywhere Wren looked, she saw ghosts and revenants in subservience. It made her stomach twist, especially because of the incongruous familiarity. The House of Bone aesthetic could certainly be considered gruesome. They had a forest made of bones, after all, and Marrow Hall had walls of skulls and catacombs stocked with skeletons. But while the House of Bone dealt with the dead, they did so from a place of mercy and reverence. Though valkyrs might fight ghosts, it was only so that a rapier could perform their sacred duty to save the dead from their fleshly prisons. Wren felt a stab of guilt at the idea of how much she had always enjoyed her work. But if the goal had been to dominate and control the poor souls, she was certain the task would have quickly lost its appeal. Yes, the House of Bone might be dark, but this House of Ghost was far more sinister. Exultant in its darkness and proud of its power. They bent the undead to their will, to serve their own ends. They commanded them, like the boy. Julian was crouched before some runes on the stairs, tracing his finger over the deep grooves. The writing didn't use any alphabet Wren knew, but as she stared, she was hit with a sudden jolt of recognition. Her hand flew to her pocket, to the ring. She withdrew it, and her heart stopped. Some of the glyphs matched, though the full message was different. Julian stared, making the connection as well. Shock rooted her to the spot. The ring was a ghostsmith ring, made of bone, engraved with ghostsmith writing, and somehow it had found its way to the bonewood. Recently, too, if it indeed belonged to the corpse Wren had discovered during her trial. Heart hammering, Wren stared fixedly at the open archway. There would be answers inside, she knew it. Green light spilled out, illuminating the swirling steam that clung to the ground in wisps, making it seem alive, reaching. She swung her bone sword through it, but of course it was not a ghost, and there was no reaction. "Now what?" Julian asked, getting to his feet. "We go in," Wren said with more confidence than she felt, but that she had learned was the way confidence worked. The door revealed nothing of what lay beyond. Sword raised, Wren led the way, blinking through the haze. Several steps into the building and the mist started to clear, revealing that she stood upon a gallery that wrapped around a long, cavernous space. A grand staircase descended from the point of entry down to the lower level, and the balcony, enclosed by simple columns, disappeared into the shadows on either side. While the upper level was dark, more light came from whatever lay below. She was about to descend the stairs when footsteps echoed up to her. She and Julian ducked to the side and crouched behind a column, seeking an angle to view what was happening on the lower level. The place appeared all but empty, but then the boy and the revenant appeared, making their slow way down the length of the room. In the middle of the space was a rectangular depression, a pit or pool from where the pale, misty light emanated. Liquid reflections danced across the floor and pillars, putting Wren in mind of the spring outside, though whatever was within the basin was oddly silent. No splashes or gurgles. No sound at all. Julian nudged her, pointing to something beside the pit. At first, she thought it was another person, but then she recognized the sheen of metal. It was a suit of armor, but an empty one resting upon a rack as if proudly displayed. It looked brand new, not broken or salvaged, pristine and well-made and patiently awaiting its wearer. As she watched, the boy and the revenant approached the suit. Wren's spine tingled with foreboding. She met Julian's eyes in the dark. Loud clanking echoed up to them as the boy struggled to remove the heavy pieces of gleaming iron. He didn't put them on himself, though. He put them on the revenant. Chapter 28. The boy ordered the revenant to be still, and it obeyed, just as before, standing unflinching as he carefully placed the armor on its corpse. Now it was no ordinary revenant. It was an iron revenant. Then the boy, the ghostsmith, for now there could be no doubt that was what he was touching the revenant with his bare hands, as if there were no threat of death rot, even though the revenant's ghost pulsed from within its body, weaving through muscle and bone and shining brightly out of sunken eyes. Despite looking brand new, the armor was old-fashioned in style, like the illustrations of the Iron Legion Wren had seen in history books, and quite different from what Julian wore. It was rigid and boxy, leaving no gaps or weak points, and once every piece was in place save for the helmet, the boy turned toward the recessed pit. There were steps leading inside, like a soaking pool in a bathhouse, meant to be traversed from one end to the other. He didn't walk into it, however. Instead, he crouched by the edge, reaching forward with his hands alone. There seemed to be some kind of resistance, an invisible barrier that slowed his movements. But eventually, he pierced the hidden veil, and his hands plunged into the pit. There was a sudden, blinding surge of molten white light. The boy flinched, but only to brace himself against the onslaught. The pool swirled and rippled, growing impossibly brighter as it illuminated the entire space. Wren saw a throne carved into the far wall, a high seat with two smaller ones on either side, plus other details like broken columns and scattered debris. There were deep cracks emanating from the pool, and they too began to fill with light, the entire thing pulsing like a heartbeat, the glow travelling from the source outward like veins. Soon, the stones that surrounded the pit also began to shine with some inner radiance, and beneath her feet, Wren felt a bone-deep vibration. The air itself was charged like a storm, and her hair started to stand on end. She looked to Julian, who clearly felt it too, and then placed her palm flat on the ground. Her skin tingled. Then a burst of magic shot up her arm. She took a breath, the power crackling in her lungs and surging through her body. Limitless power. Dark power. Fear quivered inside her. This, surely, was the magic that created the revenants in the first place. The reason the ghostsmiths had built their kingdom so deep. The power that may very well have destroyed the Ironsmith army, the Dominion army, and Lochgraven himself. The something evil Odile talked about. Had the ghostsmiths discovered this well of power, or had they built it themselves, somehow finding a way to trap the magic of the earth? It felt wrong to Wren. The idea of containing magic. No one person was meant to draw so much, but the ghostsmiths had created an entire society around doing so. As she tried to pull away, Wren noticed for the first time that the ground was shaking, the entire building groaning with tremors. Bits of rock fell from the ceiling, distant cracks and crumbles telling her other, larger items were being shaken free. Was this how their necropolis was buried in the first place? Not by some natural disaster, but by constantly pulling on this source of magic and drawing it up from the depths of the earth, destabilizing the world around them. It was no wonder the breach happened after this place was accidentally rediscovered. It was obviously unstable. Again, Wren tried to detach her hand, but she couldn't. Staring down in alarm, she saw tendrils of white light had seeped up from the stone and wrapped themselves around her wrist, steadily climbing. Seeing her struggle, Julian took hold of her arm and, with difficulty, pried it away from the ground, breaking the contact. The reaching strands of light evaporated, and Wren blinked, still feeling the effects, but she shook them off and returned her attention to the boy below. Like what had happened to Wren, but with far more potency, tendrils of light were crawling up his arms, swirling over his skin, then sinking deeper. He glowed, the light coming from his very bones, each standing out in stark clarity as the magic filled him from within. His skeleton must be holding the power his body drank in, acting as storage containers, as reserves. And after each bone had taken its fill, the magic spilled over, flooding the next and the next. His face was frozen in something like pain, jaw clenched and muscles straining. The light reached his skull, but it didn't stop there. The magic kept going, travelling from the tip of his head and into the horns, illuminating what appeared to be a partial ram's skull worn over the top of his face. It must aid him somehow, enhancing his magic or his ability to store it. The light pooled there, around the horns, as well as in his right hand. There was a final burst of light before he withdrew and staggered away. He breathed deeply, and the magic glittered and swirled within him, becoming even brighter, while the pool softened and settled, the glowing cracks and stones surrounding it dimming. The building grew darker, and the tremors ceased, the boy's illuminated skeleton and glowing flesh standing out all the more as he turned back to the suited revenant. All that remained to put on the revenant was the helmet, but he didn't lift it. That's when Wren noticed for the first time that he held something in his hand. A long, narrow object, dark against his faintly glowing skin, and pointed at the end like a spike. Before she could react, he lifted it in one hand and a small hammer withdrawn from his belt in the other. He lined it up with the centre of the skull's forehead, then struck it home with one precise hit, the brittle crack of bone ringing out. Wren's knowledge of rapier lore had always been patchy, but she was quite certain it had pierced the revenant's ley line. An otherworldly wail filled the silence, reverberating off the walls in a painful cascade. Wren clapped her hands to her ears, though again Julian appeared unaffected. He stared at her with concern, but she gritted her teeth, determined to watch what was happening below. Apparently in pain, the revenant reached for the spike with gauntleted hands, tugging and scraping, but the boy paid it little mind. "Stop," he ordered, almost distractedly, and the revenant stilled. Then, carefully leaning forward, he examined what he had done. Wren got the impression something had gone wrong. Indeed, wisps of ghost light emerged, and the boy muttered under his breath. If the spike had traversed the ley line, then the ghost should lose its tether to its body. But apparently, that was not what the boy had intended. As the spirit began to release before their very eyes, swirling through the suit of armor like steam, the boy raised his hammer again. Heedless of the ghost, he carefully lined it up with the spike, then tapped it with a single ringing impact, embedding it 1/2 inch deeper. Wren suspected too much force would rent the skull in half, but that didn't happen. The screeching ceased, and the boy's shoulders slumped in apparent relief. The ghost, which had been steadily dissipating, froze in midair, tremulous. Then it retracted, sucked into the suit of armor like water swirling down a drain. Somehow, the boy had brought it back, remaking the tether, binding the ghost to its body through its anchor bone. A surge of light exploded from the revenant, spilling through the iron the way the magic spilled through the boy's body. And then all the light, save for the ghost glow, went out. Even the boy's inner light was gone, his magic apparently used up. Panting, he took up the final piece of armor, the helmet, and slid it over the obedient revenant's pierced skull, the iron ringing when it settled against the neckpiece. It had no eye holes, no slots for breathing, because, of course, the revenant didn't need them. All was darkness. "Go," the boy rasped, head hanging, not bothering to look at the thing he had just made. "To the others, to Caston. Find her. Obey her." Others? How many others? The iron revenant moved at once, armor clanking with every footstep, out through a door somewhere in the back of the throne room. "We should follow it," Wren said, though a part of her was desperate to speak to this boy, to understand, and he was currently all alone. "Come on," Julian said, getting to his feet. "We need to." As Wren moved to stand, her boot connected with a piece of rubble. The pebble went flying, skittering across the ground before cascading down the wide staircase, echoing loudly on every step. She froze, but too late. The boy was on his feet, squinting up at the gallery. Their eyes met. Hers bone white, his ghost green. And then he spoke, his voice booming with residual power. "Trespassers," he said, and Wren thought he was talking to her and Julian until he added, "Stop them." The words ended, ringing in the silence, until new sounds filled the hall. Scraping, scuttling, hollow rattling. Spots of light flickered into existence below and higher, along the gallery, emerging from the shadows, from hallways and rooms, from entire wings of this building shrouded in darkness. Wren's magic was alive with their presence, their appearance bursting to life in her senses like fireworks. She and Julian made for the door, but several undead had beaten them to it, and not all of them had bones to carry. Some were ghosts, their bodies out of sight. Tethers stretched to unknowable lengths in this magic-rich place, while others were surely geists, setting up winds and sending dust and pebbles scattering. Julian lifted his staff on instinct, but knew better than to swing. The undead didn't attack. The Ghostsmith's orders had been to stop them, not harm them. Instead, circling around them like wolves on a hunt. Wren raised her bone sword. All she needed to do was clear a path to the water. But as she swung left and right, other undead swarmed in behind her, cutting her off from Julian. She thought of her lessons. She had been taught to protect, to fight in a pair, and she had allowed herself to be separated from her charge. Expression frantic, Julian raised his staff again. "Don't," Wren warned, afraid any sudden movement might goad the undead into an attack. She was usually the reckless one, which Julian had pointed out several times. But the terror was plain on his face, and he wasn't thinking straight. Despite his fear, he heeded her warning and halted his staff mid-swing, but apparently it was too late. One of the revenants snapped its head in his direction, sensing his violent intention. Then it detached from its corpse right before their eyes, the rotten body tumbling to the ground, while the ghost surged directly at him. It retained its body shape, a human figure, face contorted as it barreled toward Julian with outstretched hands. It would kill him, here and now. A single touch, and the death rot would set in. And he was out of Wren's reach. Panic seized her, and she did the only thing she could think to do. "Stop!" she shouted at the ghost, dredging the word up from deep within. And it did. The ghost halted in midair, as if it met with some invisible barrier. It crackled and hissed, brimming with pent-up energy, but it did not move again. It remained suspended mere inches from Julian, who had flinched away. He looked at it now, then at Wren, open shock on his face. Then his gaze shifted, spotting something behind her, and before Wren could turn, a hand landed on her shoulder. She jumped, whirling around, heart galloping in her chest. She expected to find a revenant, to feel the telltale cold of death rot sweep up her arm. Instead, she was face to face with the Bonesmith boy. The sight of that horned skull looming before her caused her stomach to clench painfully with a deep, primal fear that robbed her of breath and rooted her to the spot. Realizing how badly he'd frightened her, maybe, or just wanting to see better, the boy's other hand reached for the mask, pushing it off his face, to rest atop his head, allowing Wren to truly see his features for the first time. He was starkly pale, paler even than Wren, with matching hair and a delicate nose under stern brows. There were dark shadows beneath his eyes, which were wide and uncertain, and his mouth was pinched. He looked exhausted, confused, scared. His expression tugged at her, and the mystery of who he was and what he had done made her take a hesitant step forward. Seeing this, his wariness faded, and his demeanour turned thoughtful, his green-eyed gaze unnerving as it took her in. He had seen, of course. Wren had commanded the undead, just as he, a Bonesmith, had done, and he had seen it. She tugged at his grip, her chest heaving, her breath ragged, but he didn't let go. Looking down, she saw that he wore a ring on one of his long, ivory fingers. Her heart, which had been thundering against her rib cage, seemed to stop. The ring. It was bone white, with a black spike, and birds engraved on either side. Her other hand flew to her pocket. The boy stilled. Maybe he thought she'd been going for a weapon. Perhaps she should have. Instead, she withdrew the ring she had found in the bonewood, the exact twin of his. She held it out in her palm, and the boy stared at it, then up at her face again. His features shifted rapidly from suspicion to confusion to dawning comprehension. "Wren!" Julian cried out, trying to go to her, but every time he moved, the undead shifted and crackled in warning. Wren looked back at him, then at the Bonesmith boy. His gaze, meanwhile, never left her. He was drinking her in, she thought, memorizing her. Finally, he released her arm, but only so he could raise his hand, the ring gleaming in the ghost light. He pointed at one of the birds, the larger of the two, the bird of prey, then at his own chest. Wren, breathless, followed his every movement. Her body was wound tight, her muscles poised to flee in the face of information she didn't want but desperately needed. He seemed to sense her struggle, his actions slow and cautious, like she was a deer in the woods he didn't want to startle. When his finger pointed at the smaller bird, the songbird, Wren started to shake, knowing even before it happened what he would do. Raising his hand, he pointed squarely at Wren. She shook her head, slowly at first, then more forcefully. Her fingers closed around the ring hard, her hand curled into a fist. She turned. "Move!" She bellowed at the revenants that stood between her and Julian, between them and their escape. And they did, parting for her like a ghost for a bone blade. She looked once over her shoulder, but the boy didn't attempt to follow her. He let her go. "Move!" she said again, as she came to Julian's side, putting as much force into it as she could, though her voice shook. Their eyes met, and Wren saw a different kind of fear in them. Fear of her. All around, the undead obeyed, stepping aside with varying levels of grace and coordination. Sword held high, Wren grabbed Julian by the arm and dragged him with her, out the door and into the cavern. More revenants dotted the shore, but as Wren and Julian made their way to the water, they shuffled and ambled and floated aside. "Move," Wren whispered, whenever one lingered too long. "Move." They reached the boat. Julian was staring at her like she'd grown an extra limb, but she couldn't smile or laugh or shake her head. She still held the ring in her fist, the shape imprinting itself into her palm. Julian paddled them into the centre of the spring, deciding without words that they wouldn't return to their makeshift camp. He had brought his satchel with them and left it in the boat, and now there was nothing to do but make for the mineshaft passage that had delivered him here. The silence was deafening, and more revenants winked to life along the shore as they passed, silent spectres in the darkness. Wren didn't dare command any more of them, afraid this new-found power would run out at any moment. Because surely it would. It was temporary, connected to whatever was in that pool, whatever she had absorbed when she pressed her hand to the ground. The ring in her hand called her a liar, its sharp edges cutting into her palm. Her senses tugged suddenly, and she poked her head over the side of the boat. She didn't know how she knew, or how she could possibly sense it, but she was certain her satchel was directly below them. There was bone dust inside, though the amount was small, and the water should have obscured her senses. Should have, but didn't. After she pocketed the ring, a determined yank with her magic was all it took to drag the bag up from the depths into her outstretched hand. How deep had the water been? How much farther was her range? Swallowing, Wren hauled the sodden bag into the boat. Several moments later, she sensed her sword on the far shore. She suspected that, right now, she could have called it into her palm, no matter the distance. But she didn't, instead waiting until the boat headed in that direction. There were revenants standing nearby, but as Wren leapt from the boat and splashed closer to the shore, they remained immobile. The entrance to the mining passage, too, was surrounded by revenants, and Wren gathered her strength as they approached. Disembarking in the shallows and sloshing toward the shore, Wren found her voice again. "Move," she said, feeling as she had before that the word came from deep within her, that it was laced with power, with magic. "Step aside." They did, clearing a path but not leaving entirely. Their presence chilled Wren to the bone, her instincts to fight rearing up, but she didn't want to test the limits of their obedience. Once they were inside the passage, darkness closed in, and the lack of ghostlight, along with the misty atmosphere of the spring, eased the tension in Wren's shoulders, though she didn't dare relax. The way was steep and slippery, winding and bending in odd places, just as Julian had described. Finally, they reached the mine itself. Julian led the way up some old stone stairs and around a bend until they arrived at a lift. It operated with a crank, though Julian didn't use it, instead pulling on the metal chain with his magic, speeding them to the top, away from the boy with the matching ring, the breach, and the countless undead who obeyed her command. Chapter 29. Once they reached the surface, Wren's eyes needed a moment to adjust. Everything looked startlingly clear, the lack of mist and ghost light casting the world into simple black and white. Sky and stars, mountains and rocky ground. The bridge was visible behind them, silhouetted against the spangled backdrop, and the far side was dark once more, no undead ranging there unchecked. And if there had been, could Wren check them? Could she banish them with a word? Everything that had just happened felt miles away, a part of that hazy, surreal landscape, impossible in the stark light of the moon. "Come on," Julian said, leading them away from the mine shaft. They cut between several buildings that were scattered nearby, mostly ruined or fallen down, until they arrived at one that was still standing. Ducking behind it, they stopped to catch their breath. Wren's ears were ringing, her blood pounding so hard and fast she could barely think straight. "Well?" Julian said, staring at her. "What?" she asked, dazed. "Are they following us?" While she leaned against the wall, he stood facing her, peering around the edge toward the mine shaft. Closing her eyes, Wren steadied her breathing and extended her senses. "No," she said, with unnerving certainty. It wasn't that she couldn't sense anything she could, but the undead she could sense were at the bottom of the breach, well outside her normal range. At least they weren't in immediate danger. Had the boy called them off? Or had Wren's order, "step aside," superseded his? She suspected his magic was thoroughly depleted after creating that iron revenant, so maybe his commands were similarly weakened. Opening her eyes, she found Julian staring at her intently. "What did he say to you?" "Nothing," she said, which was true. He hadn't spoken a word, but he had told her things she didn't understand. Julian pulled a sceptical expression, and Wren reached into her pocket, withdrawing the ring. He was wearing the same one. She couldn't bring herself to explain about the birds. She didn't know what they meant, not truly, and she didn't want to speculate. Julian ran his hand through his hair, thinking, "How long have you known you could do that?" No need to ask what he meant. "I didn't." He looked unconvinced. "You're telling me one touch of your bare hand to that glowing stone, and suddenly you can command the undead? Suddenly you're a—" "Don't!" she said, her voice ragged. She swallowed several times, trying to get herself under control. "It was that well. It must be more than just magic. It must somehow give a person abilities beyond, give them limitless power. Dark power. Can you do anything else?" The words were pointed, and she knew he was thinking of Locke, the same as her. She forced thoughts of obedient revenants and crushed bones from her mind. "My range feels wider. My senses sharper. Beyond that, I don't know." "And you? You were right next to me." He held up his hands, showing the leather gloves. "I didn't touch anything." "Still," Wren prodded, needing him to be affected too, needing to be less different. "You felt it, didn't you? In the air?" He shrugged, though the casualness was undercut by the tension in his neck. "I don't know what I felt. I just know what I saw, and that boy was doing more than commanding them." Yes, he was. He had plunged a strange spike through a piece of bone, just like on the ring they both bore. And somehow that had stopped the ghost from separating from its body. Made it impossible, Wren guessed, so that it would remain inside that armor. She frowned at Julian. "Where did he get it? The armor?" He reared back. "How am I supposed to know?" "Where else would he get a full suit of ironsmith armor than the House of Iron?" Wren demanded, glad to be on the offensive. "That was custom work. No eye holes, no ventilation or gaps." Julian shook his head. "Every scrap of iron we have is under close guard, and every hammer who survived the uprising is in service to the regent." He paused, seeming to realize what he had just said. "But there's no way he'd—" He trailed off, his gaze growing distant. Even if the ghostsmith had salvaged iron from a battlefield, House of Iron traditions be damned, he'd still need a hammer to create that custom suit. He'd still need an ironsmith. Perhaps there was finally a crack in Julian's ironclad faith in this regent and their cause. "Whatever that boy is doing, he's not doing it alone," Wren said pointedly. They needed to find out more, but she had no idea where that armoured undead had gone. She craned her neck in both directions, then cursed. "We need to follow that Iron Revenant, but we lost it." Julian cocked a brow. "Iron Revenant?" he repeated. Wren shrugged. It seemed an accurate name to her, and he shook his head before continuing. "We didn't lose it. That boy told it to go to Caston. I know where that is. Or rather, where it used to be." Wren had forgotten that he'd given a destination, the place unfamiliar to her. "It's supposed to be in ruins, overrun like everywhere else," Julian continued. "But maybe that's just where he's storing these things." "Let's go, then." He hesitated. Caston is on the southeastern border of the original haunted territory. "Meaning?" Meaning it's the exact opposite direction we were travelling. If we follow that Iron Revenant, there's a good chance we lose the prince. Oh, Wren said. Right, the prince. Emotions warred within her. She had set out to save Leo and prove her worth. But along the way, she had seen and heard things she could not forget. Things that were, if possible, even more dire than a prince of the realm being held as a hostage and a prisoner. Her curiosity pulled her to the Iron Revenants, to the Ghostsmith boy, needing to understand it all, if only to understand herself. But there were larger ramifications to what was happening here. Something much bigger than a single prince, or her personal pride. This boy wasn't just making curiosities. He was controlling the undead and fitting them with armour. He was turning them into weapons. She thought of the coldness in her grandmother's voice when she'd proclaimed Wren a failure, the disappointment in her father's eyes when she'd been forced to hand over Ghostbane. She thought of Leo, the look of fear he'd worn as the kidnappers descended on him. They were her family. He was her friend. But this was bigger even than that. Do you think Leo will be safe? If the exchange happens, your people, they won't hurt him, will they? No, Julian said with certainty. Whatever Captain Royce is cooking up, the prince will be safe because he's valuable. Plain and simple. Wren wasn't as convinced, but she knew she didn't have a choice. I say, we pursue the Iron Revenant. We can't pretend we didn't see it. Can't turn our backs and continue with the mission as if nothing has changed. It has. Whoever that boy is working for, both sides of the wall stand to suffer for it. Agreed, Julian said, and they shared a strange smile, as if both of them were expecting an argument. You do realise that you might miss out on your chance too, Wren said, to confront the captain and learn the truth. Julian's smile turned sharp. Oh, I'll have my chance. A chill slipped down Wren's spine, and she was glad that they were currently on the same side. They consolidated their supplies first. Wren's pack was sodden, and with the cold night wind whipping across the landscape, it would remain that way for the foreseeable future. She ditched the extra blankets she'd stuffed inside. Along with the firewood, they'd have no time to dry. The remaining food stores went into Julian's pack. The extra bone dust attached to her belt, and the empty bag was left behind. They stopped twice to take turns resting. Wren let Julian sleep for as long as she could, but when it was her turn, she only lay there, her mind racing. Rather than try to sleep, she stared at the ring, fingertips running over the ridges in the smooth bone, over the glyphs and the birds. A bird of prey for him, a songbird, a wren for her. I wonder if it's an amplifier, Julian said, making her jump. It was some time in the middle of the night, and she'd been so absorbed she'd forgotten he was there. Wren looked down at the ring. Amplifier. They store extra power. It takes magical familiarity, like Ironsmith armor bonding, and increases it exponentially. But this is bone. That would make him a bonesmith, when his abilities... She trailed off. When his abilities were clearly ghostsmith abilities, she was about to say. But she was a bonesmith, and had wielded the same powers as him. Or some of them, anyway. The ring had glowed brightly when he'd drawn up the well's power, just like the horned skull mask had, suggesting they did indeed hold magic. And though she hadn't seen it, She would bet the mask had one of those dark spikes through it, the same as the ring. So maybe it wasn't about the bone at all, but the spike. The same kind of spike that had bound that revenant to its corpse. Did that mean these rings, that skull mask, were they haunted? Was that the material a ghostsmith needed to be close to the spirit? It's just a theory, Julian said quietly. But amplifiers are common among metalsmiths. You saw how much gold that prince wore. I thought he was just vain, Wren mused, though at the mention of Leo, she felt a pang of guilt for abandoning him. Julian grinned. That too, maybe, but I bet one or two of them were amplifiers. They're usually jewelry, family heirlooms, if they can get them, so they hold decades of shared contact between the material and the user's bloodline. In fact, he cleared his throat, sometimes they even mix them with blood, or other living matter, to increase the bond, or implant amplifiers inside their bodies, permanently combining magic and blood. Living matter? Magic and blood? She stared at the ring again, made of someone's bone, though she didn't know whose. She ran her finger over the songbird, then put it back inside her pocket. I heard silversmiths actually eat silver, she said, needing to divert the conversation. Is that the same sort of thing? Julian laughed, the sound low and rich. He seemed less wary of her now that she'd stopped commanding the undead, which was a relief. Wren started to smile in return, but then she remembered the kiss, the rejection. This was a bad idea. They were slipping back into the easy rhythm that had landed them in that spring together, which made it difficult not to think about, not to want. The warm glow in her stomach turned cold and she looked away. They were here together because they made a good team, not for anything else. They do that because silver has healing properties, so they use it as a treatment, Julian replied, oblivious to her thoughts. They've definitely tried to do implants, from what I've heard, with varied success. It's generally considered too risky, whatever the benefits. The procedure is painful, the implanted object often rejected by the body, and the amount of additional power it actually provides is debatable. It comes down to the quality of the material and its compatibility with the host. It's long since fallen out of practice. Wren narrowed her eyes. How do you know so much about it? He laughed again, though it sounded a bit forced this time. I, unlike you I can only assume, was actually a good student. Wren snorted, but she sensed he hadn't given her the whole truth. He wasn't wrong, though. I thought that's what the well might be, she admitted. Some sort of amplifier. I think it was closer to raw magic. It doesn't just increase power. It is power. They continued on after that, making their way through the steadily lightening dark. More undead rose and flickered to life as they passed. Clusters of ghosts and the odd revenant, but none pursued. Wren didn't speak to them again, but she held her last command, step aside, in her mind whenever she saw any, and perhaps that was enough to extend the magic. Maybe by repeating it internally, she gave it new power. Or maybe she was just imagining things. She also continued to fiddle with the ring in her pocket, unable to resist running her finger along the well-worn grooves and that strange, dark spike. They moved through the haunted territory unscathed, and when the sun rose, it highlighted the rooftops of Caston in the distance. Julian stopped in his tracks, and a second later, Wren did too. Smoke rose from several chimneys, along with the faint but unmistakable sounds of life. The clatter of movement, the murmur of voices, and something else, ringing in a steady, echoing rhythm. Caston wasn't an abandoned ruin. It was filled with people living and working in the haunted territory. And an iron revenant was heading this way. Chapter 30. They approached Caston warily, finding a high vantage point to perch themselves and observe before they strolled through the town gates, which were tall and well fortified, in addition to the river that wrapped around it. There were bone protections too, but they were poorly placed and in desperate need of repair. Whoever had done them had not been a bonesmith, but the river made up for their failings. Wren was amazed by the geography, until Julian pointed out that the water had been diverted and directed to encircle the town, via several dams and an aqueduct visible in the distance, and had not been an original feature. He looked grim, and Wren couldn't blame him. That kind of work did not come easily or cheaply. Whoever was running this operation was well-connected and well-funded, and who would fit that bill more than the regent of the Iron Citadel? Julian believed their people were struggling to survive, and surely many of them were, but not all of them. And the haunted territory wasn't just a wasteland threatening their very existence. It was also apparently a smokescreen, a way to conceal certain activities. Whether what they'd witnessed in the breach was connected to what was happening here remained to be seen, but Wren suspected they'd soon find out. The question of why someone would put so much money into keeping such a dangerously positioned town alive was soon answered. Mining. That was the source of the rhythmic sound they could hear, emanating from an apparently active mine situated on the northern border of the town.
This must be where all that shiny armour for the Iron Revenant came from.
I thought mining was illegal. As far as she knew, it had been ever since over-mining had been determined to be the cause of the breach in the first place, whether or not it was true.
Who's going to enforce it? We aren't a part of the Dominions anymore. Still,
he added before she could protest, I didn't know about this, and I don't support it. Things are bad enough already. We don't need them to get worse. We don't need a second breach.
But maybe whoever is behind this wants things to get worse, Wren murmured. Think about it. That boy can control them. Suddenly the Revenants aren't a blight on your lands. They're an army.
What good are they if they can't get past the border wall? Julian asked. They're undead.
They may be a threat east of the wall, and maybe they can build, but they aren't strong enough to tear down.
He trailed off, seeming to come to the same realization Wren already had.
I suspect those suits of ironsmith armour might solve that problem,
she said softly. It made sense.
The Breachsiders didn't have the numbers to muster a force that could take down the wall, not since Lochgraven, and even if they did, they'd lose too many lives in the effort.
But with the undead, they could set them on the border and its defenders, let the Revenants do the dirty work, and then they could stroll through afterward. Those iron suits would protect the Revenants and their ghosts, making them nearly impossible to stop by Bonesmith methods. The metal would allow them to touch the wall and protect them from bone blades that might pierce their spirit, and rapiers would struggle to make a clean cut with their scythes. Even regular weapons couldn't pierce ironsmith metal. They were warriors the Dominions couldn't defeat.
Do you see them anywhere? Wren asked.
Who?
The Iron Revenants. According to that boy, there were others here, but the people seem...
Fine, Julian agreed, nodding thoughtfully. Either they know about the Iron Revenants and don't fear them, Or the revenants are stationed somewhere nearby, but out of sight. Do you think they could actually get into the town? With the water?
There's a drawbridge, Wren said, pointing it out. You have to assume at some distance the water doesn't affect them. Think about the spring in the breach, and the revenants cross the bridge over it. And there are underground rivers and wells all over the place. Maybe they found a height that works.
Or maybe the iron suits offer some manner of protection, Julian said. Like a body?
Wren tilted her head, considering. Could be. We'll need to get inside and look around.
How? I doubt they get many visitors, he said dryly. You and I will stick out like sore thumbs.
Not necessarily, Wren said, peering into the town's centre. Look, there. It's a market, and there are wagons equipped for long-distance travel. There aren't any farms around, obviously, so they must get traders coming here, even if they're infrequent. They aren't completely isolated.
What are you suggesting?
We blend in, see what we can overhear, now, while the sun is high and the streets are busy. We'll try to poke around too, see if we can find where the iron revenants are kept, if they're inside the town walls. Come nightfall, we'll have to figure out our next move.
Blend in? Julian asked with a raised brow, his gaze raking her up and down. Good luck. His attention made heat sweep her face, and she forced herself not to look away.
I'll take it off, she said,
gesturing to her bone armour. Still, he muttered, and Wren couldn't figure out if it was meant to be a compliment or not. Their plan decided on, she reluctantly removed every piece of armour, save what could be hidden under her clothes. Her swords remained on her back, their sheaths concealing all but the hilt, which was inconspicuous and wrapped in leather. But her bandolier and throwing knives joined the armour inside Julian's pack, and her pouches of bone dust got tucked into pockets. She was just reordering her belt when she spotted Ghostbane's empty dagger sheath. She hadn't been able to bring herself to remove it before, but there was no time like the present. Julian eyed it curiously. You never had anything there, did you?
Not since I came to the fort, she replied shortly. Then, because she was feeling morose and wanted pity. I used to have a family dagger, but it was I lost it before I was shipped to the wall.
Svetlana may have demanded it after Wren's disastrous trial, but she had gambled it mere hours before, had chosen to risk it all to defeat her cousin and come out on top. Much as she tried to deny it until now, it was her own fault, and she knew it. Julian, who had been removing his own armour, he was too recognisable in it, reached into his belt and withdrew one of his. Here. I know it's iron, but...
Wren gaped at it.
Leave it to her to find the gift of a used weapon the height of romance, but there it was. She took it, examining the details. It was beautifully made, particularly the swirling designs along the hilt. It's called Ironheart, he said quietly, then cleared his throat. It belonged to my mother. Most of my first weapons did. When I was a child, they were the perfect size for me to train with. After I outgrew them, well, they were all I had left of her.
Thank you, Wren said sincerely,
the value of the gift taking on new meaning. She hadn't known that Julian's mother was dead too. He was even more alone than her, it seemed. At least she still had her father.
I lost my mother too. I mean, she died when I was born, so I never knew her.
Julian nodded. I was a baby when my mother died, so I never really knew her either. But...
He trailed off. But what? Wren pressed.
He gave her a self-conscious shrug. I've heard stories.
Wren waited patiently, so he continued.
She was always helping people. She used to visit all the local towns, bringing them extra food or supplies if it was a hard year. She was a sword, too. And after the breach, she did everything she could to protect the miners and their families, to get them out of the haunted territory and relocate them somewhere safe. She was trying to evacuate one of the mines when it collapsed. This was before we abandoned the area entirely.
Wren frowned slightly, attempting to puzzle out the timeline. He had a little sister, didn't he?
My father remarried, he said, by way of explanation, his expression stiff.
Wren suspected he didn't like his stepmother much, but the stories of his mother explained why he was so protective over the people east of the wall. He was trying to live up to her legacy.
And you got a little sister out of it, Wren offered, wanting to make him feel better. A superstitious and stubborn one? His mouth quirked up in the corner, and he seemed pleased that she remembered what he'd said about her. He fiddled with his bracelet again.
Rebecca.
Becca.
She prefers Becca.
Wren was strangely gratified that he had told her his sister's name, that he trusted her with something so simple, yet so personal. They stood in silence a moment. Then, all at once, they both seemed to remember what they had been doing. Wren carefully slid Ironheart into Ghostbane's empty sheath.
When Julian looked at her again, it was with a critical eye, and it didn't take long for him to spot a problem.
You should probably, clean your face. Wren scowled. They'd been travelling for days. It wasn't like his face was pristine and, well, actually, it pretty much was. How did he do that? The makeup, he clarified, gesturing vaguely at her. His expression was strange, almost anticipatory, and Wren remembered the last time he'd seen her without it.
Oh, right.
She swiped ineffectually at her face with the back of her hand, but all she managed to do was make things worse, if Julian's hastily stifled smirk was anything to go by. The eye black was greasy and mostly waterproof, making it difficult to take off.
I use oil at home, she muttered.
Try this, he said, reaching into his breast pocket to produce what looked suspiciously like an embroidered silk handkerchief. Wren had no idea ironsmiths were so proper.
Wow, elegant, she said, taking the pristine scrap of fabric in her dirty hand.
It's a handkerchief, not a ball gown,
he said dryly, handing over a small flask.
This is mineral oil. I use it for my blades, but I think it should do the trick.
Wren held the bottle over the fine silk, hesitating. Shaking his head, Julian took both from her, soaking the handkerchief before giving it back.
It's so white,
Wren argued,
though she brought the corner to her eyes and swiped underneath.
Julian watched her intently. After cleaning around her eyes with the edges, she pressed her lips against the centre of the cloth. She let the oil soak against her mouth for a moment, then dragged the silk across her face. The result was a black, lip-shaped smear on the fabric.
That okay?
She asked uneasily, wishing for a mirror. He had already removed his breastplate, which she had used to see her reflection before. Julian's gloved hand came up to her face, hovering there for a moment before it dropped.
Fine,
he muttered, taking the used cloth and turning away. Wren started fussing with her belt again. Anything to break the tension, though she watched him from under her eyelashes. His back to her, he stared down at the handkerchief, at the imprint of her mouth visible there. Then he carefully folded the silk and tucked it safely back into his breast pocket. Wren expelled a shaky breath.
You'll have to keep your hood up,
he said over his shoulder.
There's no changing your eye colour, but hopefully without direct sunlight on your face, no one will notice.
Right,
Wren said, drawing up her hood and composing herself. Julian hefted the bag, which would be impossibly heavy for Wren, given all the iron armour inside, and they set out. Getting across the moat was easier than Wren had expected. The water was shallow, meant to deter undead attackers, not living ones, and they scaled the walls using Julian's whipsword, avoiding the north-facing gate and the guards posted there. They climbed near a cluster of grain silos, which gave them good cover as they dropped down into the town. Sticking to shadowy streets and back alleys, they only passed through the main thoroughfare when absolutely necessary. They poked their heads into doorways and paused outside open windows, listening for any sign of the iron revenants. Wren knew Julian's senses were also on high alert for large amounts of iron. But given that there was an active mine within the walls of the city, she doubted he'd be able to get an accurate reading. All the while, Wren kept an easy pace, her chin high, elbowing Julian when he walked too fast or looked anxiously around.
Clearly, this is your first time sneaking into some place you shouldn't be,
Wren said, under her breath with some exasperation.
Skulking around, trying not to draw notice, is a surefire way to be noticed. Walk like you belong here.
He scowled at her before sighing and raising his head, throwing back his shoulders and putting some of his usual grace and confidence back in place. Wren stared at him, worried she'd made a mistake. With his elegant features and aloof expression, he was bound to draw a different kind of notice now. They were just sidling around the edges of the crowded market when a shout went up. Wren froze. They'd been seen. But then she realised the sound had actually come from the far side of town. There was a second gate situated there, this one facing south, and as she turned, the doors were slowly cranked open. The thunder of horses' hooves shook the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust in the afternoon light. It was late in the day for traders or farmers, and as the riders drew near, she saw they were soldiers. It wasn't a massive force by any means, around 20 by Wren's count, but next to her, Julian's face blanched. A waving pennant caught her attention, borne by a rider near the front. It was a black field with a red tower, the sigil of the House of Iron. Next to the flag-bearer rode a man in black iron armour, ornate and extravagant, with red enamel accents and a spiked plume on his helmet, twice the height of the one Julian had worn. It was another ironsmith. Riding alongside him were soldiers with more flashes of red, though they wore iron chainmail rather than plate, meaning they were not smiths. The whispers that had begun from the moment the gate opened finally reached Wren's ears.
The Red Guard is coming. The Regent of the Iron Citadel. The Regent is here.
Wren ducked into the narrow space between two buildings, dragging Julian with her, and both of them watched through the gap as the procession entered town. There was no way they were riding through, and sure enough, soon after passing their hiding place, the riders had slowed their pace and were moving toward one of the buildings on the main road, which appeared to be a public house or inn. They were greeted, their horses tended to, their arrival clearly expected. Wren leaned back.
"He's meant to be at the Citadel,"
Julian said faintly. Wren turned to face him. He still looked shocked.
"That's where the exchange was supposed to take place. He can't..."
He ran a hand through his hair distractedly.
"Well, he's here now. Apparently he has other business to attend to."
Julian's hand froze.
"You don't mean..."
Wren shrugged.
"It seems strange he'd turn up here the same day an Iron Revenant was meant to do likewise. Not to mention there are allegedly others here. And this mining. It must be happening with his permission, and likely his financial support as well. Why else would he push iron production in such a dangerous place? He needs it. Unless you're mustering an ironsmith army, she trailed off, but he just shook his head. She'd figured as much. Then the regent's here to build an army of his own.
We don't know that,
Julian said,
though he didn't seem quite as certain as he had before. He had been a staunch supporter of the man from the start, but now, in the face of so much evidence, there was a sliver of doubt in his dark eyes.
Who is he, Julian? Who is the regent?
He's head of the House of Iron,
Julian said. Yes, but who is he?
Wren pressed.
The knights were wiped out in the uprising, so by what right does he rule your house?
He is strong and the house is weak,
Julian said dully,
the words sounding like a phrase he had long since memorized. It's thanks to him we even have a house, after everything. He rebuilt us from the ground up, and now
he might be making a bigger play.
For all we know, he could be here to shut it down.
Julian persisted stubbornly.
Wren didn't believe that, and deep down, she didn't think Julian believed it either.
There's only one way to know for certain. Come on, we need to get inside that inn.
Chapter 31.
Looks like they'll be here a while. The horses are being brought to the stables, Wren said, peering intently around the corner. I have a hard time believing those iron revenants are holed up inside an inn, but maybe whoever makes them is.
You mean the Bonesmith boy? Julian asked. He sounded like he was only half listening to her, his thoughts likely still on the regent.
No, I mean whatever ironsmith constructs those suits, or whoever is pulling that boy's strings, Wren said over her shoulder. You heard him. He didn't just tell that iron revenant to come to Caston. He told it to obey her. Maybe we'll finally meet this corpse queen everyone's talking about.
She turned her attention back onto the street.
We have to get in there.
I can't, Julian said, and Wren moved back into the alley. They all know me, and they'll wonder why I'm not with Captain Royce and the others.
Or they'll wonder why you're not dead like you're supposed to be.
His jaw clenched. He didn't.
Why are you so sure?
Because he wouldn't. It doesn't make any...
Why, Julian?
She asked again. She was tired of dancing around the subject.
Give me the real answer.
He expelled a breath, then closed his eyes in defeat. Because he's my uncle, okay? The regent, he basically raised me. Well, that explained why he couldn't believe the man was responsible for the assassination attempt or had anything to do with Caston's mining or the iron revenants.
A regent usually governs because the rightful ruler is absent, unfit, or underage.
She stared at him.
Which is it?
Julian swallowed. I'll be 20 in 6 weeks.
Which means?
My name is Julian Knight. I'm heir to the House of Iron. The handkerchief he'd given her outside the village flashed before her mind's eye, the memory of vague embroidery sharpening into the distinct and obvious initials J.K. He had put the truth of who he was right into her hands, and she hadn't spotted it. Frustration at herself reared up, but she was irritated with him for keeping this from her too. Not because it mattered to her, not really, though she suspected who she was would matter to him, but because it pointed the finger of blame squarely at his uncle, the man who ruled in his stead, and who would stand to lose that position in 6 weeks. And Wren had just allowed Leo to be delivered to him.
Except, if the regent was here, where did that leave Leo?
It's a closely guarded secret. I don't tell strangers or...
Enemies? Wren asked, somewhat coldly, his rejection still stinging. I probably should have guessed, Lord Smith Julian. Your weapons and armour, the way you talk, and that posh accent.
What do you mean?
You sound prissier than the prince.
No, that's not...
He shook his head, evidently taking issue with the adjective before continuing.
What do you mean, the way I talk?
She shrugged, slightly uncomfortable now. The way you always said my people. How protective you are over them, including bandits who wanted to kill you. How you reacted to that battlefield. Even the stories about your mother were about admiring the way she had cared for others. You're like her. You feel a responsibility to those under your care. Why did that statement make her feel like she'd revealed something? Yes, she'd felt a taste of it when he'd found her in that spring and watched over her, checking her wound and building up the fire. And yes, maybe she had liked it.
Oh,
he said softly, his cheeks flushed like he was embarrassed. Or pleased.
Right. Well, I guess it was about time. I think it's safe to say we're not strangers anymore.
Or enemies? She asked, trying to sound indifferent, but she feared she'd come across as self-conscious instead. He was serious when he replied, no. Something in his expression made the fact that she hadn't told him who she was weigh heavily on her. Well, speaking of... Look, he said, cutting her off, his attention back on the main street.
They've gone inside. Now what?
Wren looked out of the alley once more, thinking hard. They must get camp followers and hangers-on, bored locals throwing themselves at those soldiers every time they visit. Sure enough, several villagers milled around the stables already, chatting up their favourites, or perhaps hoping to meet new ones. I could slip in among them, see if I can extricate one of the soldiers. Maybe the flag-bearer. He looks young and gullible.
Extricate? Julian said with a frown. You can't just march over and drag him out of there. The others will see.
Wren crossed her arms. You think that's the only way I can get a boy alone? By dragging him? He raised his brows at her, and she recalled that she had technically dragged him into the spring before they'd kissed, but that was different. It certainly wasn't the only tactic at her disposal, at any rate. I am capable of subtlety, she said, with as much dignity as she could muster. Was it doubt that tightened his mouth and darkened his expression? Or was it something else?
What are you going to do then?
He asked stiffly. Wren shrugged, lowering her hood and removing her swords. Try to find out who the regent is meeting. Where? She pulled off her coat next and undid her shirt buttons, loosening them one after the other until her cleavage was exposed. Then she tied the jacket around her waist, accentuating her hips and removing some of the militaristic air of her outfit. They might sit in the main room, or maybe he demands some sort of private parlour. Either way, there'll be windows, servants' corridors, empty closets. Julian had been watching her, but now that she met his gaze, he looked away.
Why do I get the feeling you've done this before?
Because I have. She didn't have a reputation as the worst instigator and rule-breaker in her house by accident. How do I look? She asked, fussing with her shirt and smoothing her hair. She pulled some strands across her forehead, hoping they would help obscure her eyes and soften her appearance. Julian surveyed her closely.
Like trouble,
he said, almost reluctantly. The right kind, she asked. She didn't want to look like a thief or vagabond. She wanted to look like innocent mischief. He hesitated.
Yes, he said. Then I almost feel sorry for him.
Wren flashed a smile, warmth spreading in her chest. Stay here. I'll come back as soon as I can.
He nodded, but as she turned to go, he called out, "Oh, wait." Turning, she cocked her head.
Are you going to tell me to be careful? She asked teasingly. Expression serious, he stepped toward her and reached out, unfolding the neckline of her shirt to further expose her collarbone. He bent slightly to whisper into her ear.
Be convincing. As it turned out, she was. She strolled into the stable yard like she belonged there, and her calm, carefree attitude ensured that the stable boys only watched her idly, not suspiciously. She smiled, casually turning her head when any of the locals glanced her way, and found herself next to her target, the flag-bearer. She made sure to arrange herself in the shadows of the building, hoping that the fading sunlight, along with her hairstyle, would keep her Smith identity concealed. While the other soldiers enjoyed the attention of a handful of young men and women, the flag-bearer was very much on the outskirts. He was tall but thin, his face covered in pre-adolescent spots, and he turned endearingly red when she leaned against the fence next to him, smiling. All Wren had to do was hint heavily that she wanted to see his room before he was spilling their secrets.
"Oh, we don't get a room. We'll be sleeping outside."
Is the inn so very full? She asked, tilting her head shyly and tucking a wayward strand of hair behind her ear.
It felt like she was being a little too obvious, but he didn't seem to notice or mind.
"Full? No. Booked? Yes."
What does that mean?
She asked in polite confusion. The flag-bearer glanced around. Wren leaned closer, as if rapt as he spoke.
"The regent is conducting business," he said, ominously. "That means he gets his fancy suite, and the rest of the rooms besides. He doesn't want people on either side able to overhear his conversations, so he insists on having the entire floor to himself. Any traders in town will be sleeping in their carts tonight."
Wren glanced up at the inn, at the series of second-story windows. She suspected his suite was in the middle, with a double-doored balcony, which meant the rest of the windows led to empty rooms, perfect for eavesdropping. They just had to get inside. She made her excuses to the crestfallen flag-bearer, promising to come back around later, before darting away from the inn. She was just about to duck into the alley with Julian when another shout echoed down the street, similar to before. Again, the southern gate groaned open, but this time the riders that piled into Caston wore no distinguishing colours and carried no banners. They were, however, familiar. Riding at the front of the column was the captain that had tried to take Julian's life, and next to him, tied to his horse and with a dark hood over his head, was undoubtedly Prince Leopold. She'd recognise his elegant posture anywhere, and she was relieved to see that days of captivity hadn't changed it. The sight of him caused her heart to kick against her ribs. She was happy he was here, within reach, even though they'd gone off course, and that he appeared unharmed. But this meant the regent was surely involved in the attempt on Julian's life, and it also complicated what they were trying to do here exponentially. How would they ever extricate him from a contingent of the regent's private guard?
"He's here,"
Wren gasped as she stumbled into the alleyway. "Who?" Julian said, emerging from the shadows. It had grown darker in their time apart, the narrow gap between buildings sitting in early twilight.
"The prince. They brought him here, which means
This was the plan all along, he said, stunned. To betray me. Wren privately agreed, but the look on his face made her want to ease the blow.
Maybe. Maybe not. The only way we'll know for sure is if we somehow get eyes or ears on the exchange that's about to go down.
He nodded, staring off into space for a moment. He looked lost. But as she watched, he visibly pulled himself together. He was toying with the bracelet his sister had given him, and it seemed to help ground him, bring him back to himself. Did you manage to get any information?
I did. The Regent has the fancy suite on the second floor, but demands the rest of the rooms remain empty. He doesn't want his business to be overheard.
He can definitely be overcautious, bordering on paranoid, Julian admitted. We need to get into one of those empty rooms.
Agreed, Wren said. But I'm not sure how. The street is too busy to climb through a window, and we can't very well walk in the front door. Even the servant entrance would be too risky.
We could wait until nightfall, Julian mused, peering up at the sky. But they had an hour at least until they could count on the cover of darkness, and who knew what important information they'd miss in that time. As it was, the kidnapping party had already passed their alleyway and were now starting to dismount and deal with their horses. The meeting with the Regent could happen in mere minutes. It must be quieter around back? Julian asked.
Well, yes, but that's where the stables are, which means servants and some of the Regent's guards are there as well.
For now, Julian said. Come on, I have an idea.
They took the long way around, coming up on the stables from behind. While Wren kept a lookout, Julian slipped into the hayloft and got to work with their flint and striker. The idea of starting a fire made Wren extremely nervous, but he insisted there were too many people and too much water nearby for the flames to rage out of hand. What they really wanted anyway was smoke, so he used some damp kindling and ensured the conflagration burned near a window. He'd only just rejoined her on the sloping roof of the storage shed when the scent reached her, and before long, plumes of smoke followed. One of the Regent's guards was the first to notice. Actually, the flag-bearer, with no one to distract him now that Wren had disappeared. The stable boys shouted, the guards abandoned their hangers-on, and soon everyone in the courtyard was either staring, moving to protect the animals, or hauling buckets of water. Now was their best shot. Releasing his whip, Julian threw it across the space between the shed and the inn, wrapping it around a drainage pipe, the blade segments locking together securely. He tugged twice before wedging his end behind a lantern sconce. Then he did something he'd yet to do. He coiled the blade segments to the base of the handle. The result was a taut cable between them and their target, which was actually slightly lower than they were, meaning they could take hold of the segments, let gravity do the work, and zip across.
Here,
Julian said, handing Wren a spare pair of gloves from his jacket pocket. They were soft and well worn, and far too big, but they would help to protect her hands as she slid along the cable. Julian went first, slowing himself by holding tighter to the iron to control his pace and avoid making any noise. Once he got to the other side, he withdrew a paper-thin dagger, sliding it under the frame and hooking the latch, unlocking the window. Wren remained crouched on the rooftop, her attention split between Julian climbing quietly into the darkness of the room and the commotion below, which was, as promised, quickly coming to an end. Night was falling, but not fast enough. If she didn't get into that room in a hurry, she'd be caught. After ditching his bag, Julian reappeared in the open window, gesturing for her to make the leap. She did, throwing herself onto the rope with as much force as she could. She sailed through the air at an alarming speed, and as the window and Julian quickly approached, she realized she had no means to slow herself down. He seemed to realize the same thing, his eyes bugging out a second before he stepped back. The smart thing would have been to step aside entirely, but that would mean Wren hurtling through the window and landing on the ground. No doubt the regent or his men stationed next door would hear the commotion, and their plan to eavesdrop would be over before it had even begun. So instead, he braced himself and held his arms wide. She collided with him, hitting his chest hard enough to elicit a muffled grunt. He staggered backward, but rather than release Wren to alleviate the weight and momentum, he held her tight against his chest, refusing to let her hit the ground. His determination impressed her, as did the tight bands of his arms pressed against her back. She reminded herself that he clutched her this way to avoid making a sound, not for any other reason. Still, it was nice to be held by him. They remained like that, gasping until he regained his balance. At last he drew back, their faces inches apart. His gaze flicked down to her mouth, and Wren's heart stopped. "You okay?" he said, dragging his attention away from her lips. She nodded, and he released his grip, allowing her body to slide slowly, gently down to the floor. Afterward, her cheeks felt hotter than the sun, but luckily, the second he deposited her onto the floor, he rushed to the open window. With a quick tug, he released the whip from its mooring on the storage shed and drew it back into a sword, sheathing it. Then he shut the window, blocking out some of the sounds from below. Now that her heart had stopped racing and the noise from the courtyard was cut off, Wren could hear movement and murmuring through the wall to her right. Together they edged closer, pressing their ears against the panelling. But then Wren spotted a closet and wrenched it open, ducking inside the tight space, which was only made tighter when Julian joined her. The voices grew louder, and when Wren pressed her ear against the back wall, she could hear the words through the cracks in the warped pieces of wood that made up the rather flimsy barrier between the rooms. No wonder the regent insisted on emptying the entire floor. Getting an idea, Wren reached back to close the closet door, shutting them in total darkness. As her eyes adjusted, she saw narrow beams of golden light spilling through the gaps. Several of them might even be large enough to see through. She glanced at Julian, and they bent their heads, squinting into the room beyond. Chapter 32. Leo entered the room via a shove between the shoulder blades. It was wholly unnecessary. He was walking just fine, thank you very much, despite his sore muscles from days in the saddle, but it certainly added to the whole "your life is in mortal peril" atmosphere they were attempting to cultivate. Before him was a large suite, fitted with the kind of furniture and decor that was meant to be elegant and refined, but read to him as nothing so much as quaint and outdated. Still, it was the nicest space he'd been in for weeks. The rugs beneath his feet well made, if worn, and the furniture covered in rich fabrics. The bed was a massive four-poster, visible in the adjoining chamber, and the wood-panelled walls were recently painted and free from dust and soot. A fire blazed merrily in the hearth, the gilt detailing on the mantel too low in quality for his magic to register it, and seated in front of the flames in a cosy sitting room was surely the man he was here to meet. The other side of the bargain that had landed him here, miles from home, from safety, in the lawless wilds of the haunted territory. The man was decked out in House of Iron colours, his armour gaudy with blood-red accents and spiked embellishments. The shade matched his personal soldiers, the Red Guard, according to the locals Leo had overheard on their way in, who were ranged around the room, and he sat comfortably in a high-backed leather chair, his helmet propped on the nearest table. This could only be the regent of the Iron Citadel. For now. His ambitions extended beyond the wall, and Leo was at the heart of them. But he was not there alone. There was the assassination at the fort, the extra horse, not to mention this town in the middle of the haunted territory. This was one tangled plot, and Leo was determined to unravel it. He had been at it for days, and while he didn't have the whole picture, he thought he was getting close. It was the captain who had shoved him into the room, and it was he who spoke now. "Stay there and stay quiet," he muttered under his breath, indicating that Leo should remain standing next to the hearth. He yearned, suddenly, for the quiet contempt of Ivan or the sincere honesty of Jacob. But they had been told to remain outside. They weren't privy to the darker details of their mission, which were about to come to the forefront. At least they'd removed his bag. From the way the regent's dark gaze raked over him, he suspected it was so the man could properly see his face. "Lord Smith Francis," the captain said, going down to one knee on the faded carpet, gaze averted. A small flicker of triumph lit in Leo's breast. He'd suspected that the Lord Smith Francis who would be devastated when he learned of Julian's death and the regent of the Iron Citadel were one in the same. And if that was true, that meant... "We came as quickly as we could," Captain Royce continued. "The prince, as you requested." He gestured to Leo, who had the urge to smile, or spit, or drop into a curtsy. He did none of those things, however. He still had his dignity, more or less. The regent's gaze slid over him, past him, and Leo knew this was where things would get interesting. "The breach fort fought back well enough," the captain continued, swallowing audibly. "But they were too slow to muster a pursuit. Likely they knew a ransom would be forthcoming." Still, the regent didn't speak. "As for the other targets," the captain continued, speaking faster now, "we had a slight hiccup." "A hiccup?" The captain dared a glance up, before looking at the ground again. "Everything went according to plan until your..." The regent cleared his throat, cutting off the words, his eyes flicking around the room. Too many ears, too many witnesses. "Excuse me, my lord. The second target was taken care of, as per your instructions. However, the landscape and the defenders made it difficult to..." "Spit it out, Captain." "The target went down with an arrow in the neck. Unfortunately, we were unable to recover the body. He fell into some sort of crevasse, 100 feet deep at least, and the third target went down with him." "Dead, but with no proof," the regent said, voice flat. "We have proof, Lord Smith," Captain Royce said hurriedly. He waved at his co-conspirator, the only other member of the kidnapping team to accompany him to this room, who produced the dented ironsmith helmet. The regent looked at it, brows raised, but did not take it from the man's outstretched hand. One of his personal guard did instead. Tension was heavy in the room. It was plain that the helmet was not sufficient evidence, according to the regent, and furthermore that the third target was meant to be kidnapped, a prisoner, tied and delivered alongside Leo. The captain had failed twice over. In fact, he should be kissing Leo's arse for being successfully captured in the first place, so the man didn't arrive completely empty-handed. Ungrateful, really. "I see,"
the regent said at last. He sighed. Then it appears our business here is done. A subtle nod, and then the nearest red guard slid a knife across the captain's throat. Blood spurted across the carpet right before Leo's eyes, while sounds of a further scuffle could be heard behind him, where another red guard had descended upon the captain's other man. Leo managed to tear away his gaze from the spreading bloodstain only by closing his eyes, fear tightening his stomach. The danger he was in truly hit home for the first time. Thus far, it had all seemed an exciting adventure, a puzzle to solve. Suddenly, boredom didn't seem so bad. Silence descended, and the regent's attention fell on Leo once more. It seems my plans are coming undone, he said, his tone musing. He was clearly a ruthless man. What he had just done had certainly proved that. But also, Leo suspected, a vain one. His choice of armour spoke volumes, as did his flashy guard. He didn't just want power, he wanted to project it, to have others believe it. Perhaps Leo could use that. I don't see it that way, he said, his voice strained. The smell of blood was thick in the air. The regent's brows shot up. Of course he hadn't been talking to Leo. He'd merely been talking at him, around him, as if he were little more than a piece of furniture that no longer fit inside his room. Leo was valuable only as long as he was useful. He was useful only as long as he played a part in the regent's plans. He scrambled for an idea. Please, Lord Smith Francis, let me ride back to Port Valor and deliver your terms myself. We can present this entire affair not as a kidnapping, but rather as a diplomatic negotiation. The regent's mouth twisted at the corners, his eyes crinkling in amusement. Leo recognized the look. It was the face his father wore when he found Leo on the entertaining side of ridiculous, like a dog performing a trick. Fun to watch, perhaps, but not to be taken seriously. A diplomatic negotiation, you say? The regent said easily. No, I suspect you'd paint a different picture entirely. Not if you let me go. That would rather defeat the purpose of having taken you in the first place, the regent drawled. But at least your requests will be heard. Oh, they'll be heard, the regent said softly. And, Leo said insistently, panic searing his chest, I'll be able to help with damage control. The regent pulled a sceptical face. Damage control? Leo smiled. As far as I understand it, the Breachsiders are loyal people, devoted. I've met quite a few of them on my, journey. And to none have they been more devoted than to the knights. How do you think they'll respond when they learn you ordered their beloved heir murdered in order to advance your own ambitions and take what is rightfully his? The man's face went abruptly, almost comically, blank. He was your nephew, I believe, Leo prompted. It had taken some time, but he had placed the name the other kidnappers mentioned. Lord Smith Francis was the only son of an old ironsmith family that had ascended in the wake of the breach thanks to his sister's marriage. She had borne a daughter to Jonathan Knight, the heir of the House of Iron, before he died and had become stepmother to his son, Julian. That won't look good, will it? Weaseled your way into power through your sister, then robbed the poor boy of his birthright after his father was brutally murdered, fighting for your people during the uprising. No, you won't come off well, my lord, if you don't mind my saying so. Not well at all. For the first time, he thought he truly had the regent's attention. The man's expression was dark, a thundercloud, but Leo had managed to surprise him too.
That was information he was not meant to be privy to. At this point, Leo figured he had nothing to lose. You see, your captain failed to mention that I love to talk. I figured out your assassination plan days ago, and I've been telling every barmaid, servant, and stable boy who was within earshot ever since. We did do a rather thorough tour of the coastal towns, didn't we? They make up, 90% of the Breachside population? Already that gossip is spreading like the undead across your lands. You may have sought to solidify your rule of this house, but I think you've likely lost it instead. The regent tilted his head, considering. He stood, taking several lazy steps forward, then cracked Leo across the face with the back of his hand. He wore iron gauntlets, and the blow was enough to knock Leo off his feet. Or it would have been if one of the Red Guard hadn't caught him. Staggering upright, his ears ringing, Leo wiped a hand across his split lip, his mouth filled with blood. That was going to leave a scar, the bastard. You're smarter than you look, the regent said. I'll give you that. Leo waited, unsure if he should be offended or not, unsure if his life was in danger or not. As the son of a king, you know the influence of words, the regent continued, moving to stand before the fire, staring into the flames. Of stories and reputation. But there's something people respond to beyond all that. Something that cannot be faked or misconstrued. And it's power, strength. That is how I will solidify my rule, boy. And the House of Iron is only the beginning. He turned to retake his seat, but paused. As for your rumours, well, that's all they are, aren't they? I will deny everything, of course, and mourn my nephew deeply, just as I did his father before him. Chapter 33. Wren had long since stopped trying to see through the gap in the wood. Instead, her attention was fixed wholly and completely on Julian. He sat there, still as a statue, his face illuminated by a single stripe of golden firelight from the room beyond. There was a lot spinning through her mind, including the idea of multiple targets. Hadn't the captain said one of them went down with the other? Like Wren had gone down with Julian. But the regent's most recent words had caused all the air to leave the cramped closet space. He made it sound like Julian's father was killed not with his fellow ironsmiths during the uprising at the hand of Lochgraven and the Dominion army, but by assassination. That the regent had done the same thing to him as he had done to Julian, sending him off to fight in order to mask a murder. Only, in the case of Julian, he had failed. This regent, Julian's own uncle, the man who had raised him in the wake of his father's death, was now trying to usurp him, trying to take away what little he had left. In fact, the man had already taken from him, if Wren was understanding things correctly. The conversation continued on the other side of the wall, but Julian had started to shake, his entire body trembling with barely checked rage. She had never seen him like this, never seen him lose control. It was his face, though, that Wren couldn't look away from. His eyes were wild, his mouth working, his jaw clenched. She reached out to him, laying a gentle hand on his arm. She meant to calm him, to remind him that they couldn't be overheard, that he couldn't explode here and now unless he wanted to give his uncle the chance to finish what he'd started. But she was too late. Her fingers had barely brushed the fabric of his coat when a resounding crack echoed inside the darkened closet. There was a wooden shelf behind Julian, which he had apparently been clutching in an attempt to get himself under control, and which he had snapped clean off, reducing the shelf into shards of wood and dust in his hand. Wren gaped at the surprising show of strength, but there was no time for a proper reaction. The voices on the other side of the wall had gone abruptly silent. Then, what was that? The wall, over there, next door. Julian burst from the closet, striding to the door and sliding the lock into place right before a body slammed into the wood, rattling the knob several times before more shouts echoed down the hall. The wooden door was banded, giving Julian iron to press against in an attempt to hold them off. Stepping back from the door, with his hand still outstretched, he looked over his shoulder at Wren. "Go, now." "What?" she said. "I can't leave you here, with him." She pointed at the room next door, where Julian's would-be murderer held court, surrounded by allies. "You have to," he said, just as the door rattled on its hinges again. No matter how firm his hold on the iron banding, or how strong the lock, if they wanted to get in badly enough, they'd just break through the wood. "No, I don't," Wren said, her throat tight. "We'll both go, They'll chase us," he cut in. "If they find me, they'll think I'm alone. You're safe. Please. I want to face him. Take the window and climb up on the roof." "But what about Leo? The Iron Revenants?" Sadness touched his eyes, even as he extended both hands toward the door, fighting against the continued bangs and shouts from the opposite side. His feet were actually starting to slide against the floor. The force of his magic was so strong. "There's time for both of us to get out of here," she insisted. "You didn't leave me in the breach." She crossed her arms, planting herself next to him. "So I'm not leaving you." The look he gave her was one of surprised gratitude, and Wren tried not to let it shake her, both in its sincerity and its suggestion that he expected her to cut and run. He considered her a moment, then seemed to come to a decision. "Okay, open the window," he said, grabbing their bag from the floor and following her, all the while keeping his attention and his magic fixed on the door. Wren ran to the window, wrenching it open with a blast of frigid air, then climbing onto the sill. Julian reached around her to toss the bag onto the roof, the impact of his armor loud against the tiles. The door was splintering now, and she was just making room for him on the ledge when Julian reached for the open window. "This is for your own good," he said, and before her brain could catch up, he'd slammed it closed, trapping her outside and him in. They stared at each other through the pane, Wren's startled breath fogging the glass. "I'm sorry," he said, sliding the lock in place before turning his back on her and striding toward the door. He withdrew his sword, preparing for a fight, but he wasn't wearing his armor. He was vulnerable. Frustration climbed up Wren's throat. He was right there, but she couldn't reach him. She wanted to scream, to shatter the glass and stand by his side, but how could she, when he was essentially sacrificing himself in order to save her? She couldn't just throw it back in his face. She also couldn't stay here, perched on the windowsill, just waiting to be caught and captured. Cursing, she hoisted herself onto the drainpipe and out of sight, tears stinging her eyes. Tears that had nothing to do with the cold. She had just landed on the roof tiles when the sound of the door bursting open and slamming against the wall reverberated from below. She crouched, utterly still, but could hear very little besides shouts and ringing metallic impacts. She lifted her gaze to take in her surroundings. Night had fallen. Her presence atop the inn unmarked and unnoticeable from anyone below. She was a ghost, a shadow. But she had no idea where to go or what to do. Julian meant for her to leave, to get out while she could. It was the smart thing, the logical thing. But since when had Wren Graven ever done that? Chapter 34. Julian was ready to fight, to hurt, to bleed, no, to make them bleed, anyone who stood in his way. Anyone who stood between him and that man. But when the door burst open, kicked in so hard the wood split, Julian found himself face to face with a foe that couldn't bleed. Standing there, amid the dust and splintered wood, was an iron revenant. The sight sent a shockwave through him. Another sin to lay at his uncle's feet. The figure might have been the one Julian had just seen created, though he couldn't be sure. The iron was plain and unadorned, the style decades out of date. While modern swords like Julian still wore full plate, the armour was fitted and streamlined and didn't technically cover him head to toe, allowing for freer movement. He currently felt naked without it, but there hadn't been time. He raised his hand on instinct, intending to use his magic to halt the creature's approach, but he knew it would be futile. The size of the suit, the density of the iron, it must easily weigh twice what Julian did, which meant he had no chance at slowing it down, never mind stopping it. He didn't care. Logic, it seemed, had fled him. Fuck magic, fuck logic. He'd tear the creature apart with his bare hands. And he tried. He hacked and slashed, his sword thrusts ruthless and without technique. But no matter where he struck or how hard he swung, his sword ricocheted off the ironsmith plate, leaving little more than a scratch. The armour was thick, thicker than any living person could bear, but that was the point, wasn't it? The undead didn't follow the rules of the natural world, and the magic well that powered these iron revenants certainly didn't. The undead before him took whatever punishment Julian dished out, either knowing that he wouldn't succeed or forced to take it, whether it wanted to or not, bound to the orders of others. He suspected it felt no pain, no fear, and even if Julian could pierce its dense iron armour, his sword would be useless against its undead body. Panting with exertion, Julian finally relented. His rage was in danger of fading in the face of this obstruction, and the result was unwanted clarity. Maybe he should have left with Wren when he'd had the chance. Maybe he was a fool. Mind racing, he took a step backward, deeper into the room, his gaze darting around the small space. If he could lure it away from the door, he might be able to use his speed to get around it, and... His thoughts, along with his strategies, sputtered out as the revenant moved into the room to pursue him, and a second one filled the empty frame. Julian's back was against the wall, literally and figuratively. But this was what he wanted, wasn't it? He didn't want to escape. He wanted to look his uncle in the eye. He wanted to demand answers. But as talented as Julian was, there was no way he could defeat 2 iron revenants and a full squad of his uncle's personal guard. If he wanted to face him, he would have to do so as a prisoner. Heart hammering, Julian lowered his sword in surrender. The cowards that made up his uncle's Red Guard waited until Julian was subdued by the revenants before they entered the room. Prudent, maybe, but also pathetic. He thought of what Wren would say if she were here, the insults she'd spit, the way she'd throw them a challenging smile even in defeat. His stomach twisted. Better that she wasn't here. His uncle wanted her for some bizarre reason, and Julian felt nothing but deep satisfaction in denying him that. His uncle. His uncle. The reality of it finally hit home. This was the man who had raised him, saved him, built him up only to break him back down. The man was a monolith, the foundation upon which Julian's life was built. The man he thought he'd known. The man he thought he'd understood, flaws and all. Julian understood him all right. Understood he never should have trusted him in the first place. The revenants each took one of his arms, holding him in a grip strong enough to bruise. Then one of the Red Guard hastened to disarm him, avoiding his eye. Julian knew these people, had trained with them, walked the same halls as them, had served alongside them. Did they know what his uncle's orders had been? Even now, did they know the full picture? Or had Francis cooked up some story to justify the action? It wouldn't be the first time. The revenants increased the pressure on his arms, pulling him forward, and Julian wondered idly whose orders they were actually following. He'd thought only that Ghostsmith boy and Wren, apparently, could command the undead. But maybe the Corpse Queen was real. Maybe Francis wasn't actually calling the shots. Maybe he, too, was a puppet in someone else's game. Julian thought he was ready to confront his uncle, but as he entered the next room, a cold sweat broke out over his brow, despite the warmth of the fire. Warring emotions battled inside him. He had always feared this man, but he had trusted him too, looked up to him, taken his lessons about strength and sacrifice to heart, believed him when he said everything he did was for the good of their house. But Julian was a part of that house, born to be its leader, and so was his father. If this man could so easily use them for what they offered and then casually order their deaths, that meant his uncle was less concerned with what was best for their house and more interested in what was best for him. "Julian," his uncle said, tone incredulous as Julian was pushed to his knees before him. "Thank hammer and sword you're alive. Save it," Julian snapped. "I don't know what you think you've heard, son, but don't call me that," Julian said, voice barely above a whisper. The worst part about all this was that he'd let it happen. Welcomed it, even. He'd been young and scared, and so he'd let this man take from him over and over again, had been grateful for it. "Thank you, Uncle, for taking over the House of Iron. Thank you, Uncle, for forcing me to be strong. Thank you, Uncle, for turning me into a weapon, whether I wanted to be one or not." He clenched his fists. His uncle noticed, but made no comment as he turned to one of his guard. "Did you check the room, and the rest on the floor?" "I came alone," Julian said. Francis ignored him, keeping his attention on the guard, who confirmed it with a sharp nod. "We're just checking the last of the rooms, Lord Smith, but no sign of anyone else." Julian allowed himself a small moment of relief. If Wren got away, it meant not only that she was safe, but that she could ensure that the truth of what was happening here didn't remain inside this room. Julian was dubious that anyone from the Dominions gave a damn about him or his house, but they cared about Prince Leopold and the danger he might be in. And if they were smart, they'd see the bigger picture and send aid. Quickly. His business taken care of, Francis reclaimed his seat in the high-backed chair by the fire. He was a shrewd man, and like his Red Guard, he'd not bothered himself to get involved with the discovery of a spy in their midst, even though he was an ironsmith and more dangerous than all of them put together, except for the Iron Revenants. Julian didn't know what they were truly capable of, but judging by the smashed door and their bruising grip, it would be fearsome to behold. No, Francis was more than happy to let others do his dirty work. Julian had never seen that more plainly than he did now. "So," his uncle said, fingertips steepled together and all pretense at affection and concern gone. "You tricked Captain Royce and somehow got away unscathed. What of the girl?" Julian lowered his brow. "Girl?" He noticed the prince in the room for the first time. He was being held in the corner by two of the Red Guard, but had shifted at the mention of Wren. His golden gaze flickered, and Julian knew the prince was listening closely for the answer. "The Bonesmith," his uncle said impatiently. "The one Captain Royce said fell with you into some crevasse." "I expect she's still there," Julian said indifferently, wherever her body landed. His uncle's eyes fluttered closed, a spasm of anger flashing across his face. Julian relished the sight. Let the man's disappointment fuel his own emotions. That's right, all your planning, all your plotting, and you failed. At least, when it came to the present. "Tell me why," Julian said into the silence. His voice quivered with suppressed emotion. "Come now, Julian. Don't be a fool. Don't be like him. Don't be like him." All Julian's life, his uncle had belittled his father, called him kind but weak, good but lost. He was a man to be pitied, honoured, but never emulated. Julian was lucky that his uncle had been there to pick up the slack, fortunate that there had been someone competent to take the reins. Julian had never questioned the story. His father, grief-stricken in the wake of his mother's death and the catastrophe of the breach, had allowed their house to fall into ruin. Even a marriage into a good ironsmith family and a second child had not been enough to save him. He'd marched bravely but recklessly on the front lines during the uprising, and tragically, but not surprisingly, he'd never come home. Julian had believed every word and sought to do better, to be better, to be smarter and braver and stronger. Always it was about strength. Little did he know, the weakest thing he'd ever done was listen to the man seated before him. Jonathan Knight was unfit to rule. He was a blight on our house and had to be removed. We were all but defeated when I stepped in. And now? We're poised for a resurgence. On the backs of undead monsters. A bit poetic, don't you think? The creatures that were meant to be our undoing, bent to our will instead. Her will, you mean? You certainly don't command them on your own, do you, Uncle? Like every good politician before me, I have cut deals, made plans, and built myself a network of allies. But in the end, I will reign supreme. Which is why I'm sure you understand you had to be removed as well. There can only be one head of the House of Iron, and it will be me. The words caused an icy drop of fear to cut through Julian's burning anger. Because he wasn't the sole heir to his house. He had a sister. And what of Becca? Your sister's daughter. Do you intend to kill her, too? Come now, boy. I'm not completely heartless. Rebecca's future will be secured, as will mine. You'll see. Or well, I suppose you won't. Julian wanted to believe him when he said Becca wouldn't be harmed. But how could he trust anything the man said? And while his brain puzzled over what he meant when he said her future will be secured, all those worries fell by the wayside at the final words his uncle had spoken. He attempted to wrench his arms free from the unforgiving hold of the iron revenants, but they held fast.
"So you'll kill me here and now, in cold blood?"
His uncle, who had stiffened at Julian's abrupt movement, settled back in his chair and sighed.
"I can tell you've not done much murder in your life, Julian, to use such a phrase. If I killed you in hot-blooded anger, would that make things better? Or worse? Your death will not be without meaning. Just because I have purpose does not make me cold. Quite the opposite. I kill because I must."
Julian clenched his jaw in frustration, but before he could figure out what to say or how to reason with the man, one of his guards rushed in.
"Forgive me, my lord, but she's here, now, waiting outside."
"She's what?" His uncle snapped, all arrogant superiority gone in an instant, his face pale. Julian looked between them in shock, then laughed darkly, his nerves frayed beyond caring.
"Speak of the devil,"
he said, smiling savagely. He had long abhorred the idea of this corpse queen and the way she haunted his people, but if she was powerful enough to make his uncle sweat, he couldn't help but be glad for her existence.
"What was that you said about reigning supreme? Your master beckons. Better not keep her waiting."
His uncle's mouth tightened in anger. "Gag him, both of them," he said, speaking to one of his guards before turning to the one who had delivered the message. "Tell her I'll be down at once." While Julian was gagged and bound and dragged over to the corner with the prince, his uncle ran his hands through his slightly dishevelled hair and reached for his helmet. The Red Guard did the same, preparing to depart, all of them. Julian looked around, not daring to get excited, and sure enough, while the human soldiers departed and closed the door behind them, the two iron revenants that had hauled him in here remained. They positioned themselves in front of the locked door, still as statues. Julian turned to Leopold, getting a good look at him for the first time. There were bags under his eyes that certainly hadn't been there before, and his hair was flat and lacking the golden lustre he remembered at the wall. His lip was split from the blow his uncle had delivered, but his gaze was sharp as he took in their situation, his attention lingering on the iron revenants. Then he started to wiggle, struggling obviously against his binds. Julian glanced at the iron revenants, but they didn't react or make a move to stop him. The prince noticed, frowned. He clearly had no idea what they were dealing with. Julian tried to catch his eye, to shake his head in warning, but all at once, Leopold seemed to lose interest. His shoulders slumped, and his eyes hooded as if in resignation or boredom. Julian, meanwhile, shifted his focus to his weapons, which were held by one of the revenants. If he could just free his hand, maybe he could summon them. Before he could do more than twist his wrist fruitlessly, Julian became aware of the prince again. He was moving his jaw around. Julian thought it was just discomfort. His own jaw was starting to throb from the thick gag tied tightly behind his head and stretched between his teeth. But the movement was constant and almost rhythmic. Then, right before Julian's eyes, the fabric tore in half, and Leopold spit the ends out. Seeing Julian's shocked reaction, the prince smiled, wide and brilliant, revealing golden fangs as sharp as daggers capped over his teeth. Leopold glanced over his shoulder in the direction of the iron revenants, but they remained oblivious. He turned back to Julian. "Hold still, won't you?" he said casually. Then he lunged, clamping his teeth around the edge of Julian's gag near his jaw. It would appear to the casual observer that Leopold was trying to tear out his throat, or perhaps drink his blood. But before Julian could react with anything more than stunned shock, he began to feel it, the seesawing motion, and the way that fibre after fibre, the gag started to sever. One last pull, and the fabric tore. Julian twisted his head, and the gag fell away. They stared at each other. "Clever trick," Julian said, faintly, more than a little impressed. "Thanks," the prince panted, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. "Gold's softer than iron, more malleable. I hid these pieces on my back teeth, and when they searched me, rather thoroughly I might add, they never thought to look there. Then I just had to reshape them. I'm very good with my tongue." He smiled wickedly, and Julian thought of Wren. No wonder these two were friends. "Unfortunately, it'll be no use against these." He lifted his hands, which were bound in thick rope, knotted tight. "I just can't believe they let me do it," he added, glancing at the iron revenants, who hadn't so much as moved an inch. "I'm not sure they can see," Julian said, studying them, "or if they have a will of their own." "What do you mean?" Leopold asked. Julian gave him a bleak look. "They're undead, encased in iron and ordered to do another's bidding." The prince's eyebrows shot up into his hairline. He looked over his shoulder at them again, then turned back to Julian. "Indeed," he said. "Even untied, we'd have no chance against them," Julian said, feeling desperation seep in. "At least, not by ourselves." Then, right on cue, the door banged open and Wren stood before them, armoured in bones with black lips and eyes. "Stop!" she shouted, before the iron revenants could do more than turn her way. And just as they had in the breach, they did. As she moved into the room, Julian swore he saw a flicker of green in her eyes. He thought he'd seen the same thing in the breach, but just as quickly as it had been there, it was gone again, and he was certain he'd imagined it. A swell of emotion rose inside his chest. The fear that pierced him whenever Wren used her strange new power paled in comparison to the odd thrill he felt at seeing her there in all her glory, fearless and dangerous, and on his side. In an instant, she was crouched before them, using Ironheart to cut through their ropes. She started with his. "You're here," Julian said, blankly. Wren smirked. "I've never been very good at following instructions." He smiled back, and she turned to Leopold. "Apologies for the delay, Your Highness." He looked flabbergasted. "You're alive, and you came here? For me?" "And made a right mess of things along the way," she said, tossing a conspiratorial look at Julian as he disentangled himself from his ropes and got to his feet. "We need to get out of here, now." "But how did you—" "I'll explain everything once we're free of this place." Julian reached down to help Leopold to his feet. "The Regent's men will be downstairs," the prince protested, rubbing his sore wrists. "We can't risk going that way." "We won't," Wren said, sheathing the dagger. "We'll be taking the roof." "My weapons," Julian said, and Wren spotted them in the iron revenant's grasp. Squaring her shoulders, she walked over. "Give those to me." The words had a strange feeling to them, different from her regular speech. Some subtle pitch or tone that Julian couldn't quite put his finger on. There was a pause, and then the revenant held out the weapons. Wren grabbed the bundle and heaved it across the room to Julian's open arms. Relief swept through him at their familiar weight and feel. As he moved to follow Wren, he spotted his dented helmet sitting on a side table. He snatched it up. Wren had reached the balcony doors and was flinging them wide just in time for Julian to stride through. It felt good to be working together again. It felt right. "Come on," Wren called over her shoulder as Julian put a foot on the balcony railing for leverage and leapt onto the roof. When he looked down, Wren was offering the prince a foothold while Julian reached down for him. He hefted Leopold onto the tiles next to him before turning back to help Wren. "Stay here," she said into the room, giving the revenants a final order before closing the doors and gripping Julian's hand. He stood as he lifted her, drawing her all the way up to her feet. "Oof!" she gasped, somewhat surprised. And Julian had never wanted to kiss her more. But that was a bad idea. He'd told her as much. It was a bad idea because he'd lose himself to it. To her. Like his father had done. But that was his uncle talking, wasn't it? Maybe the only way he would lose was if he let her go. "Where to?" Leopold asked, cutting into the moment. Wren released Julian's hand, looking flustered. "We can cross over the alley to the next building," she said, pointing to the other side of the sloping roof. "Hang on," Julian muttered, digging into their bag and hastily donning his armour. He added his dented helmet, making a mental note to repair the damage as soon as possible. When he was ready, Wren led the way, up the peak of the roof and back down again. The building next door was level to this one. A quick jump was all it would take to get them across. Julian was already taking several steps backward, preparing for a running leap, when voices echoed up from the street below. He skittered to a halt. "Your Majesty," came the unmistakable sound of his uncle's voice. He looked to the others. Then all three of them threw themselves down onto the tiles, creeping to the edge of the roof on their stomachs. His uncle stood at the mouth of the alleyway, his red guard ranged round him, while opposite stood a woman, tall and veiled, surrounded by gleaming iron revenants. Chapter 35. Wren sensed them before she saw them, the presence of the undead. Ever since the breach, her magic was powerful, vivid, and her newfound abilities continued to linger. She feared they'd disappear at any moment, while secretly hoping they would, that she could go back to being a regular smith and an excellent valkyr. With Leo and Julian on either side of her, she took in the scene below. The regent and his guards, a woman, draped in a black veil, and surrounded by at least a dozen iron revenants. The rumours, however limited, didn't do her justice. Yes, she wore a veil, but it was no maidenly shroud. The fabric was jagged and uneven, trailing to the ground and nearly opaque, giving only the vaguest sense of a face, a person beneath. And atop her head, there was a crown, made of twisted, broken bones, a sick parody of the champion's wreath Inara had won during the Bonewood trial, punctured at irregular intervals with the same dark spikes that pierced Wren's ring, creating a haunting halo. When she moved, she sounded like a revenant, bones shifting and clacking together, but they weren't her own. Bright in Wren's senses, but barely visible through the veil, were bracelets and necklaces, pieces of pale bone flashing like scraps of moonlight on inky black waters. "It's her," Wren whispered, mostly to herself. "The Corpse Queen," said Leo, his expression intent. "Forgive me," the regent continued, though his voice held no contrition, "but I thought we had agreed to meet outside the walls." He glanced around at the street behind him, where people huddled together or poked their heads out windows and doorways watching,
and whispering. "We agreed on many things, Regent." Her voice, it reminded Wren of the boys, low and rasping, but there was an edge to it, a sort of rawness that grated against her skin, making it tingle. "Where is my prize? I will not grant you continued use of my iron revenants without it." What prize? She couldn't mean Leo, could she? The Regent's expression turned cold. "They wouldn't be iron revenants without me, my lady." "I'm not a lady. I'm a queen." "Rule you may, but not over me." There was a note of amusement in her voice when she replied, "Nor you over me, Regent. You know why I'm here. It's time for you to uphold your end of the bargain. We cannot proceed without her." Her? Both Leo and Julian turned to look at Wren, and she was reminded of the conversation between the Regent and the captain. The third target. Wren didn't know what proceed meant, but she could only assume it had something to do with that boy, the legions of undead, and the fact that Wren could command them the same as him. "I'm afraid we'll have to. I don't have her. You'll need to find another way." "She is the only way." "She's dead," he snapped back. "Somewhere near the fort. It's over." The woman took a slow step forward, bones rattling. The Regent's men tensed but didn't act. The iron revenants loomed large and threatening, without moving a single rotted muscle. "Death is not the end." A collective shiver went through the entire group, as if an icy breeze had blown down the alleyway, though there wasn't a hint of a wind. Even Wren felt it. "We'll find you another Bonesmith," the Regent said reasonably. "There are hundreds west of the wall." "It is her, or it is no one," the Queen said, complete and utter conviction in her voice. Wren thought again of that messenger in the bonewood, the ring in her pocket. What if this was not the first time the Queen had come calling for her? One of the Red Guard moved from the back of the group to the Regent's side and whispered in his ear. Wren feared their escape had been detected, but the Regent nodded and turned to the Queen. "I've requested a private parlour at the inn. It's ready. Why don't we step inside and discuss a solution that suits us both?"
"Why don't you step inside alone, Regent, and think of a solution yourself? I'll be taking my revenants with me, and you'll have no further use of them until I am satisfied." She turned on her heel, walking away from the Regent, whose expression tightened with frustrated rage, into the shadows of the alley and away from the main street. Thus far, Wren had only been able to see the side of the Queen's head. But now she caught a glimpse of the face, or rather, the impression of a face behind the veil. Wren kept telling herself that the woman wasn't actually a corpse, she just commanded them. But she couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that the sight of the woman gave her, especially when her gaze flicked up to the rooftop and landed squarely on Wren. Her eyes were visible through the fabric, shining an even more shocking shade of green than the Ghostsmith boys, and they bored into her. Fear pierced Wren's gut, rooting her to the spot. She expected the woman to stop, to point or cry out, but she kept moving. When at last she looked away, it was to turn her head slightly and speak to one of the iron revenants,
It halted in its tracks, while the rest continued. It didn't crane its head or look her way, but it didn't need to. When it spoke, the words echoed as loudly and clearly as if they'd come from inside Wren's own mind. And they might as well have, because no one else could hear them. Come to me when you're ready to know more. Come to us. I know you feel it. Blood calls to blood, and like to like. And then it walked away. Wren stared, unseeing at where it had stood, until Julian touched her arm. You ready? He asked, and she blinked, realizing the iron revenant had gone and the alleyway was empty. The regent had returned to the inn. He discovered their disappearance in no time. They had to move. They leapt the gap between buildings, climbed down a trellis, and made for the exterior wall. We should, take horses, Leo panted, trying to keep up with them as they ducked between buildings and ran past the glow of lantern lights. Even if we manage to steal them, how do you propose we get out of here? Julian asked. If we reveal ourselves at the gate, we're finished. Leo cursed. They'll find us. We'll never outrun them. Maybe we won't need to, Wren said, glancing back toward the inn. When do you suppose they'll discover our absence? Imminently, Julian said. And then what? He considered. Well, they won't know which way we've gone, which means they'll have to check everywhere. They'll search the inn, the rest of the town, plus send riders out both gates. He won't want to risk his men in the haunted territory at night, but he won't have much of a choice. That's a lot of ground to cover, Wren said thoughtfully. He'll have to split them up. Julian's face changed. He saw where she was going with this. She'd known he would. He has, 20 Red Guard with him? And 10 extra soldiers from the kidnapping party. Without the Iron Revenants at his disposal, he'll keep 6 minimum to protect himself. Of the rest, he'll need at least 20 to properly search this place, even if the locals help. There are too many buildings, streets and dark corners, plus the walls themselves will need to be checked. So, that leaves 4, Leo said. Julian nodded. He'll divide them. Send 2 riders out each gate. 3 against 2, Wren said with a smirk. I like those odds. Are we counting on me in a fight? Leo asked delicately, brows raised. He pressed his fingers to his lip, which was starting to scab over. I'm not much by way of a warrior. I think Julian's helmet might disagree, Wren said. Leo beamed, but Julian narrowed his eyes, annoyed at the reminder. You might not be a fighter, he said, but you'll make excellent bait. Leaving the way they had come, they were scaling the outer wall of town when a commotion outside the inn told them their time had run out. The Red Guard could be seen spilling out onto the streets, orders barked and soldiers sent this way and that. It would take time to saddle horses, but it wouldn't be long until the gates opened and they were searching the roads. Hurrying toward the southern gate, Wren cast her senses wide, but she couldn't detect the Iron Revenants or any other undead in the vicinity. Still, their presence, along with the Red Guard, could lure any number of ghosts or revenants, so she drew her swords and kept herself alert. Julian, meanwhile, scanned the landscape for a likely location for an ambush. He eventually found a bend in the road where the ground dipped on either side, giving them darkened ditches to hide in, Julian on one side of the road, Wren and Leo on the other. A part of her realized that a few short days ago she'd have taken the prince and run, to hell with Julian and the Red Guard. It might have worked for a time, though they'd struggle to survive on their own, and their pace would be laughable.
She'd have seen it as a challenge, a chance to prove something. But after everything she'd been through, she realised that would have been short-sighted, rash, and just plain stupid. Horses were their best shot at making it back to the fort, and having Julian by her side would only speed things along. They had actually done it. They had rescued the Gold Prince. They had also discovered a larger plot that made her petty goals and Julian's personal vendetta pale in comparison. But they had done what they'd set out to do. The question of what would happen now was far harder to grapple with. Julian wasn't just an ironsmith. He was Julian Knight, heir to their house. They couldn't show up at the fort with him. The commander would have him in a cell in the blink of an eye. Even if they kept his identity a secret, he'd been seen during the kidnapping. He was guilty, regardless of what had happened afterward. And when Wren told them about the Regent's plot and the Iron Revenants, it would put Julian in greater danger. But she had to tell them, right? So, Bonesmiths and ironsmiths working together to save a goldsmith prince? Leo said, conversationally, as if they weren't huddled in the haunted dark, waiting to ambush a pair of highly trained warriors. Last time I saw you two, you were trying to kill each other, yes. And now, you're friends? Allies, Wren corrected shortly. Kissed and made up, have you? Leo asked with a quirk of his lips. Wren opened her mouth, then shut it, which was surely damning enough. His smirk split into a full-faced grin. Really? I get it, truly, but... wow. Wren closed her eyes. Shut up, idiot. Our lives are on the line here. Yes, of course, he said, and she looked at him in time to see his expression turn gravely serious. Dangerous. Thrilling, even. His eyebrows waggled. If we make it through this night, I'm going to murder you myself. I missed you too. Across the road, Julian waved a hand, then pointed in the direction of the gate. It was creaking open, and the silhouettes of two riders could be seen exiting the glow of the town beyond. The gate shut, and they disappeared save for the steady clatter of horses' hooves. The plan was simple. They'd wait until the riders were within sight, and then Leo would stumble out onto the road, flagging them down. Wren and Julian would take care of the rest. When the time came, Leo performed his part well, almost too well, as far as Wren was concerned. He staggered into the path of the horses, crying out helplessly and waving his arms like a true damsel in distress. The nearer rider halted and leapt from the saddle, and that was when Wren and Julian struck. While he targeted the still-mounted rider, she tackled the guard who was on his feet, colliding with him from behind. A handful of bone dust had him choking and stumbling, and then, between her and Leo, they held his arms from his weapons long enough for Wren to pull Julian's knife on him and press it to his throat. Julian handled the other guard by himself, the man sprawled and unconscious in the dirt, before chasing down the startled horse. After a glance at Wren, Leo did the same, soothing the other and guiding it back to their side. They tied the soldiers together, leaving them to stumble back to Caston and admit their defeat. By the time they arrived and were let in, Wren and the others would have a good head start, plus they didn't intend to take any roads, which meant finding them again would be nearly impossible. As they checked the horses and ditched any unnecessary items, Wren registered the fact that there were only 2 mounts and 3 riders. Someone would always have to ride double, and she would be damned if it was only her. The image of Leo and Julian riding together flitted into her mind, and she was determined to make it so.
That being said, they needed to get a jump on things, and as Julian was leading the way, she offered to ride with the prince for the first leg of their trek. "Are you sure you two don't want to ride together?" Leo asked innocently, and Julian cast a curious, maybe even suspicious, look over his shoulder. "Since you're, better acquainted and all?" Julian flushed. Leo grinned. Wren punched him on the shoulder, and he laughed. Chapter 36. Their journey away from Caston went much faster than their journey toward it, thanks to the horses, of course, but also the lack of detours like being set upon in the woods or falling into the breach. Leo did have a moment of panic when he realised what route they were taking, however. "Wait, we're cutting through the haunted territory?" he demanded, before levelling Wren a curious, appraising sort of look. He didn't fully understand her apparent control over the undead, though he had witnessed it with those iron revenants. "It'll be fine," Wren had promised, and he'd taken her at her word, though his shrewd expression told her she'd have to explain herself eventually. When hours passed without any undead crossing their path, he relaxed a little, though their absence actually made Wren feel more tense. Had the Queen summoned them to her side? Were they gathering to mount some sort of attack? Or was it something to do with Wren herself? Did she repel them? Or did they sense her desire to be left alone, and obeyed her even without words? Julian had pushed them hard to the tree line, and now they travelled along its edges. He looked at Wren. "Is it safe, do you think?" He obviously wanted to disappear into the forest before the sun rose, in case any Red Guard managed to follow their trail. He seemed okay, despite everything that had just happened, and all he had discovered. He looked different, though, with his helmet back on. More like the enemy she had fought against, not the ally she'd come to fight with. She focused on the dent, on the proof of passing time and shifting allegiances. She hadn't been able to overhear the conversation between him and his uncle in that room, but maybe Leo would tell her about it. Or maybe she should let Julian share if he wanted to. Whatever the case, he appeared more determined than ever to get the prince away from the man. "As safe as anywhere," she said, looking around. "I don't sense anything, which either means there's nothing nearby, or I've lost whatever boost of power that well gave me." "Boost of power?" came Leo's voice, slightly slurred and reverberating into Wren's back. He'd fallen asleep hours ago. She jumped, startled. "I'll explain later," she muttered. Brow furrowed in thought, Julian edged his horse closer. He leaned forward in the saddle, reaching for Wren, or rather, for one of the throwing blades she kept in her bandolier. After testing the weight, bone was lighter than iron, he turned and flung it end over end somewhere into the trees. It landed with an echoing thump. He tilted his head at her. "Can you find it?" He was trying to test her range, and it was as good an idea as any. She would normally lose track of a bone weapon if it was farther than 10 feet or so. But not only could she sense the knife, easily 20 feet away, but with her hand outstretched, she summoned it back, yanking it from the wood and catching it deftly as it whipped through the air. "Impressive," Julian said. "I think we're good to stop here for now." Rather than seek out another watchtower, which would keep them protected, but also trap them should any Red Guard or undead descend, to say nothing of the danger the horses would be in, they camped in a hollow ditch beneath a massive fallen tree, the roots providing cover for themselves and the horses. Julian got the fire going, while Wren cobbled together a meal with whatever rations she could find in the saddlebags. Leo, meanwhile, wrapped himself in a blanket and curled up next to the flames. Julian raised his brows. "Don't strain yourself, Your Highness." Leo cracked a single eyelid. "I don't intend to." "Clearly not. We're all tired. The least you could do is help."
"While you two were chumming around for the past week," Leo drawled, eyes closed again, "I was alone."
"There was no one to watch my back, so I didn't sleep. I didn't rest." Julian caught Wren's gaze over the fire, and she had to admit that while their travel was far from uneventful, they'd had each other. She'd hardly call it chumming around, but she saw his point, especially when you took the kissing into consideration. So excuse me for taking advantage of the current circumstances. And believe me, Leo added, shifting into a more comfortable position, I'll be plenty helpful when we arrive at the breach fort, if you want to keep your head, that is. Wren rolled her eyes, but he wasn't wrong. They'd need Leo's testimony to keep Julian from a prison cell, or worse. As Leo nodded off, she and Julian ate together in silence.
"Speaking of the breach fort,"
he said, after a while, using a stick to poke the flames. "You won't lose your head," Wren said, with more certainty than she felt. She was staring at his helmet, which he'd removed and rested against their packs. "No, it's not that." He frowned, expression thoughtful. "We can't take him to the breach fort, Wren." She'd been expecting this from the moment they'd set out together. But after the regent had been exposed, she thought he might see reason. "We need to report," she waved a hand, "all this. We can't fight them by ourselves." Julian tilted his head at her. "What happened to the girl who was convinced we could cross the breach and rescue a kidnapped prince all on our own?" "This is different," she said defensively. He sounded disappointed in her, and she hated how much she cared about that. "How?" he demanded. "Back then, I thought I knew everything there was to know about the undead. I have since been proven wrong repeatedly. We're in over our heads. The breach fort will help us." Julian stared broodingly into the fire. "I'm not so sure they will." "What's that supposed to mean?"
"Not only are they the same people who have refused to help us breachsiders for the past 2 decades, but I think you're forgetting how this all started."
"I believe it started when you attacked the wall and kidnapped a prince." "It started before that, Wren. We were tipped off. Didn't you ever wonder how we turned up out of nowhere, perfectly positioned to kidnap him? We were told exactly where to be and when." Wren did recall some strange details from that day. The blockage on the road, for starters, and the way she had so easily gotten the prince alone. "You're saying there's an informant?" Julian nodded. "Inside the prince's own retinue. He won't be safe there." Wren looked down at Leo, then back up at Julian. "What would you suggest then?" she asked, warily. "I say we circle back north," he replied, speaking carefully. "They'll assume we're riding to the breach fort, won't they? So heading in the opposite direction will be the last thing they'll expect." "North," Wren said flatly. "You mean toward the Iron Citadel?" "No," he said hurriedly. "Just somewhere we can lie low and stay safe until the regent stops his search." "And where would that be?" "We could use my mother's family estate. It's currently unoccupied except for a few servants. We could regroup, rest, and figure out our next move." "A family estate? Surely they'll look for you there." "My people will protect us." "Your people? Wasn't the regent one of your people up until yesterday? And what about Captain Royce before that? You're asking me to put trust in the people who caused this mess in the first place." He tugged at his breastplate in agitation. "No, I'm asking you to put trust in me. You've done it before.
It's not the same thing, Wren said, ignoring the twinge in her stomach at the memory of their time in the breach. No way am I taking Leo anywhere near your people. His nostrils flared. Is this still about you and your golden prize? Your stupid mission to prove yourself? You already have, Wren. If they don't see that, that's on them. Wren looked down, struggling to hide the emotion she felt at his words. He made it sound so easy, like what others thought of her didn't matter, and she wanted it to be true. But it wasn't. It did matter. It was how she'd lost Ghostbane and wound up banished from her home. But it was also how she'd wound up here, with him. Look, he continued. All I'm saying is, if we hand the prince over to the breach fort, then we did all this for nothing. You said you care about him. But if you bring him back there, you plainly only care about yourself. Fuck you! Wren spat. Julian bit down on a retort, glowering into the flames. Wren did the same. She did care about Leo. She wanted him safe, and surely the breach fort was safer than anywhere east of the wall, even with a spy in their midst. Wren would just stick close to Leo's side until he was shipped off somewhere else and she was forced to remain behind. And Julian. Who knew what would become of Julian at the fort? But Wren would have pulled off the impossible. She would be praised, rewarded. What that would mean, she couldn't know for certain, but she had to try, didn't she? It's more than that, Julian said, his voice quiet but fervent. We're not finished here. Those Iron Revenants, the undead. There's more work to do in the haunted territory. We make a good team. A good team? Wren repeated, arching an eyebrow. I thought you said we were a bad idea. Aren't we? He said, meeting her gaze. Wren shrugged, going for indifference. Maybe I like bad ideas. He looked away. He appeared frustrated, like he was fighting some internal battle with himself. It's not. This can't end well for either of us. There it was. Another rejection. Wren didn't reply because she didn't know how. She wanted to argue. It was what they were best at. But to do so would be to reveal how much it mattered to her, how much she cared. So she said nothing. He stood, scooping up his helmet. I'll take the first watch. He stalked through the trees, and Wren threw herself down next to Leo. As she did so, she glanced at his face, his eyes open and reflecting the firelight. They headed out again in the afternoon. They'd reached a stalemate regarding their destination, but their path would be the same over the next day or so, regardless of where they went. They couldn't head east. The coastal road and populated towns would be crawling with the Regent's men, so they had to backtrack west, skirting the haunted territory in order to either head south again toward the fort or north toward Julian's proposed hideout. Wren had been itching to talk to Leo ever since she'd awoken, but when they left camp, Julian offered to walk, depriving Wren both of the sight of him and Leo pressed together in the saddle and the chance to speak to the prince in private. The ground was sloping and uneven, slowing their progress, but it would also slow their pursuers if any picked up their trail. Since they were avoiding the deep forest, they found themselves walking along the banks of a familiar river. Julian proposed they should camp at the old mill again, and after they made the crossing and it came into view, the sight of it was strangely off-putting. They'd been here mere days ago, but it felt like a lifetime. So much had changed. Wren did a cursory look around for any undead, while Julian gathered wood and Leo tended the horses. With Julian crouched in front of the stove, working on starting the fire, Wren saw her chance. "I need to get cleaned up," she announced, making her way to the river. The sun had disappeared beyond the western hills, but the narrow valley still clung to some vestiges of sunlight. "Agreed," Leo said, leaving the horses tied up and moving toward the house. "And a comb through that hair wouldn't go awry either." Wren didn't break her stride as she took hold of his arm and pulled him with her. "You're coming too." The water was icy as she crouched in the shallows and splashed it on her face. She looked back at the house, and while Julian was nowhere in sight, and certainly out of earshot, it didn't mean they had long. "Look, I don't know what you heard earlier, but—" "Are you going to break my heart and tell me I'm not a golden prize?" he asked. "I thought it was a rather endearing way of putting it. Better than bargaining chip or hostage, don't you think?" Wren sighed. "That's not—" "It's okay," Leo said, his expression earnest for once. "Regardless of your motives, you've saved my life. Both of you, though he didn't come around until someone tried to kill him. So I mean, between the two of you, you're definitely the more altruistic." Wren laughed. "Low bar." Leo shrugged. "Keep the bar low enough, and you're never disappointed." Wren's laughter faded, and she glanced over her shoulder again. "He wants to keep you here, east of the wall. He said there was an informant at the breach fort, but I don't know who." "I do." Wren straightened. "What?" He gave her a strange look. "Julian's not the only one who knew I was going to be kidnapped." Wren gaped. "You knew?" He stared out across the river. "I found letters in Galen's pack." "Galen, your cousin?" "Indeed. He was paid, quite handsomely, I might add, to keep certain parties apprised of my whereabouts and to deliver me defenceless east of the wall." He paused, looking contemplative. "I didn't know who would be doing the kidnapping, though I could guess, considering where we were. I also didn't know who was paying him, but I've been trying to figure it out ever since." "Who would have something to gain by it?" Wren asked. "Commander Duncan, maybe?" "Not sure his family is wealthy enough to buy Galen. And besides, being kidnapped on his watch only hurts him, even if he thought he might make the breach fort relevant again." "Maybe someone else at the fort," Wren mused. Leo hesitated. "I did consider the other Bonesmith in residence. What was her name?" "Odile," Wren said. An apprehension landed in her gut. "But why?" Even as she said it, reasons flitted through her mind. She was from east of the wall, and had hated what the Dominions did during the uprising. Maybe she thought she could finally bring the conflict to an end, but handing over a prince to traitors and rebels could easily mean more death. She had to know that. It also meant that, since there was meant to be a second kidnapping, she had set up Wren, too. Had it all been fake? Every kind word and piece of advice? Or had their bond been real, despite what the woman had felt compelled to do? Wren didn't know which was worse. That Odile might have played at being a friend and mentor from the start, or that her feelings had been true, and she had betrayed Wren anyway. There was also the matter of Lochgraven and the well. That must be how he got the magic to do what he did on that battlefield. Which meant Odile had been there, Wren's father too, and they had decided to bury the truth. What other information had they kept hidden from the world? From Wren? Any conflict east of the wall would certainly move her up the ranks.
Leo continued, unaware of Wren's spiralling thoughts. But the question then becomes, how much did this person know? It's one thing to facilitate an exchange of lands or dispensation to settle in the dominions for a political hostage, and quite another to support whatever the regent and that queen are up to. I doubt they've gone through all the work of making those iron revenants for an empty threat alone. So you think they want a war, no matter what might have happened with you? We don't know for sure if I was meant to be a hostage at all. There are other ways to use a prince. They were both lost in their own thoughts for a moment, until Leo spoke again. I must admit, I thought you might be a part of it too, he said, darting a wary, apologetic glance her way. Your family certainly has the funds, and the timing makes sense. But then we spoke together and drank together, and, well, when those kidnappers descended, you were there defending me. Wren tried to muster a smile, but she couldn't shake his earlier words about Odile. His tone grew more serious as he continued. And then you actually chased me down, risking your life to save mine. It means more to me than I can possibly say. You're welcome, Wren said, though her mood was still dark. If someone at the breach fort, Odile or otherwise, was to blame, then was Julian right that they shouldn't return? And there is, of course, the fact that you were apparently a kidnapping target too. So I'm fairly confident that exonerates you, if not Odile. Wren's heart was heavy. She did manipulate things to ensure I was the one on your patrol. In fact, she had pushed Wren onto Leo from the start, allegedly for Wren's benefit, but clearly there had been other forces at work. I see, Leo said softly. But she couldn't have known, Wren protested. The whole reason this queen wants me. She hesitated. Remember that boost of power I mentioned? When Julian and I were in the breach, there was this well there, a font of magic. We saw a boy draw upon it. His whole body glowed with it, and he made those iron revenants. I don't know how long he'd been drawing on it, because he could control the revenants before we saw him at the well. I got a brief exposure to it, but... You can do the same. Leo finished, having seen it firsthand. But I'd never done anything like that before, Wren said quickly. Maybe the Queen just needed a Bonesmith, and there you were, he said, though his expression was sceptical. They had both heard what the Queen had said when the Regent proposed a replacement. It is her, or it is no one. Then later, she had spoken to Wren alone via the iron revenant next to her. Blood calls to blood, and like to like. Maybe. Wren hedged uneasily, kicking at some stones and sending them splashing into the river. She had the urge to touch the ring again, but didn't want to have to explain it to Leo, or to think about it herself. Leo laughed darkly. So it seems that by returning to the fort, we're putting ourselves at the mercy of our betrayers once more? Or, Wren said, whirling around to face him, putting them at our mercy instead. Leo frowned, arms crossed. Elaborate. They don't know that we know, Wren said, thinking out loud. And even though we do know, or have a good guess, we don't really know why. We don't know the endgame. But maybe we could. So we show up, tired and grateful to be back to be safe, and meanwhile we dig and question and forage for answers. You with Galen, me with Odile. By the time we're through, we'll have what we need to make a better decision. And maybe enough for Wren to understand who she was and where she fit into all this. I'll need Galen's letters, Leo said, nodding. I can't prove anything without them. If he has any sense, he'll have destroyed them by now. But there might be fresh correspondence, new leads. He looked at her, shrugged. I'm willing to let this whole charade play out a little longer. Despite the adrenaline pumping through her veins, Wren had to ask, Are you sure? She may have been a target too, but Leo was the one who was actually kidnapped. His betrayer had succeeded where Wren's had failed. They might just be pushing Galen and Odile to more drastic measures. Leo cast his gaze out over the water. I suspect I am in danger no matter where I go. At least my dear cousin will have to pretend relief at my rescue and play nice for a while, until he can come up with a new scheme. That will buy us some time.
You wouldn't rather stay east of the wall, with Julian?
What? Of course not, he scoffed, turning away from the water, and relief washed through her. I'd rather be alone among the wolves I know than alone among those I don't.
You won't be alone. You'll have me.
He smiled then, wide and true, before glancing toward the house. What about him? Julian. Maybe she was every bit as selfish as Julian had suggested, wanting to drag him there when there was no benefit for him at all. More than that, it was dangerous. I'll speak up for him, if I can, Leo said. But he attacked the wall. His people killed ours. I don't think he'll walk away from this. Just being an ironsmith will be enough to condemn him, never mind the fact that he's Julian Knight, heir to their house. Wren knew he was right. Julian would certainly be imprisoned, questioned, punished maybe. And then what? Wren and Leo could argue for him all they wanted, but while the prince's word would certainly carry weight, Wren's was decidedly less important. Depending on who you asked, her support might just make things worse for Julian. She couldn't subject him to that. But things were equally dangerous for him here, weren't they? His own uncle had ordered his death. Julian might think his mother's estate was safe, but was it? And what could he really do? Hole up there alone, indefinitely? But he didn't want to go alone, did he? He wanted Wren and Leo to go with him. Wren had her uses, especially with her newfound abilities, and Leo was Julian's only scrap of leverage. He needed to wrest control from his uncle, and even if he didn't intend to ransom Leo himself, it was in his best interest to ensure that the regent didn't do so either. She suspected Julian would fight tooth and nail to keep Leo away from his uncle, or those who were in cahoots with him, like Galen and possibly Odile. The way she saw it, her options were to either insist upon the breach fort, all the while waiting for Julian to make a move and betray her, or to betray him first. At least, that's the way he'd see it. In actuality, she'd be protecting him, but she knew he wouldn't thank her for it. The idea of deceiving him made her stomach twist. But it was for the best. Wren and Leo would get their answers at the fort, and Julian would retreat to the safety of his mother's estate. She didn't have to hurt him or turn him over to his murderous uncle. This can't end well for either of us. She just had to leave him behind. Chapter 37. After they returned to the mill house, they ate in silence and settled in for a few hours of sleep. This time Wren offered to take the first watch. She couldn't sleep even if she wanted to. As Julian lay down, his back facing the room, Wren and Leo stared at each other. Were they really going to do this? They had to, didn't they?
Not just for their own sakes, but for Julian's too. He needed to get to safety, and he would find none at the fort. Really, she was helping him, making the decision for him, so he didn't risk his life trying to keep his grip on Leo at the expense of his own well-being. And despite what had happened between them the past few days, they were not friends. Not really. They were each other's only life raft in a storm, but the storm was over, and they were back on solid ground. For now. No, they weren't friends. They weren't anything. So why was this one of the hardest things Wren had ever faced? As she waited for sleep to claim him, her mind refused to settle. Strangely, it wasn't Julian that she found herself dwelling on, though. It was the idea of going back to the breach fort. It had been her goal from the start, the destination for her triumphant return, and here she was, on the brink of delivering the prince, yet the victory felt flat and hollow. Her vision of the future, praised by her father and her house and lauded as a talented valkyr, was hazy, the image dull and lifeless, compared to the thrill and danger of her recent days spent east of the wall. Every moment here was seared into her skin, vivid and visceral. The fact was, she was not the same person she had been when she'd left. She reached into her pocket, intending to touch the ring, but stopped herself. Yes, she was changed, magically, but also mentally. She had been out in the real world for the first time in her life. That was why she'd wanted to be a valkyr so desperately, to actually leave Marrow Hall and travel the dominions, to battle the undead, to challenge herself and to win. Never in her life had she imagined a challenge quite like the breach, and a part of her hated the idea of leaving it all behind. Unfinished, like Julian had said. There were questions that needed answering, but surely some of those answers waited for her at the fort. From Odile, certainly, and maybe, eventually, her own father. The problem was, things were more complicated than they had ever been. When she'd left, she'd just wanted to be a valkyr, to make her family proud, to belong. Now she feared the truth would make that impossible. What she had to decide was if the truth was worth giving that up, and if that was something she still wanted anyway. Wren added a new log to the fire, the stove's door screeching in response to being opened, but Julian didn't move. She looked at Leo again, and he nodded. Quietly he stood and slipped out the door. Wren, meanwhile, unearthed the length of rope she'd found in one of the horse's saddlebags. She closed her eyes for a moment, bracing herself. She'd only get one shot at this. Moving carefully, she stepped around Julian's sleeping body, searching for his hands. They weren't conveniently together, laid out before her and ready to be bound. One was above his head, the other under his cheek. He continued to wear his gloves, a mystery she had yet to solve. Wren blew out a breath. This would be harder than she'd thought. First, she wrapped the rope around one of the load-bearing beams that ran down the centre of the room. Next, she went for his outstretched hand, slipping it through the loosened knot she had already made in the rope. A sharp pull would tighten it. She caught sight of his good luck bracelet and had to look away, the guilt like bile in her belly. The other hand was where the real challenge would begin. In order to tie it up, she'd have to slide it out from under his face. She crouched before him then. Seeing an opportunity, she threw a leg over his body, thinking she could nudge him slightly onto his back, releasing the hand. She'd only just managed to get into position, her body suspended over his, their faces inches apart, when his eyes snapped open. He startled, his gaze foggy with sleep, until he blinked away his confusion and truly saw her, straddling him. His expression changed, his body shifting subtly from rigid surprise to tension of a different sort, something anticipatory. Wren did the only thing she could do. She kissed him. His mouth opened for her, eager like last time, but there was an underlying darkness, a desperation that Wren was certain hadn't been there before. Was it coming from her, knowing this was the beginning of the end? Or did he, too, sense that this would be the last time? As she pressed herself against him, Wren fumbled with the rope, managing to slip his slackened hand through the knot just in time. He reached for her face, or tried, his hand coming up against the restraint, tightening it with his own movement. His eyes bugged out, and he broke the kiss just as Wren leapt back from him. She tugged on the other end of the rope as she went, securing his second hand. He struggled, but in a stunned sort of a way, disbelief etched across his features. Leo spoke from the doorway. "Ready." Julian craned his neck to look at him, then at Wren. He pulled again, harder this time, before his gaze darted around the room. "They're outside," Wren explained, knowing he was looking for his weapons. Leo had already gathered everything and put it safely out of reach. She had no doubt he'd break free soon enough. She hadn't tied him flush to the support beam, which meant he'd figure out a way to loosen the binds or cool his weapons. She suspected he might even have other bits of iron concealed on his body that she didn't know about, but that was okay. She didn't intend for him to die out here. She just needed a head start. He shook his head, a humorless smile on his face, then it fell. "Leaving?" he asked, conversationally. "Yes," Wren said, jaw set. "I can't stay. We can't stay." "No," he said thoughtfully, head tilted. "I suppose not. Still, I never pegged you for a coward." "I'm not," Wren began hotly, but Julian cut her off. "I mean, I know if it were me, I'd want to know why I could speak to the undead, and why the undead listened. I'd want to know if I was a ghostsmith." Wren bared her teeth, but he kept speaking. "But I think you'd rather a kind lie than a hard truth, wouldn't you?" "Because the hard truths are here, in the Breachlands, not there in the Dominions. There, they'll tell you whatever they have to shut you up and keep you under control, just like they did when they kept what really happened during the uprising a secret, when they labelled your Lochgraven a war hero instead of the war criminal he ought to have been, when they put the good of your house over the truth. But you don't want to face that, do you, Wren? The fact that your whole life is built upon lie after lie." He smiled, but it was a cold, cruel thing. "Or are you afraid of what you'll find out about yourself if you stay?" "I'm not afraid," Wren snapped, her entire body tingling with repressed emotions, anger, frustration, and something very close to shame. She clenched her fists, fighting to keep herself under control. "I'm doing the right thing. I'm reporting what we discovered to the fort. I will learn the truth, and I will come back, but when I return, it'll be with an army." He lunged forward suddenly, the rope creaking against the wood as it strained, but held. Wren leapt back, though she was well out of reach. He laughed darkly. "You still don't get it, do you? They aren't planning an uprising. They're planning an invasion.
Those iron revenants were built to take down the wall. By the time you and your politicians decide what to do, it'll be too late. He jerked his chin at Leo, be tucked away somewhere until my uncle can get his hands on him again, and you'll be right back where you started. Exiled at the fort because your family doesn't want you.
Wren didn't remember moving. Didn't remember touching Julian at all. But the next thing she knew, she'd flung him against the pillar, his head cracking hard against the wood. She didn't know where she'd gotten the strength, but the force of the impact stunned Julian into silence. He was looking at her like he'd never seen her before. But all Wren could see was that vision of herself, the picture his words painted, and she hated it. She took a deep breath as they stared at each other, several feet of charged space between them. The shock was still evident on his face, though some of the tension had left him. He slumped against the beam. Wren looked to Leo, who was also staring at her in surprise at what she had done.
"Let's go," she said.
Leo left, but Wren paused in the doorway looking back.
"It's better this way. If you came with us, I don't know what would happen. Trust me. Just stay until daybreak. Then you can make your way to your family estate."
"Trust," he repeated, in exactly the same way he had in the watchtower. While then it had seemed almost a joke. What other choice did they have, when it was just the two of them? Now, it seemed like a dirty word.
"You'll be safer here,"
Wren whispered. "Is that what all this has been about?" he asked. "Safety." Wren didn't answer. "You think you'll be safe there in your fort when the Iron Revenants march? Or will you return to your house in a blaze of glory, only to spend your life fighting undead farmers and poor folk who couldn't afford proper burials, knowing you were meant for more?" Her heart clenched at those last words. Meant for more.
"It's not about being safe.
It's what?
It's about where I belong."
Right. You belong there, with them. Not here. And, unspoken, with me.
"I'm sorry,"
she said, turning to go. "No, you're not," Julian said, so quietly, Wren wasn't sure she hadn't imagined it.
Wren and Leo followed the river south until dawn. It took them several hours off course, but not only did it keep them safe from the undead, it was the only way she knew to get to the fort. As soon as they reached the old roads, they'd head west until the wall came into view. There was probably a faster way, but she didn't know it, and unfortunately, her guide was currently tied up in the mill house.
"Here," Leo said at one point, when they'd stopped to quickly water the horses. He tossed her a small iron dagger. It was Ironheart, the weapon Julian had given her. She gave him a questioning look, and he shrugged. "Call me sentimental, but I thought you might want a souvenir."
Wren hesitated, but returned the knife to Ghostbane's empty sheath before glancing over her shoulder again. She kept expecting Julian to appear on their tail at any moment, but all was darkness and silence. By the time sunlight crested the horizon and their shadows grew long on the ground before them, they were moving at a steady clip, veering west on one of the old roads in what Wren hoped was a straight shot for the breach fort. They rode all day, stopping several more times to feed and water the horses, but never for very long. Their mounts were tired, but they'd be well treated once they got to the fort. She and Leo didn't speak much.
But as the road stretched out longer and longer, their destination feeling farther and farther away, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you're ready for this?"
"As ready as I'll ever be," Leo said, expression thoughtful. "I want to face him, my cousin. I want to understand what he's after. I want to unravel the mystery."
"It'll be risky, dangerous."
"I think you mean thrilling," he said, using the same intonation he had before when referring to her time with Julian. Wren scowled at him and he laughed. Okay, maybe not that thrilling, but a man can dream." He winked, and Wren rolled her eyes, though she was smiling.
"I'd have thought the past few days were exciting enough for you," Wren said. "What with being kidnapped and all."
"I didn't much care for being a prisoner," he conceded, "but I'm not entirely sure it's all that different from my life in the Dominions, though the clothes and food are generally much better."
"Is it so bad, being a prince?"
"If you asked my brothers, I think they'd tell you it's a grand old time. But if you were the third prince to a father who has no use for you, and a mother who has no use for anyone, I think you'd find it's rather lonely and dull. But not since I met you. Things have been decidedly exciting since then."
Wren smirked. "Not sure I can take all the credit."
"I should hope not," he said. He cocked his head at her, squinting into the sunlight. "You might be my only friend, Wrengraven. So I'm in this with you, for better or worse."
Wren's throat tightened. She cleared it. "You're definitely mine." He beamed. "And it'll probably be for worse, by the way," she added, and he laughed.
As they rounded yet another bend in the road, with no sign of the fort or the wall, Wren started to worry they'd gotten lost. Then, out of nowhere, a band of riders bore down on them. "Kidnappers!" Leo shouted.
Just as Wren said, "Bandits!"
They were both wrong, as it turned out. A second after Wren drew her swords, she recognized the familiar uniforms of the Breach Fort Guard. It was a patrol. She slumped in her saddle. They'd made it. Once Wren was recognized, and then Prince Leo, the patrol circled them like an honor guard, preparing to escort them back to the fort. They'd yet to pass the palisade, which meant the fort was patrolling beyond their usual route for the first time in years. Wren supposed they had Leo's kidnapping to thank for that. Before they set out, a handful of guards detached from the main group and rode past, scouring the nearby landscape for pursuit. Wren opened her mouth, prepared to say there hadn't been any, when two of them dragged a figure out from behind a cluster of rocks. Her stomach dropped. Julian. Chapter 38. They forced him to his knees and quickly disarmed him. Wren couldn't figure out why Julian was letting two Breach Fort guards overpower him. She had seen him take on worse odds against the bandits. When she spotted a third guard with a bow, an arrow nocked and ready to fire. Julian wore his helmet, but unlike those on the Iron Revenants, it had eye holes, and the archer was close enough that he would not miss. He definitely looked the worse for wear, and Wren's mind scrambled to understand how he could possibly have caught up. Then she looked past him, at the soaring rocks that separated them from the river canyon where she'd left him. Rather than journey for hours around the landscape, Julian must have cut through. Wren would bet anything his whip sword had come in handy, allowing him to scale sheer cliffs and choose paths revenants simply could not follow. Still, It had been shockingly reckless. Then, when this patrol had arrived out of nowhere, his only choice had been to hide. Heart in her throat, she watched numbly as the guards led him forward on foot, between their two horses, one of them holding a rope connected to his hands. She darted a glance at Leo, and his expression of mingled shock and alarm surely matched hers. Wren squeezed her eyes shut in exasperation. She had forced herself to betray Julian in order to save him from this, and yet here he was, in a worse position than he would have been if he'd come with Wren and Leo in the first place. He must have thought he'd be able to catch up to them, and it had been a very near thing. If this patrol hadn't been riding beyond the palisade, he'd have managed it. Fear flickered in her stomach. What would have happened if he had caught up to them? Would he have fought Wren for Leo? Or simply taken him and forced her to follow or return to the fort in shame? It seemed to take forever for their party to mount the rise before them, but as soon as the ground sloped downward again, the fort came into view. Bells tolled as they approached the bone palisade, one of their number riding ahead to alert the fort of their arrival. The distant gate opened to admit 2 additional columns of riders. Wren expected Commander Duncan in the lead, or perhaps Galen, the last person she wanted anywhere near Leo. But the person riding at the front of the lines was none other than Vance Graven, her father. Wren gaped. What was he doing here? It was true that she'd gone missing, along with the prince, so they'd have notified him. And he'd come. Of course he would. He loved her. Even if he had sent her to this hellhole in the first place, or rather, allowed his mother to do so without much resistance. A mix of emotions reared up then. She was relieved to be here at last and glad to see him, but angry at him too. If he'd had a little more faith in her, none of this would have happened. And wasn't it strange to realize that thought produced melancholy of its own? As he drew up his horse before them, Wren smiled weakly, stunned. "Wren," her father breathed, his expression oddly blank for a moment before he leapt from his saddle. He was dressed in full armour, something Wren didn't see very often. He was mostly retired from the field, though he'd seen fit to wear full Bonehouse regalia today, save for the eye black. He'd likely gotten dressed in a hurry. The rest of the riders arrived, swirling around them in a rush of hoofbeats and horse flesh. Most of them descended upon Leo, and Wren wanted to keep him in her eyeline. But the next thing she knew, her father was pulling her down with him and enveloping her in a hug. He pressed his lips to her forehead, holding her close, and Wren let herself enjoy it. "I came here as soon as they told me you were missing," he said, releasing her, his eyes bright. His soft brown hair was wind-tossed, and his olive skin flushed from the ride. "With the details of the attack, I feared the worst. But now here you are, and with the prince," he added, bowing to Leo. He shook his head as if in disbelief. "You had me worried, little bird." Wren looked away, swallowing thickly. That nickname, once treasured, now made her feel sick. She had to ask him about it. About the ring, about the well and lock and herself. Julian was wrong. Wren wanted the hard truths, whatever they cost her. She needed them. Speaking of Julian, the guards who were escorting him stopped before Commander Duncan, who had dismounted beside her and her father. "He was one of the kidnappers, Commander," one of the guards said. "I recognize him." "And he's an ironsmith," said another, disdain in every word. While Julian had been disarmed, he still wore his armour, though his helmet had been removed. "What are you waiting for?" Barnes said, looking between the commander and the guards. "Kill him," Then he wrapped an arm around Wren's shoulders, preparing to walk her back to the gate. Commander Duncan held up a hand, staying the guards, and frowned at Vance's turning back. "We should question him, should we not, Lord Smith Vance?" There was tension in his voice. He clearly did not like being ordered around on his own turf, but Wren's father was the highest-ranking person here. He was not only nobility, but he was also heir to his house. Even Leo couldn't claim that same status, despite being royal. Julian, on the other hand, could. "He'll just spew lies and misinformation," her father drawled, and Wren was surprised at his apparent lack of interest. It was almost like he didn't want Julian to talk. Did he suspect Wren's involvement with him somehow? "All the same, given what has happened here, we should at least hold him until—" "I'd rather take the word of my daughter, and a prince of the realm, over some traitor's brat." Julian's attention had been fixed on the ground during this entire conversation, sparing Wren the decision of whether or not to meet his eye. But he raised his head at Vance's words, specifically, "my daughter." He stared between them, lips pulled back in a sneer. All this time they discussed Lochgraven and the House of Bone, and she'd never told him her connection, that she too was theoretically in line to rule her own house. Better to kill him here and now and put his head on a spike, send a message to those who would target us. Their assault on the fort was an act of war, and we will treat it as such. There is only one way to deal with treason. Commander Duncan appeared like he wanted to argue, but didn't. The guards around them looked ready for blood, given that they'd lost several people to Julian's original attack. Galen was there, too, and his face was pale, shocked, no doubt, to have the prince he'd betrayed back in his midst. "He's not just some ironsmith," Wren blurted. Julian's gaze snapped to hers, his eyes wide, pleading. He had protected his identity the entire time she'd known him, because he was heir to his house, and there were people who would use that against him. His own uncle had turned on him, and Wren was about to reveal it to the entire fort. But what other choice did she have? Stand aside and let him die? "His name is Julian Knight. He's heir to the House of Iron." Julian looked down again, but there was tension visible in his corded neck muscles. He wasn't disappointed or hurt. He was livid. Let him be. She'd take the rage of the living over the silence of the dead any day. "How do you know that?" her father asked sharply, and Wren was forced to look him in the eye. He and I, we rescued the prince together. He was my guide, and then—" She swallowed, hating herself for what she said next. "Once we'd gotten Prince Leopold to safety, I tied him up and left him behind. He must have gotten free and followed us." Her father's expression was unreadable, but she saw a barrage of emotions flicker through, surprise, distaste, and then something almost like fear. Wren knew he'd have questions for her, many questions. "Lock him up," he said. "No one is to speak to him until I do." Then his arm tightened like a vice around Wren's shoulders as he led the way to the fort. Julian was dragged off to a cell without a backward glance, and though Galen insisted that Leo needed rest, Wren's father demanded Leo and Wren speak with him immediately. "My rooms will work just fine," Vance insisted, steering Wren toward the stairs. "Have some food and drink sent up, won't you, Galen?" The man looked unhappy at being reduced to the level of a servant, but then he glanced at Leo, who looked dirty and exhausted, and straightened his spine. "I shall bring it up myself." That won't be necessary," Wren's father cut in with gracious equanimity. "A servant will do just fine." And just like that, a line was drawn in the sand, and Galen was on the wrong side of it. Wren couldn't help but feel smug. It was what the traitor deserved. Galen turned on his heel and made for the kitchens, waving at a pair of servants as he passed, who followed behind. "I won't be so easily dismissed, Lord Smith," said Commander Duncan, coming up on their other side, a shrewd look on his face. "Of course not," Vance said easily. "However," he continued, releasing his hold on Wren to step nearer the fort's commander, "given there is almost certainly a spy in your midst, I think it's best if I take over the preliminary investigation. If you were to sit in and rumours were spread, it may come out bad for you, Commander. Let me handle things for now, see if we can't suss out the perpetrator. Then you will have full command once more." Like Galen, Commander Duncan did not look pleased. But rather than bluster and shuffle away on Vance's orders, he stood there, hands clasped behind his back, and watched them disappear up the stairs. Servants had preceded them to her father's room, which was actually a series of rooms meant for visiting nobility, lighting the fire and setting out a pitcher of water and cups. They had barely settled into the chairs by the hearth when an additional wave of servants arrived. Leo's water was soon replaced with wine, and he was given a thick woolen blanket produced out of nowhere. Leo shrugged and spread his hands wide as if to say, "See, told you so," as pillows were stuffed into his already soft chair, and a plate of various meats and cheeses was assembled for him. Wren, on the other hand, had to reach for her food. Though reach she did, she was starving. "Enough fussing," Vance said, sounding bored despite his stiff posture, his hands steepled together before him. The servants retreated, leaving the three of them alone. "Tell me," her father said, without preamble. "Everything." The beginning of the story was easy enough, though the middle was where things got disjointed, as Wren and Leo recalled their different experiences. While Vance didn't react to Wren's account of the surprising behaviour of the revenants she and Julian encountered, he went unnaturally still as she got to the part about the breach. She glossed over certain parts, obviously, but she did tell him about the boy and the suit of iron armour, about the well, and the strange power it granted him. "Have you ever heard of anything like that before?" she asked, watching her father closely. "Iron revenants? Certainly not." "No, I meant the well of magic. I thought maybe during the uprising—" She trailed off, waiting for him to react, to interject. He didn't move a muscle. "That you might have seen it, you or Locke. That maybe it was part of how we'd won when we were so outnumbered." She was treading dangerous territory with the subject, she knew. If her father was aware, there was a reason he'd concealed it. And to admit she was taking the word of an ironsmith would undercut her argument, even if she had seen the evidence with her own eyes. But she wanted to give her father a chance. Maybe he truly didn't know. Maybe Locke had separated from the rest of them, and only her uncle knew what had happened that day. "We were at war, Wren, not exploring ruins." It was not exactly an answer. "It affected me," Wren revealed. "Even at a distance, I was able to do things I'd never done before." "Such as?" She swallowed. "The undead. I told them what to do, and they listened." "Anything else?" he asked, idly, as if the question were of no real importance to him, but the tightness around his eyes betrayed him. She should tell him about the ring, about the Queen's words.
about the pull she felt, the confusion. Nothing.
Leo cut in then, explaining how during his travels he'd heard rumours of what was happening in the breach, of who ruled there. The tale culminated with their paths crossing in Caston, the regent and his alliance with the Corpse Queen. Vance scrubbed his hands over his face. It was clear some of this, at least, was news to him. But how much? Eventually he had questions, but they were primarily about the lead-up to the kidnapping and so directed at Leo. He and Wren had agreed on their journey here not to point the finger at Galen, or anyone, until they had proof to back it up. Leo mentioned his travels before arriving at the breach fort, including the fact that his previous inspection had been suspiciously cut short, and that the tour beyond the wall was orchestrated by several members of his entourage, Galen among them, and the breach fort's own administrators, including Commander Duncan and Odile. Wren was chosen for the party, being the only active Bonesmith in residence, though traditionally it should be the highest ranking. Leo added, as if it were an afterthought.
Odile was sick,
Wren explained, hating the thought that the whole thing had been a lie. Not to get her FaceTime with Leo, as Odile had insinuated, but to get her on that patrol so she could be kidnapped. Which could be a timely coincidence. Or something more, Vance said, gravely. He straightened in his chair. You've both been through a terrible ordeal, and I commend you on your bravery, fortitude, and quick thinking. You've earned some rest. As we still do not know for certain who was involved in all this, I will post some of my men outside your door for the night, if that is agreeable to you, Your Highness.
Leo nodded.
Getting to his feet, Wren's father opened his chamber door and spoke to his personal guards, who were stationed in the hall. Galen was there as well, hovering nearby. You and I will speak later, Vance said, interrupting anything Galen might say. He turned to his guard. I want a full escort to accompany the prince at all times. He should remain in his rooms for the time being. But, Lord Smith-Vance, Prince Leopold already has an entire complement of, and no one goes in or out, save for me. Vance finished, cutting Galen off. Understood. His guard captain nodded, then barked orders. Leo's expression was grim, a prisoner again, it seemed, and their eyes met over his shoulder before he was ushered away, the door slamming shut. You look pale, Vance said, passing a critical gaze over his daughter in the sudden silence. While Wren was used to the feeling of him measuring her, there was something distinctly doting about it now that was wholly new. He poked his head out the door again. Send for the kitchens to get Wren some proper food. Something hot, and a hearty drink. Mulled wine? Be quick about it. Wren blinked at her father. She'd asked him for mulled wine once during her grandmother's birthday feast. He'd said something along the lines of, you can hardly make it through a meal without embarrassing yourself, even when alcohol isn't involved. Of course, she had always managed to get alcohol on feast days. It just wasn't from him. So he was wrong in his assessment. Still, apparently things were different now. Her heart squeezed at the thought, and it wasn't an entirely pleasant experience. She was gratified to have possibly earned his respect, but a part of her grated at the idea that she'd had to in the first place. He was her father. He should have respected her before she was useful, should have loved and cared for her before she had proven she deserved it. While they waited for the food, Vance poured himself a large measure of alka from a decanter on a side table. He took a long swig before settling back in his chair, smirking at her. I'm impressed, Wren, and you know I do not use such a word lightly.
That she most certainly did know. She fidgeted under his stare, so he cast his gaze into the fire instead, taking another drink before continuing. I'm impressed by your initiative, your apparent rapport with the prince, and your ability to see him and yourself safely through these wastelands. Truly. There are bonesmiths twice your age who could not have done the same. Wren glowed at his praise. I have something for you, he said, pale eyes twinkling. He put his drink down on the table and headed toward the bedchamber. When I heard you'd been taken, I feared the worst. But somehow I knew you'd find your way home, so I wanted to be ready when you did. Wren gaped. There in his hands lay a familiar weapon, Ghostbane. It should never have been taken from you, he said, quietly, crouching before her. You are my daughter, and it belongs to you. I'll never let anyone take it again. Tears pricked at Wren's vision. It was everything she'd wanted, all she had lost, and some things she'd never dreamed she'd have, placed before her, ready and waiting. She hesitated. Does grandmother know? He quirked her a smile. Leave her to me. Wren took the dagger in trembling hands. She felt truly seen by her father for the first time in her life. Like he was looking at her not as a bundle of mistakes and poor choices, some of which were his own, but as a capable human being. And yet, he still wasn't seeing all of her, was he? He didn't know that she had feelings for Julian, their alleged enemy, and that betraying him was tearing her up inside. He didn't know about the ring, about its connection to the boy, her connection to him. Wren had been lied to, and now she was doing the same thing, withholding information because it suited her. Because she was, as Julian had rightly pointed out, afraid of the truth, afraid of the repercussions of it, afraid that somehow the truth would change her. But she was already changed, wasn't she? Dad, there's something else. I found a ring, she burst out. In the breach? No, well, yes, but... She reached into her pocket and placed the ring on the table. I found it in the bonewood during my trial. It was next to that fresh body I told you about. I don't recall you mentioning a ring, Vance commented, his tone even, but Wren heard accusation in it all the same. I forgot. I see, he said, though they both knew she was lying. He picked it up and examined it closely. These are Ghostsmith runes, he said, which Wren had already pieced together. I saw similar glyphs in the ruins in the breach, she said, watching him as he studied it. It was a Ghostsmith city, after all, he mused, his gaze snagging on the birds carved into its surface. I also saw an exact duplicate of this ring there, on the boy's finger. Vance leaned back in his chair. What is it you're trying to say, Wren? That he and I... You never talk about my mother. He blew out a breath. Honestly, Wren, I hardly knew her. It was wartime, and then she died, giving birth. There isn't much to tell. But what if I'm... Wren, you're my daughter. Whatever this is, whatever you're thinking, it doesn't change anything. Do you understand? She nodded, her throat constricted,
He reached for her shoulder, mouth open to speak, just as a servant arrived. While her father directed the food to be placed on the table, Wren stared at Ghostbane. The ring was gone, still in her father's hand, she assumed, so she focused on the knife instead. She lifted it, feeling the familiar weight and heft of the weapon in her hand, before taking a deep, steadying breath. She moved to slide the weapon into her belt sheath and found Julian's mother's blade there instead. She darted an anxious glance at her father, but he was distracted with the food, his back to her. He hadn't yet noticed that she carried an iron weapon, of all things. She hastily removed Ironheart and stuck it into her boot, replacing it with Ghostbane. By the time he turned around, she was sitting motionless once more, and a steaming platter of stew and fresh bread was laid out before her, the scent of gravy and onions and the rich, spicy notes from the wine driving all else from her thoughts. She ate ravenously, her father throwing her indulgent looks as he sat opposite, drinking his liquor and going over papers with an air of comfortable self-satisfaction. Though she had a room in the fort, her father insisted she take his bed and asked for extra blankets to see her comfortably settled. But as she fell asleep, Ghostbane tucked under her pillow, her mind wandered helplessly to the knife in her boot, the ironsmith imprisoned several floors below, and the answers she still hadn't gotten. Chapter 39. Despite falling unconscious almost instantly, Wren's sleep was restless. She was both comforted and agitated by her father's presence in the next room. Every movement, every rumble of his voice sent shockwaves through her sleeping brain, like horn calls or ringing bells. Like warnings. The door in the next room closed, and she lurched upright, drenched in sweat. This wasn't right. None of it was right, though she wasn't exactly sure why. Her father had said what she'd wanted to hear, given her comfort and praise. Kind lies. But he hadn't actually given her the answers she sought. He had reassured her, but that was not the same thing. She remembered Julian's remarks before she'd left him in that mill house. They'll tell you whatever they have to shut you up and keep you under control. He was right. But there was someone else here who might be able to give her those answers. Climbing out of bed, she dressed quickly and padded out into the hall. Her father's guards were there, startling her. "You must remain inside, Ladysmith. Your father's orders." Another alarm sounded in her mind. Another warning. "Do you know where he's gone?" she asked, though she suspected that even if they did know, they wouldn't tell her. "No, my lady." She retreated inside, thinking fast. There was no telling where her father was or how long he would be, but she wasn't about to sit here waiting to find out. Prowling the rooms, she sought a servant's passage or a window with a likely escape route. Unfortunately, her father's accommodations were higher up than Prince Leo's, meaning a dangerous drop should she attempt to climb down. Plus, his windows faced the main courtyard, which could lead to witnesses. There was, however, a balcony. It was on the opposite side of the room, with nothing but a distant view of the wall and rocky, unkempt grounds below. It was still too far to climb without a rope. She thought of Julian and his whipsword with a pang, and had no easy way back in, but there was another balcony adjacent to it. She didn't know what room it was connected to, but she'd worry about that after she'd made the jump. It went smoothly enough, though her stomach slammed into the railing of the next balcony with enough force to knock the wind from her lungs. She recovered, throwing her legs over the balustrade and landing on her knees, crouching there for a moment to catch her breath. Still struggling, she reached up for the handle and found the door mercifully unlocked. Wren swung it open and found herself face to face, or rather face to knees, with Inara Fell.
"Knew it,"
Inara said, arms crossed as she smirked down at Wren. Inara looked as she always did. Bone armor polished and pristine, her dark braids combined into a single no-nonsense coil that draped down her back. Even her boots were recently waxed and scuff-free. Wren scrambled to her feet.
"Knew what?"
she gasped, ignoring the lingering ache in her stomach.
"That guarding the front door would not be enough to keep you in."
Wren supposed it was vaguely flattering that Inara thought so highly of her skills, though it came on the heels of realizing that her father thought so little of them.
"Is that why you're here, then? To guard me?"
Wren asked, with a quirked brow. She was the better fighter between them, and Inara knew it. Inara rolled her eyes, her eye-black neat and perfectly symmetrical, stepping around Wren and strolling idly about the room, her ease belying the fact that she'd backed away from the confrontation.
"I'm no sentry," she scoffed. "I just enjoy being right. You wouldn't understand."
Now it was Wren's turn to roll her eyes. "What are you doing here, Inara?" Her presence provided a complication Wren really didn't need right now. Inara spread her hands.
"I'm a valkyr, Graven. I go where the work is."
"You're working with my father."
"Technically, I'm working for your father," she said. "They placed me with Sonia."
Wren wondered if their pairing was part of the deal the Rapier had struck with Inara in order to double-cross Wren during the trial. Whatever the case, the two of them were living the life Wren had always wanted. Why did it not appeal the way it once had?
"Well, I hope you enjoy the empty room. I've got to go." "Where? To visit your gold prince?"
She waggled her eyebrows.
"Or is it the ironsmith you're missing?"
Wren didn't answer, but Inara only smirked.
"It's the ironsmith. I knew it."
"You don't know shit," Wren snapped, heading for the door, though her angry retort only proved Inara right.
"I'm actually impressed, you know,"
Inara called to her, retreating back. Wren turned on the spot, frowned.
"I always knew you were ambitious, but this was smart, strategic. I didn't know you had it in you."
"What are you talking about?"
"The prince. Gaining his favour will get you far, I think."
Wren hated the fact that Inara did know her well, better than most, in fact, and that those had initially been Wren's exact thoughts. "He's my friend," she argued. But Inara was already speaking over her.
"I mean, after everything they did to get you here, it didn't break your spirit."
"They?" Wren repeated, incredulously. "You're the one who landed me here."
"Keep telling yourself that,"
Inara said, shaking her head, a superior, condescending look on her face.
"It still had some of your old flair, I'll admit. Clearly you had no plan, no exit strategy. You just tore off after a prince into unknown and highly dangerous territory and teamed up with a bloody ironsmith to do it."
"Classic you. Messy, dangerous." She paused. "Free? Or at least you were." "What's that supposed to mean?" Wren asked, trying to keep up with Inara's startling, though not without its barbs, praise.
"You've always been free. Honestly, when we were younger, I wanted to be you."
Her jaw clenched in embarrassment at the admission.
"Not for the reasons you think. You are not, for the record, the most talented valkyr of our generation. Wren barely registered Inara's familiar dissent, still fixated on her initial statement. She had wanted to be Wren. I was jealous of the way you always did what you wanted, followed your own rules and fuck everyone else. Her gaze landed on Ghostbane, returned to Wren's belt. But I guess even the great Wren Graven can be broken eventually. I am not broken. I mean, a cage is all the prince knows, and while you might have forced that ironsmith into his, you flew willingly into your own, little bird. Wren's mouth fell open. She turned on her heel and strode from the room, but not before she caught Inara's last words. I hope that knife was worth it to you. Out in the hall, Wren struggled to catch her breath. It was the aftermath of winding herself earlier, surely. It was late. She was tired, and Inara's words meant nothing. Wren mentally sifted through all her cousin had said, focusing on the beginning of their conversation. Those guards had been posted outside Wren's door not to keep her safe, but to keep her in, which meant whatever her father was doing, he didn't want her to know about it. Maybe she should forget Odile and see what he was up to instead. She'd lost precious minutes talking to Inara, but she could catch up. She knew this place better than Vance. Too bad she didn't know where he was going. Out into the main hall, Wren looked in both directions, but the corridor was deserted. She closed her eyes, trying to think of where he might go. To question Julian, maybe? To speak to Galen or Leo? She was on her way to check the dungeons when she caught sight of Vance disappearing down the stairs that led to the Bonesmith temple. He was going to see Odile. To question her, maybe. To accuse? Wren had to know. Desperate to hear their conversation, but knowing that even her father's recent goodwill toward her would not allow her to be present, Wren slipped out from her hiding place. There were two entrances to Odile's domain, one through the temple, which was where Vance was heading, and another that led to the storage rooms via the cellar. Wren made her way to the cellar. She hadn't seen Odile since she'd been back, and she wondered how the woman would react to this late-night visit. Would it be a pleasant surprise, or an unwelcome intrusion? As Wren drew near, the low rumble of voices reached her, coming from the back hall that connected to the storage room. Quickening her pace, she slipped from the cellar and into the storage room attached to Odile's chambers. The voices grew louder, but she still couldn't make them out. It wasn't until she crouched behind the door itself and, with a held breath, turned the knob. It opened barely a sliver, but it was enough to hear Odile's words ring out, clear as day. Know what we have to do. And what is that? Came her father's reply. The door where Wren currently hid was behind Odile's chair, in the shadows of the corner of the room. There was little light save for the lantern on her desk, but it was enough to see Vance's face and Odile's profile, her copper hair shining. Destroy it. Bad enough what happened to Locke, but these iron revenants, this queen, we must march on those ruins in force, bring the full might of the House of Bone to bear, and be rid of that well once and for all. Wren held her breath. So they did know about the well and the power within it. Don't be ridiculous, he said in that dismissive, slightly condescending way that Wren knew far too well. He was sitting very much at his ease, a cup of alka held loosely in his hand, but his gaze was sharp. In order to do that, we'd have to reveal the fact that we've been lying about the uprising for nearly 2 decades.
We destroy our house, not to mention...
There is more at stake here than your bloody house, Vance.
Odile, on the other hand, gripped her cup tightly. For the first time since Wren had met her, the contents appeared untouched. "It was our house, last I checked," he said. "And I'm pretty sure we both agreed to tell the story we told."
Odile looked away. "I was afraid. Now I think there are bigger things to fear than the truth."
"We didn't lie, Odile. We admitted. There is a difference, and what we did saved lives."
"The only lives we saved were our own." "You might be able to fool yourself, Vance, but you can't fool me. I was there, the same as you. And I told Locke not to do it, but that woman... She had her claws in him from the start. She saw his hero complex, his need to do whatever it took to protect the Dominions, and she exploited it. He couldn't resist it. The power she promised, so he took it without a second thought."
There was a strange, bitter expression on Vance's face. There was jealousy too. The kind she always saw there when people talked about Locke.
"The way he glowed with it,"
Odile continued, and Wren knew exactly what she meant.
"I thought he truly was a hero, some figure from legend. But then, when he mowed down those people, our people, I knew he'd become something else. That power, it was too much for him. I'll never forget the look in his eyes, the fear, as it took control of him, as he lost himself to it. We can call him a hero all we want, Vance, but it doesn't change the fact that he was a mass murderer. We cannot allow the same thing to happen again. We cannot omit the true threat here, and it isn't the Regent, or the Queen, or the Iron Revenants. It's that well of power. Without it, the others are nothing."
Vance stared into the contents of his cup. "Funny you should have such strong feelings about a mission, given how in the dark you have kept me."
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"Don't you?" he asked, glancing up at her. Odile leaned forward.
"I tried to tell you the truth once, and you buried it, along with the body of my messenger and the package he delivered."
"Part of the truth," Vance corrected lightly. "And this package, do you mean?" he said, placing Wren's ring on the table between them. Wren found it. So that messenger Wren found in the bonewood had not come from the Corpse Queen, but from Odile.
"I guess you didn't bury it as well as you'd thought,"
Odile said, smirking. "Apparently it's part of a set," Vance said idly, and the smile slipped off Odile's face. "But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" When Odile didn't respond, he slammed his hand on the table.
"First, you send some anonymous messenger across the entirety of the Dominions, carrying information that could have ruined me, my house, and my daughter, and then you have the audacity to keep this from me." "I still don't—"
"Come now, Odile."
"Wren has just told me everything."
"There is a Corpse Queen, and there is a boy. You seemed quite certain about who the former was, according to your messenger. What about the latter?" There was a long silence.
"I was trying to protect you."
Wren's heart plummeted. Did that mean... "Excuse me?" Vance said, bristling at the suggestion that he needed such care. "I am not a child to be coddled. I want the truth."
"Because you responded so well the last time,"
Odile snapped, putting down her cup. "We have more important matters to—" "The truth, Odile. All of it." They stared at each other for a long moment, then— "Fine," she said, with exasperation. "Fine." She took a heavy breath, then straightened in her chair. "If you'll recall, after Ravenna came here, fit to burst, you wouldn't see her." Her tone made it perfectly clear what she thought of that. Wren, meanwhile, was hung up on the name. Ravenna. Her father had never given her one. "Lady Smith Svetlana was here. The war was almost over, and with Locke gone, you were all your mother had. Her shining war hero. Her brand new heir. You didn't want to give that up, did you? Didn't want to show her the ugly side of what happened during that campaign. No. Instead, you pushed that little problem onto me." Vance rolled his eyes, then waved his hand impatiently, telling her to get on with it. "She gave birth in the dungeons, with only me and the old healer for company. Ravenna was different from when we'd met her in the haunted territory, when she was pretending to be the sole survivor from some attack, alone and afraid. I had always known her poor damsel routine was an act, but I couldn't figure out what she really wanted. Well, besides attention from both of you." "Both of you?" Did she mean Locke? From the way Vance's jaw clenched, Wren would say yes. Now I could ask her. Why had she led us to the well in the first place? How had she known of it? And where had she gone when things went wrong with Locke? Wren had suspected the well was the source of Locke's power, and that things must have gone awry for him to do what he had done. The confirmation did not comfort her. She was delirious with pain, and the drugs the healer had given her, so much of what she'd said made little sense. But she made a few noteworthy confessions. She said she wasn't just a fair-haired, green-eyed girl of Andalusian ancestry, trapped in the breachlands after her family had died. She was Ravenna Necros, a smith. And not just any smith, but according to her, the last ghost smith. Her people had been living in secrecy for decades, and she had known of the well because it was her birthright. Stories of its power and location passed down generation by generation. She said they were the ones who'd caused the breach, taking their chance by diverting an ironsmith mining tunnel and seeking out their lost city. She intended to reclaim her house's fallen glory and insisted that this was just the beginning. I didn't get much more out of her until the child was born. A girl. And she had Bonesmith eyes, which was a relief. Until the second set of contractions started. Wren looked at her father then. He was perched on the edge of his seat, appearing ravenous for every scrap of detail, but also slightly sick. Like each word was causing him pain, yet he wanted them all the same. Wren understood. This story was tearing her world apart, the same as his. By then, Ravenna was moving in and out of consciousness. At one point, she'd bitten her lip so hard it bled. But she only smiled at me as I held her daughter, her teeth red. I know you loved him, she said, smiling wider as she clenched her jaw through the pain. So I want you to know they're his. His? Wren was confused. Odile had loved her father. But Vance's expression had shuttered, and suddenly Wren understood. Odile had loved Locke, and Locke had loved Ravenna, or had had sex with her anyway, And these children, this Bonesmith daughter,
Maybe she wanted to wound me,
Odile said, with an unconvincing shrug.
Maybe she sensed she was fading and said whatever she needed to say to guarantee I took care of them.
She darted a look at Vance, but his gaze was distant. He had asked for the truth, the unvarnished facts, and here they were. Wren's stomach twisted with the thought that maybe he wasn't hers, that she wasn't his. In a flash, she saw a very different life. Daughter of the beloved Loch Graven, adored by her grandmother and favourite of her house.
Then came the sun,
Odile continued, her voice slightly hoarse. The vision shifted. Wren and her brother hand in hand. They would make mischief together. Neither of them ever truly alone because they had each other. Their loving parents looking on. She wanted it. She yearned for it, and yet Loch wasn't a hero. He was a murderer. And Vance, he was her father, no matter her true parentage, while her mother was something else entirely. Was she evil? Did she want Wren because Wren was her daughter or because she carried Ghostsmith blood? The images, equal parts tantalizing and taunting, were little more than soap bubbles, beautiful and fragile, and not meant to last.
Only he was not well. Sickly, whereas the daughter was strong. She had come out screaming, lungs heaving, while he was mewling and weak. Silent as the grave, and he never opened his eyes. The healer shook her head. He would not be long for the world. And Ravenna herself was losing too much blood. Despite that, her instructions were clear. Give the daughter to the House of Bone. Call her Wren. Birds were sacred to the Ghostsmiths, representative of the soul. Finally, give her the ring so that she might know her heritage. Then we strapped that dying baby to her chest, while she continued to bleed out, and got her on a horse. She rode for the haunted territory, for the well, I assumed, and never looked back.
Wren sniffled softly. She couldn't take her eyes off her father, off Vance. But he was staring down at the floor.
Should I have told you all that? Every bloody, gruesome detail? Or should I have cleaned it up, made it shine, just as we had done with Loch?
Odile swallowed audibly.
I wanted the child to be raised with love, so I didn't tell you about Loch or the Ghostsmith heritage. Wren was a bonesmith, so no one ever needed to know. I suspected the son would not survive, so I didn't tell you about him either. Honestly, Vance, I thought to spare you the pain. Years passed, and it seemed I had made the right decisions. Until rumours reached me of a corpse queen ruling in the haunted territory. So I sent a messenger with the news, the ring, and what Ravenna had told me of her bloodline. I'd heard nothing of the boy, so I left him out. I left Loch out too. His name hurts us both, you know. And maybe what she said was a lie. That's what I kept telling myself anyway. Maybe it was a lie.
Vance's fingers were speared through his hair. Wren had never seen him look so shaken. Regret. That was what she saw on his face. 17 years' worth of regret.
Would it have changed things?
Odile asked, softly. She sounded sincere, like she was genuinely curious.
Even without knowing all this, Look how you've allowed your mother to treat her. How you have treated her. What if you had suspected she wasn't truly yours?
A part of me did wonder sometimes. He lifted his head, his voice hoarse. She looks so like Locke when she's angry or excited. Something in her eyes. He cleared his throat. And I'll thank you not to turn your judgment on me, Odile. Your hands are dirty, the same as mine.
I did what you ordered me to,
Odile said, outraged.
That is all I have ever done. When Locke murdered hundreds, you ordered me to keep my mouth shut and follow your lead, so I did. When that woman turned up here pregnant, I handled it just as you ordered me to. And 17 years later, when you sent that child to me like a lamb to the slaughter, I delivered her east of the wall just as you ordered me to. No, Wren breathed, the words soft and silent and heavy with pain. Everything she'd heard up until now, all of it, seemed to coalesce in this one, final, terrible truth.
And what of it? He snapped, the words shattering what little faith Wren had left. I was doing my part to ensure the future of my house, something you would both benefit from. Without an enemy east of the wall, without the undead on our doorstep, our position in the dominions is precarious. Rather than fade back into obscurity, we are simply giving our enemies the tools they need to dig their own graves.
They rise up, and in swoops the House of Bone, coming to the rescue once again,
Odile said, lip curled in disdain. It worked before, didn't it? I just wish I'd thought of it myself. Wren was only ever meant to be a temporary hostage to ensure the House of Bone followed through with its end of the bargain and didn't reveal the regent's activities to the king. I knew she'd be fine. She's been in scrapes before. She's tough, resilient.
She's your child. Your responsibility, whatever her blood.
And she's been raised as such. She knows how important it is to honour our house, to ensure its future. And she will be its future, whatever her blood. Those words should have comforted her, but Wren felt sick. Was it better to be the daughter of a murderer or the daughter of a coward?
And what price will you make her pay next? What else will she have to give?
He looked away. Perhaps it's time she met her mother.
You can't be serious.
Deadly, in fact. I had no idea Ravenna was involved in all this. From what Wren had told me, she was the one to push for Wren's kidnapping, and the regent simply complied in order to seal their own side bargain. She wants Wren. I can use that. I think that together, Wren and I could dissuade her from this course, make her see reason. I can offer her a home and a position.
You want to make her your wife?
Odile asked incredulously.
You sound like a damned fool. Not everyone can be bought with a title.
So you say, Vance said, unaffected by her words.
You don't want a bride. You want that power for yourself, don't you?
Odile asked, and Vance lifted a shoulder indifferently.
You want to do what your brother did, but better. It's just like when you were kids, always trying to be faster, stronger, more than him. It's how you were with Ravenna. You didn't want her until you saw that Locke did. Don't deny it.
He didn't. Odile laughed humorlessly.
You thought standing in his shadow was cold while he was alive, but standing in the shadow of his martyrdom is colder, isn't it?
Vance's eyes flashed dangerously. You have no idea what it's like to be in my position. To do everything you can your entire life and still constantly come up short, measured against a standard that is impossible to meet, because it doesn't exist.
You're right, I don't. But I suspect Wren does.
His face was wiped temporarily blank. Had he truly never seen it? Seen that exactly what his mother did to him, he did to Wren?
So let's be done with the false narrative. Let's finish this.
Vance wavered, then shook his head. We're smarter now, more prepared. It's a tool.
You will be the tool, Vance, and Ravenna will use you as she sees fit. It will ruin you. That magic just as it ruined Locke. This is exactly what she wanted to happen during the uprising. She wanted us to destroy ourselves, and you're only too eager to oblige. Except this time, instead of sacrificing your brother, you'll endanger your daughter. She has already drawn upon it and somehow come away unscathed. Do not risk it again.
I will do what I must, for the good of my house. Odile sighed heavily.
I thought as much. It's a good thing I already contacted Lady Smith Svetlana.
He stilled. You've spoken to my mother.
She's on her way. When she arrives, we can decide together what is best for our house.
What did you tell her? He demanded, getting to his feet. What did you say about Ravenna? About Wren?
Nothing. Yet. But I will. She has to know about Locke and the uprising, about the Iron Revenants, even your deal with the Regent Vance. She has to know what we're up against. That well must be destroyed.
He pinched the bridge of his nose. I really wish you hadn't done that, Odile, he said, his voice weary. Now you leave me no choice. There was a flash as her father withdrew a dagger from the inside of his jacket, gleaming and bright. Not made of bone, as Wren would have expected, but made of steel with a gold filigree handle. It seems I must be the one to clean up the mess again, he continued, staring down at the blade. It will be a pity to lose a war hero. Odile's entire body tensed, and dread coiled in Wren's gut. Then again, as you've pointed out, if my brother is anything to go by, you'll be remembered as a martyr instead. Odile leapt to her feet, but Vance was faster. He was a trained valkyr after all. She'd only just made it out of her chair before he crossed the space between them and plunged the dagger into her chest. Chapter 40. Wren watched in horror as Odile struggled, fruitless, before slumping back into her chair. Leaving the knife embedded, Vance hastily wiped any sign of blood from his appearance, scrubbing at his hands until they were raw. He took a deep, shuddering breath, collecting himself. Then he drained the contents of his cup, placed it on the sideboard, and pocketed Wren's ring, hiding the evidence that he'd ever been here. Wren caught his expression as he moved for the door, a grim resolve settling on his features. Had he looked the same, she wondered, when he'd murdered that messenger in the Bonewood? And when he'd turned his back on her mother? He hadn't loved Ravenna. He'd loved the idea of having her when his brother wanted her. It was beyond pathetic. As soon as his footsteps had faded away, Wren shoved the door open and rushed to Odile's side. Wren thought she was already gone, but the woman flinched at Wren's wary touch on her shoulder. She took a wet, rattling breath and tried to speak around the knife in her chest. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Her eyes widened in panic, and she scrabbled at her neck. Wren thought she was trying to lower the collar of her robes to better breathe, maybe, but then her trembling fingers latched onto a thin chain hanging around her throat. She tugged fitfully, and Wren helped, withdrawing the necklace until a key appeared dangling at the bottom. A bone key. The same one she'd used to take Wren into the lowermost dungeons of the breach fort. She pushed it onto Wren, who stared down at it. What had Odile said before? If anything should ever happen to me, now you know more than one way out of the fort. Just in case. When Wren looked up again, Odile's gaze was clouding over, distant and unfocused. She was gone. A cloak of grief settled over Wren, for the loss of a mentor, someone she'd liked and respected, and the one person who seemed willing to tell her the truth. Now she was dead, and whatever other secrets she had known had died with her. Why had Locke never loved Odile as she had loved him? Had he loved Ravenna, or was their twisted, tangled love affair toxic on all sides? And if it was, what did that make Wren as the spawn of it? Footsteps sounded from the staircase beyond. Had her father returned? She darted back to her hiding place just as the door to Odile's chamber creaked open. "It's rather late for a—" came a voice that did not belong to Vance Graven. Peering through the gap, Wren spotted Galen standing there, mouth agape at the sight of Odile murdered in her chair. Before he could do more than peer around in confusion, a second wave of footsteps echoed down to them. Now Wren heard her father's voice, but he wasn't alone. "Haven't the faintest notion why she called this clandestine meeting, Commander, but—" The door swung wide, revealing Vance and Commander Duncan. "What is the meaning of this?" Commander Duncan demanded. He took in the scene, and Wren saw it through his eyes. Galen alone with Odile, who had been recently murdered. The weapon, golden handle reflecting the lantern light, protruding from her chest. The look on Galen's face told Wren that the knife was definitely his, as did his hasty check of his belt and jacket pockets, but she already knew what he'd find. An empty sheath. Apparently, Vance had gotten better at hiding his tracks. Wren had no idea when he'd stolen that golden knife, or when he'd known he might have to remove Odile, but now he'd ensured that only his version of events was relayed to the fort and the Dominions as a whole. Galen was a liability, since Vance had obviously been the one to pay him to assist in the kidnapping, and now the only people in the fort who could prove Vance's story wrong were Wren and Leo and, to a lesser degree, Julian. They were all in grave danger. "Guards!" Commander Duncan shouted into the hall, and while they rushed in to apprehend Galen, who was wide-eyed with shock, Vance hurried to Odile's side. With his back to the others, he would appear frantic and concerned, checking for a pulse, but Wren could see his face. His wide, anxious eyes and lips downturned with disgust, proving that he didn't necessarily have the stomach for these games, though he played them all the same. Wren had seen enough. Disappearing down the dark hallway, she climbed the stairs from the cellar in a daze. It was too much. All of it. But while her mother's identity, past and present, was shocking enough, it was her father's various betrayals that hurt worst of all, if he even was her father. She had built a life, an identity, out of wanting to please him, of trying and failing to be good enough for him. Without that, Wren didn't know who she was, where she belonged. She'd told Julian she belonged here, but nothing had ever felt less true. And considering what her father wanted to do next, Wren was firmly with Odile. That well contained a power she wanted nothing to do with. It should be destroyed, not used, no matter how much her father deluded himself that he wanted to use it for good. She had seen what it could do, even in the hands of someone with noble intentions like Locke. And she had seen it turn to something twisted and sinister with the Iron Revenants. The magic itself might not be evil, but the power was more than any one person should have. Before she knew it, her feet had taken her back the way she had come, to the room that was a balcony hop across from her father's chambers. Inara was still there. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, smiling at her own stupid joke. Wren put both hands on Inara's chest and shoved, slamming her up against the wall. Inara looked stunned, and though she struggled, Wren's hold was too strong. "What the fuck, Craven?" she demanded. "He put you up to it, didn't he?" she asked, watching her cousin closely. "During the trial." She didn't know why it mattered. He had done worse, hadn't he? But it made a difference somehow to know whether her father had taken advantage of a situation that presented itself or deliberately set out to ruin the most important day of her life. That he had played into her desires, using her love for him against her. Inara's gaze skittered away, something like shame flashing in her eyes. Then she shrugged, or tried to, with Wren's hands pressed against her chest. "He offered me a deal I couldn't refuse." "Which was?" Inara laughed, but there was no humour in it. "He told me to do it or else. He's the heir to our house, Wren. I didn't have much of a choice." "So, the bet, the stakes, everything?" Inara lifted her chin. "He even dug the hole, or made someone else do it, more like." Wren nodded, releasing her. It hurt, but distantly. In reality, this last bit of truth made things clearer in her mind, easier. "What's happened?" Inara asked, into the silence. "What is he up to?" "Currently," Wren asked, running a hand through her hair, "covering his tracks." After that? She had thoroughly messed up his original plans by failing to get kidnapped, but now that he'd heard everything about the Corpse Queen and the boy, it seemed he had new plans involving the well. Of course, his mother knew nothing about it, and he intended to keep it that way for now. She'd be furious at him for striking a deal with their enemies and potentially further embroiling the House of Bone in scandal, never mind the decades of lies about Locke and the truth of Wren's parentage. Wren suspected Vance would keep Svetlana busy and distracted with the political angle, as they had both rescued a prince and wound up with a high-value prisoner of their own in Julian. Meanwhile, he'd plan a journey east of the wall. A journey that would likely include Wren. Too bad she intended to make a journey of her own. She had no idea what his ultimate goal was. To be a greater hero than Locke? To reclaim the royal bride he'd lost? Or did he actually intend to marry Ravenna, like he'd claimed to Odile, even knowing what she was? Surely not. His mother would never allow it. Regardless, she knew he intended to get to the well and the power within, so she'd have to beat him to it. She left Inara behind and crossed the room, swinging the doors to the balcony wide. She leapt across, heedless of the danger, and was back in her father's chambers in seconds. The familiar smell of him, clinging to his clothes strewn about the place, turned her stomach. But she couldn't afford to be queasy. She doubted she had much time. Recalling what Leo had said about Galen's letters, Wren wondered if her father might not have some of his own. They could be enough to incriminate him, or, at the very least, direct suspicion his way and trap him here for a time. But whatever papers he had been reviewing at the table earlier were gone, and what remained were benign letters and scraps of incoherent notes. She wasn't surprised. He was not a careless man, but it had been worth a shot. She hesitated over a couple of the remnants, one of which held a signature and the other a botched glob of wax with his seal. Back on the opposite balcony, Inara was waiting for her. "What do you mean?" her cousin said without preamble. "Covering what tracks?" Wren wavered over what to tell Inara. It wasn't just the lifelong animosity between them, but the fact that Wren didn't want to drag her any further into her father's schemes. "Just stay out of it for once, okay?" Wren said, "and pretend you never saw me. If he asks, say you found this." She withdrew Ghostbane. It truly was a beautiful weapon, but all she could see when she looked at it was her father. She held it out to her cousin. Inara blinked. "What are you—" She trailed off, taking Ghostbane. Her gaze was searching, but Wren avoided her eye. "I owed you an ancestral blade, remember?" "Since when do you pay your debts?" Inara asked, staring down at the weapon. Then realization dawned on her face. "You're about to do something stupid, aren't you?" "By your standards, everything I do is stupid." "Not everything," Inara admitted, and that meant something to Wren. It occurred to her how much more fun she would have had in her life if she and Inara had been on the same side from the start. But that was a dangerous line of thinking, one she'd been tempted to follow all night. What if she'd grown up with a mother and a brother? What if her father wasn't who she'd always thought? What if? As before, the images wouldn't stick, like water on wings. "I guess this is goodbye," Wren said. "For now, anyway." Inara frowned, then nodded. "For now." Then she turned her back on the life she'd always known, leaving Ghostbane, her father, and her family behind. Perhaps Wren should have waited until the following night, given herself a chance to pack and prepare, but that really wasn't her style. It had worked out before, hadn't it? Besides, look what her father had managed to do in a single night. She didn't want to give him even another minute to wreak more havoc on herself, Leo, or Julian. The halls were quiet as she moved through the fort. No doubt her father and the commander were holed up together right now, discussing the night's events. But the places she needed to go would be well guarded. Her father's men would be posted outside Leo's door, and she knew from experience they couldn't be cajoled or reasoned with. Wren wouldn't be surprised if her father had shoehorned some of his men into the dungeons as well, ensuring everything was within his control. But she'd worry about that later. First, she had to save a prince. Again. Good thing he'd already shown her how to do it. The last time they'd been at the fort together, Leo had managed to give his guards the slip by using his window. His rooms were on the second floor, the windows facing the small courtyard off the kitchens, which was busy during the day, but quiet and deserted at night. The problem was, Leo had only managed to return to his rooms with Wren's help. The wall was ill-suited to climbing, with little in the way of ledges or handholds. In short, it was an easy trip down, not an easy trip up. But maybe she was looking at things from the wrong angle. Leaving the courtyard, Wren decided to take a page out of Inara's book. She found an empty room that was ideally positioned directly above Leo's, and then, using a rope she stole from the stables, she prepared to rappel down to his window. Again, she found herself thinking of Julian's iron whip, his sure grip and reassuring strength. But she pushed the thoughts aside. She could do this. She'd bolted the door and fastened the rope around the heavy latch, double and triple checking the knot before scanning for any wondering eyes. But she had no control over the wind as she carefully descended, her body buffeted this way and that. Still, Wren was nothing if not stubborn, and she shimmied down the wall with determination, if not grace. When at last she reached Leo's window, she tapped gently against the pane, not wanting to startle him or rouse any of his guards. Being a prince with some manner of his own authority, she suspected he would be alone inside his room. But she pushed herself to the side and tensed in case someone else came looking. The latch flipped and the window slid open, revealing a golden head of tousled hair. He looked at her without so much as a raised eyebrow. "Evening," he said, as if he'd spotted her walking down the street and not hanging mid-air outside his window. Wren attempted to look at him. The wind was combining with the rope to twist her around backward, and when she finally managed it, he was grinning. "Well," she said, "are you coming?" It appeared he was. He withdrew long enough to pull on boots and a jacket, and then he was back again. "Hurry," Wren muttered, beginning the long, painful climb back up. She had knotted the rope to make for an easier grip, but her legs were burning, and her hands fumbling by the time she reached the top. Leo was not far behind, and despite the sweat coating his brow and his heavy breaths, he looked delighted at being sprung from his room. "Not exactly the thrilling destination I was imagining," he mused, running a finger along the dusty window ledge. It had evidently been a while since this room had been in use. "Shut up," Wren panted, leaning against the wall. The smile on Leo's face faltered. "Has something happened?" Wren blew out a breath and straightened. "Yes." She told him first about Odile, about her father's role in it, and how Galen was currently locked up and set to pay the price. "I can't say I feel sorry for him," Leo said, his expression hard. "Still, he's not a murderer." "But my father is. He was the one who paid Galen. He sent me here on purpose as part of a deal with the region, only—" Wren shook her head. "That corpse queen, she's my mother." She faltered, swallowing thickly. "That's why she wanted me and no one else. She's a ghostsmith, and that must be why I'm able to—" She didn't understand how it was possible, how she could have both Bonesmith and Ghostsmith powers. Was it the well's doing too? Did it amplify her magic so forcefully that it turned latent abilities into dominant ones? And was her brother the same? Maybe he would have the answers she sought and could explain what was happening to her. Or maybe he would betray her too. "My father wants to seek her out, to try to use the power in the well himself. We can't let him." "We won't," Leo said at once, before the shock of it all settled on him. "Your father, your mother—" Wren stared at him, at a loss for what to say or how to explain her own reaction. "Family," he said, eventually, his tone dismissive, but his eyes were kind. "Family," Wren agreed, nodding, utterly relieved
at his unwavering acceptance. Speaking of, we're not the only ones who've been betrayed by our families recently.
Leo perked up. You don't mean...
I do, Wren said, and he grinned. While springing Leo had been relatively straightforward, if physically challenging, freeing Julian would be another matter entirely. Not only was he in a proper cell with real guards, but he currently hated both of them and might turn on them the first chance he got. It was a risk Wren was willing to take. Apparently, Leo was too. After what we did to him, if he wants to barter me for his people, maybe I should let him. We'll come up with something better, together. While Galen was being held in the upper floor dungeons for important prisoners, as Odile had put it, Julian, though more noble than Galen, was being held in the high-security dungeon on the floor below, where dangerous criminals were kept. It was fully underground, dark, dank, and oppressive. As such, they couldn't just walk in and ask to see him, or climb in through a window. In fact, they'd be lucky if they were allowed to catch a glimpse of him in his cell, never mind spring him. Even if we get in, Leo asked, how do we get out? Leave that to me, Wren said. Odile's key clutched tightly in her hand. Her plan to get into the dungeons involved the scraps of correspondence she'd stolen from her father. It took some doing, but she managed to pry off her father's imperfect seal, then reheat the back of the wax with the help of a lantern and attach it to a fresh page. Luckily, Leo was better with a pen than her, and did his best to forge a letter allowing them both permission to visit Julian in his cell. It would get them down there, but the rest would be up to luck, timing, and just how much damage Julian could do with Ironheart from behind bars. Wren's bone blades wouldn't hold up against breach-fought steel, and Leo was no fighter, though he'd surprised Wren in a scrap before. Still, his royal blood might cause the guards to hold back, even just for a moment. She hoped it would be enough. Chapter 41. Wren had barely poked her head into the hall when Inara's face appeared before her. Gravedigger, Wren muttered, jumping a foot before grabbing her cousin by the shoulder and dragging her into the room. What are you doing here? Inara was unapologetic. Watching your back? Obviously someone has to. This one can't be good for much, she said, pointing a dismissive thumb at Leo. He didn't look insulted in the slightest. In fact, he smoothed his hair and tugged at his jacket, flashing her a smile. Some have called me a golden prize. Inara ignored him. Their meeting is wrapping up on the floor above. Commander Duncan is on the move. Vance is being held up with the steward, but I don't know how long that will last. Wren narrowed her eyes at this useful information, suspicious at once. Why are you helping me? Stop being an idiot. I'm not helping you. I'm hurting him. She must mean Vance. Still, Wren wasn't convinced. Inara rolled her eyes. If you don't trust me, trust fell ambition. I'm more than happy to see the Graven family fall. Wren smiled darkly. Fair enough. We need to get to the dungeons. I can divert the commander, keep him away from the stairs. How long can you buy me? Inara tilted her head. 5 minutes, 7 tops. It would have to do. She nodded, but Inara paused. Getting you down there is one thing, but getting you up again, don't worry about that. Inara studied her for several heartbeats, then shrugged. If you say so. Then she was off toward the stairs. Who was that? Leo asked, sounding positively enamoured. Wren shushed him and watched from the doorway as Inara disappeared at the end of the hall. the sound of her footsteps receding as she climbed to the next floor. Voices echoed down to them, and while Inara's words were muffled and impossible to make out, they were soon met by Commander Duncan's low rumble of a reply. No additional footsteps came, which meant their progress was halted. Wren and Leo were on the clock. "Move!" Wren hissed, following Inara's path to the stairwell and heading in the opposite direction, down to the lowest levels instead of up. Then it was a quick sprint across the empty main hall toward the stairs that led to the dungeons. Once out of sight, Wren slowed her pace and effected her best casual stroll, though it paled in comparison to Leo's elegant, carefree saunter. They passed the floor where Galen was kept, the guards stationed there unconcerned with them as they continued by. On the floor below, there were 4 guards total, 2 by the door and 2 more seated at a table, though all of them stood to attention at their arrival. Before the guards could voice a dismissal, Wren shoved their forged paperwork under the nearest one's nose. As he unfolded the letter, she glanced surreptitiously toward the cells that lined the wall. There were 3, and she had a feeling Julian was in the nearest one. She couldn't see inside from this angle, but there was a scuffing sound, like boots on stone, and then Julian appeared, leaning against the bars, watching them with hooded eyes. His gaze burned into her, hot enough to scorch, and she fought the urge to flinch. Instead, she shifted her stance, drawing attention to the hilt of Ironheart tucked into her belt. Could his magic reach it from there? "It says Lordsmith Vance has given you permission to question the prisoner," the man read dubiously. "Why didn't you just come with him? He was here barely an hour ago." Shit. He must have come here sometime after he killed Odile, but before he holed himself up with the commander in his tower. "I'm afraid it was my fault," Leo said, flashing his winningest smile. "I had other matters to deal with. Letters to send, to my father, the king." He was laying it on a little thick, in Wren's opinion, though the guard's sceptical expression faltered a bit. "Let me see that," said another guard, one who'd been seated at the table. He wore the insignia of guard captain. She was relieved to see that none of her father's men were here, but the odds were still against them. The captain's eyes narrowed. "Lordsmith Vance gave us explicit instructions that there should be no visitors," he began, and Wren opened her mouth to explain that he'd changed his mind, hence the letter, when he finished, "especially you." She glanced at Leo, but it seemed he was out of charming excuses or names to drop. They both were. She sighed. Their time was up. "Take them both." Wren unleashed a cloud of bone dust. The nearest guards reared back, choking and blinking against their streaming vision, while Leo kicked out at the table, sending it careening into the last guard who was seated, trapping him against the wall. The guard captain recovered from the bone dust first, reaching for his sword, but he had staggered backward and was inches from Julian's cell. Julian grabbed the guard's arm from behind, stopping him from withdrawing his sword, and the next thing Wren knew, there was a tug at her waist, and Julian had his other arm around the captain's neck, Ironheart pressed to the man's throat. The rest of the guards stopped fighting at that point, allowing Wren and Leo to hastily disarm them. They bound and gagged all 4, then dragged them into the cell at the end of the hall. They'd be discovered eventually, but Wren hoped it wouldn't be until the guard shift changed. She removed the captain's keyring, but was crestfallen to see that the one for Julian's cell was missing. She crouched before the captain and tore his gag free. "Where is it?" "Lordsmith Vance has it," he said, with an inordinate level of satisfaction. "Of course he does," Wren muttered, shoving the gag back in place. "Now what?" asked Leo from behind her. Hands shaking slightly, she faced Julian's cell. She began, voice tremulous, but Julian ignored her. He was tugging off the black glove on his left hand, a glove she'd never seen him remove before, and underneath, there were black lines sprawled across his hand, wrapping around the musculature like tendons or veins. It was iron. Shards of iron embedded in his skin. Wren thought of what he had told her about amplifiers, about the combination of material, blood, and living matter. There was bright red scarring where metal met skin, and Wren flashed back to their kiss in the spring, when her fingertips had trailed over raised ridges across his shoulder, the contact causing him to hastily pull away. The lines of iron disappeared under his sleeve, confirming that the implants likely went all the way up his arm. Avoiding their stares, Julian crouched before the lock. Like the bars, it was made of steel. Iron in nature, but an alloy, and therefore untouchable to his magic. He couldn't manipulate or reshape the lock, but apparently, with iron reinforcement, he could crush it with his bare hand. Wren recalled the wooden shelf in the closet in Caston, the fact that he had accidentally crushed it to splinters suddenly making sense. The metal screeched as his hand squeezed, damaging the lock beyond repair and peeling it away from the frame. Wren marvelled at the intricate control involved to make the iron implants bend and twist and function within his living hand. The door swung wide, and he strode through it, drawing his glove back over his hand. He made directly for Wren. She backed up until she bumped into the cold stone wall, then had no choice but to stand there and meet his gaze, his fury head-on. He looked slightly deranged, his hair askew, his eyes sparking dangerously. Despite how effortless it had looked, he was sweating from the exertion of crushing that steel lock. He kept shaking out that hand as if there was pain as well as fatigue. He came to a stop, bare inches in front of her. She raised her head. "I'm sorry." His lip curled. Disbelief etched across his features. She couldn't blame him. She had betrayed him willingly, however difficult it had been. "He would have killed you. I couldn't let him." "He. Your father," he said, speaking the words with careful deliberation. She regretted he'd had to find out that way, but it was relatively low on her list of sins, so she decided against apologizing again. "You were right," she said instead. His expression flickered, and she couldn't tell if he was surprised that she had admitted as much, or annoyed that the words were so insufficient. "We never should have come here, and we need to leave, now." He continued to stare at her, hard, and then a rueful smile twisted his mouth. He chuckled darkly and stepped away, giving her space. A part of her lamented his absence. She glanced around, then pointed to a locker on the far side of the room. "Your armour and weapons," she said. He stalked wordlessly toward it. "I think that went well," Leo said, brightly. "For me, anyway." She glowered at him. "What are you up to, little bird?" Wren froze. Slowly she turned toward the stairwell, fear pinning her to the spot. Her father stood in the doorway with half a dozen of his personal guard ranged on either side. Leo and Julian had also paused, and now both their heads swiveled to face her. She swallowed. "I'm leaving," she said, her voice tight. "We're leaving." "I see.
I know you've been through a trying time, all three of you, and high-pressure situations like that can cause a certain bond to form between the unlikeliest of people. Wren did not appreciate his condescending tone.
Like between you and my mother?
He sighed, but in an indulgent, though still slightly frustrated, way. Wren, your mother and I—
Enough! She cut in. I don't want any more lies from you.
For the first time, her father's confident facade faltered. I'm not sure what—
No more lies.
He didn't know that she'd been eavesdropping on his conversation with Odile, but he could tell she'd discovered something she wasn't meant to. What did Odile say to you? He asked, trying to figure out what she knew without exposing himself.
She didn't say anything to me, but she said a good deal to you. I won't wind up like him, like Locke. Odile was right. We have to destroy it.
Wren felt everyone's eyes on her, particularly Julian's. He knew nothing of her plans, or what else she had discovered that night, but he undoubtedly knew she was talking about the well. Vance's eyes fluttered closed, and he cast a surreptitious glance over his shoulder at his guards. You don't understand.
I understand better than you. Wren burst out. I saw, okay? I saw the result of what happened that day. Hundreds of bodies crushed to dust. Their souls forever trapped. I felt it when I touched the magic. I felt the danger. We can't—
Look around, Wren. The Dominions are safe and at peace, and that is also the result of what happened that day. Think of what else we could accomplish together. All this means— He withdrew the ring as he slowly walked toward her. Is that you are more powerful than you thought, capable of more than you can imagine, more than Locke. It means you are different, special.
I don't want to be,
Wren said, staring at the ring. I know. But it doesn't change anything. You are still a Bonesmith, and you are still my daughter, Wren, in all the ways that matter. I have loved you as a daughter, and so my daughter you will always be. His voice was constricted, his expression sincere, and it caused tears to fill Wren's eyes. She reached for the ring, and he let her take it, thinking he had won. He tilted his head at his guards, directing them to apprehend Leo and Julian. The prince was unarmed, and Julian had yet to make it to the storage locker. Ironheart would not be enough. But the instant Wren's fingers touched the ring, she felt the well's power within her stir. Apparently it was an amplifier, as Julian had guessed. She just hadn't noticed before, with the well's power fresh and foreign and coursing through her. But now, with a passage of time and distance, she felt the way it reared up again, awakened by the ring. She understood then what it might have been like to be Locke. To have what you needed right there at your fingertips, and to use it. Don't touch them, she snapped. But these guards were living, not undead, and her commands had only the power her father gave her behind them. He frowned at her. Wren, darling, I thought we understood each other. We're on the same side. But I can't have you running around here disobeying me. They will not be harmed, okay? Apprehend them, he finished, speaking to his guards, while putting a restraining hand on Wren's shoulders. One of them reached for Julian, arm outstretched. Wren thought of the moment in the mill house when she seemed to have flung Julian against the pillar with more than just her muscles alone. She stared at the guard's forearm, willing it to stop moving. A sickening crack echoed in the dungeon,
and the man cried out in pain and confusion. Wren felt the blood drain from her face. She hadn't just stopped his arm. She'd broken it. The guards nearest to him drew their weapons, assuming Julian had somehow attacked him. Julian, meanwhile, was staring in shock at the man, hunched over his broken limb. Leo also looked stunned, the guards that had been edging his way halting in their tracks. None of them knew what to make of it. None of them, except her father. He had seen this kind of thing before. Whirling around, he stared at Wren with equal parts fear and hunger.
Wren, did you—
"Call them off," she choked out.
Come now, little bird. You can't—
"I said, call them off. Now."
He lifted his chin, studying her. He saw the sheen of sweat, the wide eyes. She hated this, and he saw that, too. No. He turned to his guards. I told you to apprehend them both. Do it, by any means necessary. They were well trained. Wren had to give him that. His guards hesitated only a second before stepping around their prone fellow toward Julian again. Wren gritted her teeth, reaching with her magic. She could sense their bones, standing upright before her, just like she might sense a skeleton in the dirt. She could reach for them, as she might her weapons, or she could apply pressure, as she had when she'd broken that bone. Instead, she pushed. With a surge of magic, she sent all 6 of them slamming into the wall behind them. 2 cracked their heads audibly, while a third fell through the open doorway, landing somewhere on the stairs. The others moaned and muttered, heaps on the ground. None got up. Wren turned to her father. "We're leaving. Do not follow us. I'm going to do what you should have done decades ago and destroy that well." He took a step toward her, and she raised a hand. "Don't make me." He froze, glanced at the men huddled on the ground, then back at Wren. "You're making a mistake. Let me help you." "Like how you helped me during the Bonewood trial?" she asked, grabbing Leo and pulling him toward the hidden door beneath the stairs. Julian, seeing her movement, hurried to the locker to retrieve his armor and weapons, and then followed them. Vance's expression, which had still been colored with hope, slipped to resignation. "I'm disappointed in you," he said, softly, delivering the words he thought would be a blow to her heart. They might have been, once. She smiled bitterly at him. "Then maybe I'm finally doing something right." Turning her back on him, she withdrew Odile's key and unlocked the hidden door. She grabbed one of the torches from its sconce and led the way over the threshold. Once Leo and Julian had joined her, she slammed the door behind them and descended the stairs. Her breath misted in the air as she reached the bottom, taking a moment to collect herself. Vance wouldn't be able to follow them through the passage, but she couldn't trust that he wouldn't hightail it up the stairs and send guards riding out the gate. She strode into the cavernous space, halting when she realized the others weren't following. She looked over her shoulder. "You two coming, or not?" "Where?" Julian asked. "Into the Breachlands. Where else?" "To destroy the well?" He pressed. "Do you have a better idea?" It would be no simple task, she knew, and she would have to face her mother and brother again to do it. Her stomach tightened. Was that fear or anticipation? "It would stop the Queen," Leo said, "the Iron Revenants and your uncle." Julian studied her for a long time. Too long. Sweat beaded Wren's brow and made her hands clammy. Did he see the hidden desire there? The curiosity? And worst of all, the pull to that dark magic that still swirled in her veins? Why? Julian asked finally, and Wren knew he wasn't just asking about their destination. He was asking about all of it. Wren trailed off, looking at Leo, but he too appeared curious for her response. She'd yet to fully explain herself. I was trying to protect you. She tried again, hastening to finish when his expression shuddered at what he perceived as a blatant lie. But I was trying to protect myself more. I was everything you accused me of. Selfish, reckless. I thought... She shook her head. It doesn't matter what I thought. I was wrong. My father paid the informant. He's working with your uncle, and he sent me to the fort on purpose, meaning for me to get kidnapped too. Except tonight, he learned that the queen, who is a Bonesmith, is also my mother, and that boy, my twin brother. The scowl on Julian's face shifted fractionally, surprise lifting his brows despite his determination to hate her. He glanced down at the ring, which she was wearing on her finger. My father knew about the well. Locke, his brother, used it to destroy all those soldiers, and now Vance wants to use it again, to use me. I won't let him. Her chest heaved, not from a lack of air, but from suppressed emotion. She would be damned if she let anyone use her ever again. So, are you in? Julian glanced at Leo, who scrubbed a hand through his hair. My cousin set me up. He turned to Wren. Your father set you up, and your uncle tried to have you killed, he finished, returning to Julian. They sought to use us, to kill and capture and shuffle us around. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of being a pawn. I want to be a player. I'm in. Wren smiled. Then together they looked at Julian. His expression shifted, skepticism turning into angry determination. It was better than disinterest. It was better than disgust. Anger she could use. I'm in. Relief swept through her. Smiling grimly, she led the way through the subterranean chamber to the travel supplies. This was more than just a passage under the wall, after all. It was a dungeon and a hideout, a safe house, a black market cache, and a storage room. It was also an infirmary. Her attention shifted to the row of beds, and she thought of her mother. Had Wren been born here, in one of these narrow beds? Were those old bloodstains her mother's blood? Bonesmith blood? Wren's blood? While facing her brother again filled her with dangerous hope, the idea of facing her mother felt far more precarious. Ravenna wanted to use that well, and Wren wanted to destroy it. They were in opposition, but they were also family. Blood. Would those ties prove a more powerful influence on Wren, who had always longed for a mother, or on Ravenna, who had lost a daughter? Did she truly care about Wren at all, or was Wren simply a tool to be used to further her own ends? Or would it be as it had been with her father, a cruel combination of both? Turning aside, she found some bags and tossed one each to Leo and Julian. Take whatever you can easily carry, she said, after Julian donned his armour. They loaded up on food, water canteens, and even weapons. Leo took a few pieces of golden jewellery, and Wren several jars of bone dust. While Julian was examining a pair of iron throwing stars, Wren noticed that Ironheart had made its way back onto his belt. Of course he wouldn't want her to have it after her betrayal, but it hurt all the same. When they reached the end of the room, there was a wide hatch, large enough for barrels and a horse to be led through, and a smaller door more suitable for people. Wren bent over the bone lock, using the key once more, then carefully opened the door. Ditching the torch, she emerged in a cavern of sorts, with natural stone concealing them from above and a tangle of bushes protecting them from wider view. Wren suspected that this place would be impossible to spot from the wall or along the usual patrol routes, but they were still within the palisade's protections. "Come on," she said, ushering the other two out and closing the door behind them. Together, they took in their surroundings, staring at the world beyond their small enclosure. All was darkness, save for the lanterns dotting the wall above, and the flash of bone-white bricks illuminated by the moon and stars. The palisade stood like distant spectres watching, waiting. "Now what?" Leo asked, looking between them. "We go back into the breach," Wren said, casting her gaze northeast. "We destroy the well by any means necessary. After that, we deal with the rest." The rest. Their respective families, their convoluted plots, and their army of revenants. But Wren was ready, and she didn't need Ghostbane or Ironheart, because she was a blade, a weapon to be wielded, a force to be reckoned with, and she would defeat the undead.
Bonesmith was written by Nicki Preto and read by Molly Hanson. Terry Hogan was the mix engineer. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Bonesmith is available in print from Margaret K. McElderry Books. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, Wings of Shadow, a Crown of Feathers novel, written by Nicki Preto and read by Cassandra Campbell, Ferdel Capistrano, Michael Crouch, Gibson Fraser, Joy Osmansky, and Jacques Roy.